Yeah, I'm every half hour until 1, and then I think I'm just every hour on the bottom of the hour. Are you all the way through? No worries. Nice kit, I like that. Yeah, I like it. Good morning and welcome to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to begin in the Royal London Cup game between Worcestershire and Derbyshire in obviously bright sunshine, as I'm sure all the games around the country are today. It's going to be a long, hot one for the players. Worcestershire have won the toss and elected to bowl. I think the thinking being that if there's going to be any help in this pitch, it's probably going to come in the first hour or so, and they made that choice when the coin came down in their favour. The Worcestershire side shows a few changes. Kashif Ali is out of the side with a broken thumb, which is a blow for Worcestershire after the way that he's been batting in recent weeks. So the full Worcestershire side: Taylor Cornell, Azhar Ali, Jake Libby the captain, Ed Pollock, Ed Barnard, Ben Cox keeping wicket, Joe Leach, Ben Gibbon, Dylan Pennington, Adam Finch and Henry Cullen. Cullen playing as a batsman. And Derbyshire's team is Lewis Rees, Harry Kane, Sean Masood, Brooke Gust, Anuj Dahl, Alex Hughes, Matty McKinn and Ben Aitchison, Nick Potts, Sam Connors and a debutant, I think he's 16 years old, Archie Harrison, but I'm sure 18, beg your pardon, Dave Fletcher alongside me. Correct. Morning Dave, good to have you here. Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby alongside me. And well, you can have the first over, Dave, if you want.
Well, probably not, because I've got to go and do it.
Oh no, sorry, silly of me, yeah. Joe Leach starts and his first ball from the Digley end is edged down by Harry Kane. One bounce to slip and there's no run. Yeah, sorry, didn't realise that, Dave. Off to update BBC
I managed to
Radio Derby listeners shortly.
The first over, which was quite impressive.
Yeah, just checking that you're coming through all right, didn't
I can sort of hear myself.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah. Good. Anyway, welcome back. You've been here a lot this year, Dave.
Listeners will probably think it's a blessing anyway. Yeah, so it's my second home, New Road.
Yeah, it's actual third game, one of which is 4 days, yeah. Here's Leach again, right arm over the wicket from the Digley end, bowls, and Kane gets the first run of the day, pushing this out through mid-wicket, and good running actually, as they come back for two. As Azhar Ali comes in from deep mid-wicket to field. It's one of those that you often see late in an innings where he pushes it into a gap on the leg side and thinks, oh, there might be two there if the fielder's not quick, and you don't often see that sort of running in the very first over, but very good start by Kane and Rees. Obviously quite a good understanding between the two of them.
And Harry Kane. Good, because Rees did just about manage to get back in.
Yeah,
well, for a moment.
Leach in, balls, Kane is forward, pushing this one up to mid-on. Pennington fields and there's no run. Worcestershire in their familiar black one-day kit with a blue stripe. Derbyshire in a very fetching sort of duck egg blue, light blue kit, dark blue pads and a yellow flash down the middle. Two without loss, put into bat, and Harry Kane has those runs, and he waits now as Leach moves in again to bowl to him. He bowls and he lets that go through outside the off stump, taken by Ben Cox behind the stumps, and there is no addition to the score. Cox back into the Worcestershire side in recent games and has started very well. He's been in good form with the bat particularly. And alongside him, Ed Pollock and Taylor Cornell, the two slip fielders. As in comes Leach again and bowls, and Kane is forward to this one, taken on the pad. And that one runs down into the slips. And there is no run. Stays at 2 without loss. Kind of strangled appeal from Leach, but no more than that. Worcestershire we've had one over here after Worcestershire won the toss and chose to bowl first, and Derbyshire getting through that first over unscathed are 2 without loss, both those runs to Harry Kane. Injury problems again for Worcestershire. Kashif Ali, who's been in good form so far in this competition, missing with a broken thumb. He'll be out for a few weeks. So Ed Pollock back into the side today, but Worcestershire at the moment, Leach and Derbyshire are 2 without loss. And Dave Fletcher's back. Solid first over, Dave. A nasty blow for Harry Kane off that last delivery by the look of it.
Yes, yeah, we've had a few batsmen have been struck unpleasantly. I think it was here that Anuj Dal took a fearful whack. Shan Masuda is the leading batsman, of course, who didn't play in that game, I don't think, down here, which was a real shame because he's been terrific. He's taken a couple of blows as well. Ben Gibbon is going to open the bowling from the new road end, and that's, I thought he'd edged it through to the keeper there, you know. That's a really sharp delivery that lifted and went through to the wicket keeper Ben Cox. Good start for Gibbon.
Yeah, a bit of pace. Did he play in the 4-day game that you
don't remember seeing
it?
Don't remember seeing
I don't think he did. No.
I don't.
Quite a young, inexperienced left-arm seamer, but shown some real potential at times this year.
Good to see Jack Chandry out there in the middle as the umpire as well. I'll tell you about when I first came across him as an umpire. Umpired Derbyshire's game against Shropshire at Shifnal, one of those in the games that preceded this tournament. Had a nice long chat with him. Top man.
Yeah, good bloke, Jackie. He's umpired Worcestershire at Middlesex recently. He did one of the other games in this competition as well. He did the Middlesex Championship game at Merchant Taylor's Northwood about 3 weeks ago, and it was his first class game. He was quite excited about that.
He said he was enjoying himself. Why wouldn't you? Although it might be slightly uncomfortable out there today.
Yeah.
In all honesty. He's given over the wicket to Harry Kane this time, and Kane leaves alone outside.
One of the things we said to him at Middlesex, and he agreed, was that you see umpiring teams they used to play for quite frequently these days. When Richard Edding was just
chance to settle outside the off stump really for Kane to get to. He tried to lift it. That could only have ended in a catch to third man, I fancy. So it's a good job he didn't get anything on that one. He's not the tallest of batsmen, Harry Kane. Diminutive, I would describe him as, just in case his dad Peter's listening. It's quite short, really. Harry getting an opportunity. Played in the last 2 championship matches as well. As in goes Gibbon again, and this time Kane drives very pleasantly but straight to the man at extra cover as Ali, and there's no run. That was as nice as far in this innings. He's only got secured that everybody's in accord with Shan coming in at 3. Guest at 4 is what is it?
He's in good nick, isn't he?
He's having an astonishing season, Frank.
Joe Leach from the Diglis end bowls to the left hand. Rees, who lets that go through outside the off stump. Bit of carry in that over from Ben Gibbon, possibly when he banged it in a little bit short, although the very first ball of his over reared quite significantly from just back of a length. Makes you wonder what it would be like if both teams had their full complements and a pace attack. I think we might see a little bit of jumping around from the batsman.
This is far short of its full complement.
If 1 or 2 other absentees were here. Leach in bowls and Rees is forward. Both sides that are missing playing in the 100 at the moment. So you'd...
George Scrimshaw's
George Scrimshaw would be very quick, and Mohammed has name as well.
He probably would have played.
He only did play.
He doesn't play much, George. He's exceptional in the T20.
Yeah, well, proper pace. Here's Lee, and right arm over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. Rees Lee.
9 minutes past 11's a bit by its name when I'm on air.
Yeah.
Lewis Deploy's gone down to Cardiff. Hasn't played a game yet, and they're rubbish. He can't get in the side, so what's the point of him being there?
I agree.
Well, I know what the point is.
Leach in, bowls, and Rees cut down to wide-ish third man. Picks up a single as Gibbon does the fielding. So Rees moves on to 2 and the total to 4 without loss. Yeah, well, I think Jack Haynes played once the other night, but other than that, all of the Worcestershire players, apart from Hasnain, all of the likes of Derbyshire and Mitchell Stanley and so on are bench warmers at the moment. Leach again in bright sunshine, obviously he bowls, and this is pushed back at the pitch by Cayman as no one's. Almost not worth mentioning the weather conditions today, is it? Because everybody, I guess, all over the country watching or listening knows, and not only knows what they're like, but is experiencing pretty much the same.
Till we see a drop of rain, and then we will celebrate.
Tomorrow, perhaps, I think we're talking about here.
I don't know who's coming up
Certainly Tuesday.
on Wednesday, but I don't envy them the trip for not very much if it does rain.
Yeah. Leach strides in again and bowls.
Occasionally listen to it on the radio. I've watched one game and thought it was every bit as good as the when Madsen was back from somewhere. Oh, a little listen. And everybody's watched Madsen ever. Yeah. Has given his in and bowls to Reece, who just gets a little squared up by that when he's trying to turn into the leg side and it goes out into the off. So Henry Cullen comes in to do the fielding. Anybody who's watched Wayne Madsen. The other one was when Will Smead was batting the other day. I did hear somebody say, well, of course, they're bringing him through, they brought him through. Well, the franchises haven't brought anybody through, and never will. Thereby hangs the problem. Yeah. If you want to go to franchises, then you're going to have to find cricketers from somewhere. Gibbon is in, and Reece does turn it into the leg side this time, and they do scamper through for a single. Wicketkeeper Cox runs round from behind the stumps to do the fielding. There's nobody close in on the leg side. Another single to the total, 9 without loss in the 4th over. This Derbyshire in this competition have been really irritating because they should have won at Old Trafford last Sunday. They should have beaten Hampshire, having them 5 down with 60 on the board on Friday, but failed to win either of them. Gibbon is in again and off the back foot, driven out towards the cover boundary by Harry Kane. That's a nice shot. I don't think it's going to go all the way to the boundary, so they might have to come back for a third. They will come back for a third as Azarali races out to the boundary. It's a long way out there to be running in this heat, and they come back for 3. That was a nice shot by Harry Kane. He moves on to 9 and Derbyshire up to 12 without loss.
Yeah, interesting you say that, because Worcestershire could say the same about several of their T20 defeats, especially early on. And in this competition, Hampshire away, they got into a position where they probably should have won and didn't.
Given bowls to Reece, who pushes out into the outside. Hampshire, though, have now won 20 of their last 22 matches in all formats. That's remarkable. That
was my next kind of point, is that it's a cliche and they use it in all sports, but the idea that winning becomes a habit and so does losing, or not learning to just turn those positions into victories.
When you're on top, you have to make the most of it, don't you? And even if you're not on top, in Hampshire's case, they can. They've got the belief that they're going to win.
And that's with different captains in different competitions, isn't it?
Absolutely. Given his in bowls to Reece, who defends it straight back to him.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, and certainly Worcestershire going through a phase in white ball cricket where the how to win is something that they just seem to have forgotten. But it goes across sports. Without going into detail, the football team that I follow is going through exactly the same sort of situation.
Gives nobody any pleasure, Frank. Gives nobody any pleasure.
No.
My team won for the first time yesterday, so this next one is played off the back foot by Lewis Reece up towards mid-off.
But it's the same thing, to equate it to football and cricket, it sounds strange, but you forget how to win. So you dominate a game and create lots of chances in football and just don't take them, and then the other team manages to break away, and somehow you just get into this cycle, and it's certainly what would have been like in white ball cricket this year.
How about if you're winning 4-2 in the 90th minute?
As you saw yesterday.
You haven't won a game, you hadn't scored a goal before yesterday in Burton's case. They're winning 4-2, 90th minute. They concede 1, and you almost knew what was going to happen next.
Here's Joe Leach. Let's get back to the cricket and spare the Burton Albion fans. That's outside the off stump. Hits the deck hard with that one. Carries through to Cox, left alone by Harry Kane. probably quite a few Burton Albion fans listening who are Derbyshire fans as well, and they probably haven't quite got over that. Don't need to be reminded of what happened yesterday.
I must ask Nick Potts if he's a Burton fan. He was born in Burton, as was George Scrimshaw, of course.
Yeah, of course. I remember his dad playing for
George is
Alton under Meadwood, I think. Steve, when I was up there playing in the Derbyshire League. Joe Leach in bright sunshine, which is reflecting off the black sheet draped across the seats in the back of the Derbyshire stand. Yeah, he comes in and bowls again outside the off stump, left alone by Harry Kane.
I'm allowed to say that.
You are. Joe wouldn't mind.
it reflects off the top of my head too.
If you take away the sort of humidity and the temperature here, it's actually a lovely cricket day, really, isn't it? But it's hard work for all the players, and it's stiflingly hot even for spectators.
Yeah,
I
think that will have affected the crowds. Worcestershire supporters turn out in numbers.
Quite a good
for anything, don't they? There are a lot to our left.
Yeah, quite a good in the new, a good number in the new road stand, which is probably the coolest spectating position on the ground. As Leach bowls, and this one nips back at Kane. I think he gets a little inside edge down onto his pad, and it runs out on the offside. 12 without loss. Worcestershire won the toss and had little hesitation, I think, in putting Derbyshire into bat. I think Derbyshire would have bowled 2. Surprising, perhaps, given the weather conditions, the fact that you want to be out there in the heat, but at the same time, there's hybrid pitch with a little bit of grass left on it. If there's going to be any assistance, it's liable to be in the first hour or so. Well, that's how the received wisdom goes anyway. Leach in again, bowls, and again that is outside the off stump, and again it is left alone by Harry Kane. I must say I'm very, very enamoured of the Derbyshire kit, Dave, in this competition. Sort of very light blue, very, very good looking kit, goes well with the dark blue pads, and I don't know, just something a little bit brighter and cheerier about it than the Worcestershire black.
The chocolate amber and blue flashes down the front. You'll notice the ones down the back of the right leg near the calf when they come into field. That looks slightly odd.
Leach again in, bowls, and this one down the leg side, and a wide is signalled eventually after Ben Cox performs a very impressive athletic diving stop away to his left. First extra of the innings, 13 without loss, and Worcestershire making a change with Kashif Ali dropping out of the side. Henry Cullen is playing as a batsman today, and Ed Pollock returns to the side. Still no frontline spinner. Leach bowls, and a flashing drive from Kane. Missed it this time. Resisted the temptation to play it at first 2 or 3 in this over that were outside the off stump, but drawn into the shot there. Slight loss of concentration.
Even in 50 over cricket, if you're not scoring, because it's a white ball and you suddenly think, well, I've got to be scoring, but it's a long time, 50 overs.
Yeah, I think this is one of my sort of hobby horses, really, is that I think we're watching young players all around the country now. As Leach comes in again and bowls, and Kane is on the back foot defending, no run. End of the over, 13 without loss off 5. We're watching young players now who've grown up playing shots, not leaving the ball, and whereas a long time ago, maybe even 20 years ago, an opening batter in a 50 over game would quite happily leave alone 10 or a dozen of his first 20. These days that mindset just doesn't exist, and if you've not scored off 3 or 4, you're thinking I've got to score, and if you're left 4 or 5, you're thinking I can't leave anymore. It's just a kind of a different mindset, shall we say.
Yeah, no, it is. Because even in this form of the game, it's time to rebuild an innings if you lose a few wickets, as well as Derbyshire have shown this season. Gibbon to continue from the new road end, bowling to Lewis Rees, who just guides it out into the leg side. They're thinking about 2 here. In fact, Harry Kane says no, and he's probably wise to say no, as Adam Finch does the fielding. So go through for another single. Rees moves on to 4, Derbyshire to 14 without loss in the 6th. Nobody, and I mean nobody, sitting on the seats in front of the ladies' pavilion. That didn't look open. Absolutely nobody there, but that is taking the full brunt the sun at the moment as Gibbons in again. The ball to Kane this time. He pushes it out into the offside. Fielded by Azhar Ali. And there is no run. So it'll be interesting to see Archie Harrison. He has played in the first team, but it was Leeds MCCU or whatever they're called these days.
Yeah.
So that's the sum total of his first team experience. I think he's been in and around the Royal London squad since the start of the campaign. He's done some 12-man duties and that kind of thing. As Kane flicks this next delivery down towards the long leg. I think that one's going to race away for 4. It is. Just for a moment, just for half a moment. It looked as though Henry Cullen might get around there, but it's nicely played by Harry Kane. Picks up another boundary, moves on to 13, and Derbyshire to 18 without loss.
Yeah, nicely timed, wasn't it? Lovely placement as well. Just had a tweet from Colin Knighton, or just seen a tweet from Colin Knighton, as a friend of ours who we saw this morning.
He's here.
Yeah, he's here, but he's saying, I think he's tweeting to the rest of the world, he's got a point to make, and he says, I'd rather come from the Isle of Man all the way to Worcester to watch Derbyshire.
This next delivery from Gibbon is driven very pleasantly, but straight to the man at mid-off.
He says, I'd rather come from the Isle of Man to watch Derbyshire minus Wayne Madsen and Lewis Deploy than watch that other competition.
Nicely,
that's
nicely
the point
described.
that he was making.
Nicely described, Colin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Might be on the Isle of Man at the moment, to be perfectly honest.
It's probably quite pleasant there.
With a bit of a breeze blowing across, that'll be alright. It's 2 times I think I've met Colin face to face. Have both been here, I think.
Yeah, he was here last summer, definitely, yeah.
Next delivery is driven but not timed by Harry Kane, up towards mid-off once again. Again it's Finch who does the fielding. And there's no run.
Seen a few Derbyshire supporters in the crowd this morning.
Yes, yeah.
Always a loyal, there's a loyal hardcore, aren't there, for most counties, but it's not too difficult a journey, is it? Down from, if you're in the Derbyshire area down here?
I imagine not.
No, a bit further for you, of course. Yeah.
It wasn't too bad for me today, to be fair. It's only a couple of hours from where I live, so
yeah.
Griff said it took him around about an hour to get down.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Given in again over the wicket. That one is driven up to Finch once more by Harry Kane. And the throw from Finch is a little bit, didn't know his own strength there, and it went over Cox's head, but no damage done as there was somebody backing up, and it's the end of the over. 18 without loss after 6.
Yeah, be tiny bit concerned, if I was Worcestershire, by the fact that in 6 overs we've only really seen one proper beat the bat, and we've seen a couple of flashes at it, but only that first one from Gibbon that flew past Lewis Reese's defensive push. But if given that they've won the toss and had a bowl, you'd be hoping, I think, that by now they'd at least have passed the bat maybe a few more times. There's Leach in from the Digley end, and that one is left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Reese. Reese is on 4 off 12.
Not sure if I was Ben Aitchison, Nick Potts or Sam Connors I'd be particularly pleased either there, because it's not going to get any better for the bowlers, is it?
Right,
of course, the day you would have thought.
Yeah,
so
that's probably right.
I spoke to Sam briefly in the car park. He was nipping into the car park to get something out of his car. I asked him how he was, because he's just come back from England Lions duty, and he said one word: stiff.
Yeah.
It was part of that side that beat South Africa down at Canterbury.
Leach in past umpire Nick Cook, bowls clipped very nicely off his pads by Lewis Reese, but unfortunately for him, straight to Adam Finch, who is inside the circle at short fine leg, and Finch did the fielding and threw quickly at the stumps at the striker's end in case Reese had set off for a run, as batsmen sometimes do when they clip one nicely off their pads like that, a sort of automatic reaction, but he hadn't, and no addition to the score and no run out either. Leach turns again. Big man steams in, bowls, and down the pitch comes Reese, and don't know if Leach saw him coming or not, but he walked into it and then tried to play a sort of flat batted slap away on the offside, mistimed it, chopped it down into the ground, it just lobbed up to Azhar Ali at extra cover, and there's no run.
Lewis Rees has been caught and bowled, I reckon, a handful of times already this season in white ball cricket, and you just wonder whether...
He's looking a bit frustrated, isn't he?
Yeah, he's chipped them back to the bowl on countless times.
He looks like a man who wants to hit his first boundary to me, and he just tucks this next one off his pads. Finch is again the fielder at short fine leg, has to move 5-10 yards to his right this time, so they go through for a single. So Lewis Rees goes to 5. He's faced 16 deliveries. Harry Kane has looked pretty fluent, the right-hander. He's on 13 off 24. He's hit 5 or 6 really nice drives straight to fielders, which is a bit frustrating, but he has looked in good touch. He's found the boundary twice. One lovely straight drive off Joe Leach, and a nice clip off his pads off the left arm seam of Ben Gibbon. Here's Leach again over the wicket, and he walked his run at this time. Something in his eye. Might have just run into a wasp or something like that, I think.
Yeah.
And he pulled out as he approached the crease.
Rees on Friday against Hampshire got to 6 in batting this kind of way, and the pitch they were playing on was fairly central at Derby, and then he went from 6 to 12 with an enormous 6 out towards the players' pavilion. A remarkable shot, but didn't last much longer.
There's Leach again into Kane. Bowles. Kane is on the back foot, steers this nicely down to third man. Finch, busy man in this over. Adam Finch does the fielding, and they take a single. Kane moves on to 14, total to 20 without loss. Well, it's been a fairly uneventful first half hour or so far, really.
It's not good when you've got an update at 5:30, is it?
No.
Nothing happening. Yes.
Bat's been passed a couple of times.
To you, Roger. Nothing's happening. Back to you.
Yeah, steady start. I think generally you'd be happy if you put into bat and you get through the first half hour with this little trouble. Leach in, bowls, and maybe I spoke too soon. That one finds the edge, and it doesn't carry the slip, bounce just in front of Ed Pollock at first slip. So a moral victory for the bowler, but no more. 7 overs bowled, 20 without loss, Derbyshire, and Harry Kane, the more fluent of the opening pair, is on 14. Lewis Rees is on 5. I mentioned that we'd had a tweet. You can get in touch with us here at New Road if you'd like to on Twitter. My Twitter handle is at FrankWatson58, and Dave's is at FletchSport, all one word, at FletchSport for Dave Fletcher, or at FrankWatson58 for myself. Always good to hear from listeners, viewers, etc. with their thoughts on this or any other cricket matter. Ben Gibbon bowls, Kane drives, but good fielding by the bowler off his own bowling, and no addition to the score. Worcestershire coming into this game again without a frontline spinner, so Taylor Cornell might bowl a bit of left arm spinner, Azhar Ali might bowl a bit of leg spin, Jake Libby's been bowling a few off breaks. Between them, that trio will probably have to try and find 10 overs or so. As Gibbon is in and bowls, and this one is tucked away down to fine leg by Kane for 4. Nicely played, nicely timed, just drifting into his pads, and 4 runs taken. His third boundary, he goes to 18, 24 without loss. And just a reminder that although Ed Barnard is in the Worcestershire side, he can't bowl at the moment owing to a finger injury. So you've got Joe Leach, Ben Gibbon, Dylan Pennington, Adam Finch, and then got a fine 10 overs from elsewhere. But at the moment it's the frontline bowlers operating. It's Ben Gibbon from the New Road end, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and this one is outside the off stump, and it's the first wicket of the day. It was full, and it was outside the off stump, and Harry Kane, having played so well really, going for a big drive, and taken behind the stumps by Ben Cox. A loose drive, you would have to say, from Harry Kane. Gibbon just pitching the ball up a little bit further, and Kane goes for a big drive and edges through to Cox. Well, Worcestershire had just taken their first wicket, having won the toss and put Derbyshire into bat, and the successful bowler, the left-arm seamer Ben Gibbon, who had just been clipped to the square leg boundary by Harry Kane the ball before, but then pitched one up full outside the off stump. Kane went for a big drive and edged through to Ben Cox behind the stump. So he's gone for 18, and that followed a fairly uneventful first half an hour or so, in which Worcestershire, having won the toss and chosen to bowl, probably a little bit disappointed that they hadn't caused the batsmen more trouble, but the wicket coming along just when they needed it. Sean Masood has joined Lewis Rees. Rees is on 5, Masood yet to receive a ball, and Derbyshire currently halfway through the 8th over are 24 for 1. So there you go, Fletch. We talked it out, didn't we?
I managed to do it, yeah.
Yeah, we said that it was an uneventful period, and then just when we didn't expect it. Well, just clipped another lovely shot to the leg side boundary as well.
I was trying to be funny on the radio and saying that he was 3.5 in line to the throne when he was out.
Yeah.
Because his name is half of Prince Archie or whatever he's called. Because it's done in alphabetical order, I think, isn't it? The succession to the throne. I'm fairly sure that's how it works. Yes, he'd been out there 28 deliveries and looked like he got himself in.
Yeah,
that's the really disappointing thing. He's the only one who's hit the boundary so far, and Derbyshire will be a little bit disappointed, and therefore Kane will be too.
Well, Sean Masood is the new man.
3-ball duck on Friday, having made 80 odd against Lancashire last weekend in his first game back from Sri Lanka.
He waits now as Gibbon is in to him, and he bowls, and he's not going to get a duck today because he's off the mark straight away with a boundary, tucked beautifully off his pads down to fine leg for 4. Often think with a player like Masood, well, any top pro, if you bowl a delivery like that, doesn't matter whether it's first ball or 100th ball, it's just meat and drink, and it just a little clip off the pads, timed it beautifully, and knew exactly what he was doing.
Wanted one was just on 4th stump, wasn't it, where he knows he's got to play at it but doesn't really want to, whereas that's a freebie.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's given 4 wicket 4 for Gibbon in the last 3 deliveries. He comes in again now over the wicket to the left-handed Masood, who's forward, pushing out on the offside. Better line from Gibbon. To be fair, he had to adjust his line with a change from a right-hander to a left-hander, but we've got 2 left-handers at the crease now, so that won't be a problem while this pair are together. 1 ball left in the 8th over, and Derbyshire 28 for 1. And the crowd's building a little bit.
It is.
A few more people here now than at the start, particularly in the Delavera stand. Gibbon in to complete this over down the leg side, wide signalled by umpire Jack Shantry, as that one is gathered by Ben Cox, moving away to his right. 29 for 1, so a mixed over from Gibbon. Got his first wicket, gone to the boundary twice, now bowled a wide, not quite settled into any rhythm. The young left arm seamer from Cheshire moves away from us now to complete the over this time. Bowls, and a run for Masood. An edge, to be fair, down to 3rd man, but played with soft hands, fairly controlled. Fielded by Leach, 1 run taken, end of the over, in which the first wicket fell. Harry Kane caught behind by Ben Cox for 18, and Gibbon, the successful bowler, his figures now 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. Joe Leach 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10, and Derbyshire 30 for 1 after 8 overs.
I didn't realise he was from Cheshire. Well, no wonder he's a good cricketer.
Yeah, from Cheshire, came through minor counties cricket.
All the best.
He was a hod carrier this time last year, I think.
All the best people come from Cheshire.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Tatton Hall, I think, was the village club where he started his career.
Sort of posh Cheshire,
I think he played for Chester Broughton Hall for a while in the Liverpool competition. I think it's the Liverpool competition.
Yeah.
And
there will be. I must look him up. Whereabouts in Cheshire?
Impressed a little bit in the twos at the end of last year and got given a contract, and he's done all right this year, I think, making progress. Steep learning curve for a young bowler from minor counties cricket, thrust into the first team.
He was born in Chester, which makes him virtually Welsh, actually, so I'm not quite as impressed.
Well, I think, to be fair,
if it had been further up the Wirral, then that would have been a lot more impressive.
To be fair, if the nearest maternity hospital was Chester,
it could be Welsh.
Could be from anywhere in Cheshire.
No. This first delivery for new Jack Leach over is clipped very nicely into the leg side by Shamrasood. They're going to come back for 2. Shamrasood's off to a bit of a flyer here. He's moved on to 7. He's overtaken Lewis Rees already in just 4 deliveries, and Derbyshire move on to 32 for 1. He scores quickly. He's got an average in list A cricket. He's played more than 90 games of over 50.
Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it? Yeah. Well, he's a top player, isn't he? He's a top player.
He has been an absolute delight to watch all season.
Yeah.
Absolute delight as he waits for Leach to bowl to, and he just guides that into the ground. It's half stopped by Ed Barnard at point, but parries it over the bar, and they go through for another single.
He's timing it, everything at the moment, isn't he? That's, when somebody comes in and starts like this, it's ominous for the fielding side. You've either got to get him out quickly, or you're looking at some damage being done, I think.
You watch him. He's currently engaging Jack Leach in conversation. Joe Leach in conversation. He'll talk to anybody out there. Here is Joe Leach again, bowling to Lewis Rees, who pushes this one up to mid-on, and there's no run. He will talk to absolutely anybody out there while he's in the middle. He's talking to Azhar Ali.
Some players just like that, don't they? And they're best ignored, I think.
Well, he's got Nick Cook at his end as well. And I think Nick Cook will talk to anybody too, won't he? He'll talk to himself, Nick Cook. So they're made for each other.
So if you were the fielding captain, you'd be saying, don't engage, don't engage.
Don't talk to talk, because that's what he wants. He wants to feel like he's part of it out there. They're going to try and isolate him, but I think it's difficult. He's just looking around for people to talk to. There's Leach again. 2 slips in place, bowls to Lewis Rees, who almost edges that one through to the keeper, went for a drive, and Leach gets it past the edge of the bat. 33 for 1 it remains.
Yeah, I think the danger when you come in and play as well as he's done here, I know he faced 5 balls, but he just seems to be in top nick. The danger is that you just maybe get a bit too carried away and the adrenaline takes over, and you've hit a couple really well and you think, well, I want to hit another one, and you maybe don't wait long enough. But he's experienced enough, and as you say, the list A average of over 50 suggests that he doesn't fall prey to that little trap too often.
Rees on strike. This next one, and again at playing a miss. That was a very expansive looking shot from Lewis Rees, slightly too expansive really. And it goes through to Ben Cox once again. I think the fact that he's talking to Nick Cook now, and Nick Cook's chatting back to him, so the Worcestershire players can relax. The fact that he's got 2 double centuries this season suggests that he's quite happy to hang around for a while. He's also the nicest man I think I've ever met. It's unbelievably pleasant.
It's always nice when you can say that, isn't it? We say that about Azhar Ali here as well.
But his analysis of cricket is astonishing. As Leach bowls to Rees, and he turns that one into the leg side. He's going to pick up 1. I think that's all they'll get. There are 2 fielders converging on the ball. The man who gets there is Henry Cullen, coming in off the mid-wicket boundary. And Lewis Rees shows he can count to 6 because he's pinched the strike. He moves on 2-6. Derbyshire 34 for 1 after 9. Having been put into bat, the man out, Harry Kane, for 18. Yeah, you talked to him, you asked him one question, and we've spoken to him an awful lot. I first spoke to him on the first day of the season down at Lords and said to him, I think we'll be speaking to you quite a lot this season, Chuck. Not a problem. The usual, as long as I'm speaking to you, it means things are going all right, and things have gone more than all right. I went across to the pavilion. I was a little bit later than everybody else, and he walked across to me, having never seen me and never met me at all. He says, Fletch, how are you? Nice to meet you. Remarkable.
Fantastic. Ben Gibbon from the New Row End bowls, and Masood a little bit, Rees a bit loose this time, throws the bat at that one and misses it.
He'll hit one
wide. Yeah, he will.
I'm not sure whether
nick it. It could go anywhere. He isn't quite in control. It's not a straight back shot. He's played that a couple of times. It's almost as though he just thinks, given width, I'll throw my hands at it and back myself.
He's looking to go extra cover, isn't he? All the time.
Yeah. But the bat isn't straight on that one, so it could easily slice behind square. Gibbon again slightly encouraged, perhaps he's in and he bowls. This is much better, straighter and better played as well by Rees, who just tucks it away on the onside for a single, which takes him on to 7.
I was looking for the motorbike then, but it's your fan, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, hopefully
Frank's got his own personal fan.
Do you know, I nearly put it at your... It's not very effective, to be honest. I nearly put it over there, but
no, it's fine.
It's, you might be getting a little bit of the benefit there. Dave Bradley's got a big one next door.
Well, that's what he tells everybody.
Yeah. He's got a big fan. Gibbon over the wicket to Masood, bowls, nicely played by Masood. He's got lots of time, just gets in behind that, pushes it back up the pitch. 35 for 1. The score remains.
It's only right that he has something to cool him down, because you've got to look after the elderly at this in these times, can't you, when it's this warm? So
yeah,
somebody will be in later to pour some water over his head and keep him cool.
In all seriousness, I noticed there's an ambulance parked at the far end, which has been here all day, and when I walked in this morning very early, there were a couple of paramedics around. I should imagine they are quite worried about the prospect of needing to help one or two in the crowd today, as Masood pushes up to mid-off and takes a single, nearly comes back for a second as Libby's throw from mid-on isn't backed up, and Azarello has to come off the boundary on the far side of the ground to do that backing up, and they thought about 2. Good running from Masood, saw that Libby had a distance to go to his right, set off quickly, and then was alert to the possibility of a second. It wasn't there, they got 1, he goes to 9, 36 for 1, and Gibbon now to the other left-hander Rees, who ramps him very, very nicely down to fine leg for 6, gone all the way. I didn't think it had gone all the way. It bounced before the fence, but the rope is in quite a long way, and there you go, modern white ball cricket summed up. Lewis Rees not really got going, struggling a little bit, and just walking inside the line and ramping Ben Gibbon down to fine leg for 6, as though he does it every day of the week. Probably does. It's a modern cricketer's shot, and he played it expertly, and he's gone to 13, and it's 42 for 1. And here's Gibbon again. His response is a full length delivery on leg stump, which is clipped in much more conventional fashion by Rees out to square leg for a single. 43 for 1 at the end of the over. 10 gone. Masood has 9, Rees has 14. He's faced 25 deliveries, and when you think that ramp for 6 is included in that, it shows you that other than that, he's struggled a little bit to find fluency. First change in the bowling, Dylan Pennington coming on at the Diglis end.
Yes, just use of the word power play there from the nonsense. Rees on Friday got to 6 and then scored a 6, but only went on to score 15. So 1-6 and 1-4 in that innings when Sean Masood was out for a third ball duck. So things change fairly regularly and rapidly. We're going to see a change of bowling. Dylan Pennington is going to come out fairly sure in the county championship match. Pennington bowled from the New Road end pretty exclusively, but he's from the Diglis end, bowling to Lewis Rees, who defends the first delivery.
Yeah, I'm not sure he has a preference. Pennington. No. He's one of those Leach nearly always bowls at the Diglis end, but Pennington often swaps around, so I'm not sure.
What on earth is he doing down here? That's remarkable. Adam Finch is just doing some press-ups with his right elbow on the floor, and they're sideways press-ups. I'm not surprised he needs an energy boost. Dear, oh dear.
I think I might have a bit of an explanation.
I hope so. There's Pennington bowls to Rees, who clips it. Now Finch is in action down at long leg. Puts the slide in, oh dear, he's got that slightly wrong, and the ball has bounced off his arm and over the boundary rope. So it shows you, I think that just proves my point, that press-ups do you no good at all.
Yeah, he's
47 for one. Sorry.
They have, as you know, I'm sure it's the same at Derbyshire, all sorts of strength and conditioning coaches and physios and people telling them what to do. They put a board out every morning and write down all the exercises they have to do. But one thing I would say is that Adam Finch is carrying an injury at the moment. Managing an injury, I think, is the term they use.
Pennington's in again. Oh, and that one strikes the either the pad or the very edge of the bat and then onto pad, because there was a stifled appeal there as the ball dribbled out towards second slip, no run.
And I think maybe they've devised particular exercises that he's supposed to do before he bowls, and that's what he was doing.
Yeah,
because it was a really odd one, wasn't it?
Still don't think it's worth it.
No,
just a personal preference.
But I bet they told him he's got to do that exercise before he bowls, and I think we might see him come on next over at the New Road End.
Well, it's a day for shortish spells, isn't it? I would suggest, as Pennington is in, and that one is driven very nicely out towards mid-wicket. There's a chase around the boundary for Henry Cullen, who gets there and manages to pick the ball up after initially fumbling it and keeps them down to a couple, and that's good work by Cullen out in the deep towards the horse chestnut. 2 more to the total. Rees moves on to 20 now, and Derbyshire up to 49 for 1. They like, we were told by Brooke Guest, they like to be 60 at the end of the first 10 overs. Well, they haven't quite managed that, but 49 for 1 still represents a pretty decent start, although they started nicely, got to 49 and then lost 3 wickets in very quick succession on Friday night, Friday afternoon. Have to be careful of that, as this next one is guided down towards third man by Rees. We'll pick up another single. Ben Gibbon does the fielding. Beautiful throw right over the stumps from Gibbon. And the 50's up for Derbyshire. Rees moves on to 21 from 30 deliveries now, so it shows you can soon catch up. Because at one point he was a long way adrift of runs per ball, and now he's moved up to a strike rate of 70. Shan Masood a strike rate of 128.5. He's back on strike. 94 on his back. Never asked him why. Should do, really. This one is pushed up to mid-on when Leach does the fielding, and there's no run. There's often a tale to tell. Often a tale to tell about numbers, especially number 94. He wears that everywhere he goes. I don't normally, although I do like the PSL, I've got to say I prefer the PSL to the IPL, if I'm entirely honest with you. I can't watch the IPL. But he was wearing 94 when he was playing for the Multan Sultans in the latest PSL. I was taking slightly more notice of it, knowing that he was going to be playing for Derbyshire this season, of course. They're going to have a drinks break here, which is understandable. It is. I don't know if we've mentioned it, but it's quite warm.
I'll give you the scores from elsewhere while they're having drinks, shall I? At the Ageas Bowl, Southampton, Lancashire 36 for 3 against Hampshire, having chosen to bat. So good start again by Hampshire there, who are very much a team in form, as Dave was saying. At Hove, Sussex won the toss and Surrey won the toss and chose to bowl. Sussex made a decent start, but they have lost 2 wickets, 56 for 2 off 11. Similar score at Taunton, where Middlesex won the toss and chose to bowl, and Somerset are 52 for 2 in the 12th. Northampton made a quick start against Kent at Canterbury. They are 71 for 1, having chosen to bat. That's sort of 10.4 overs. Leicestershire 34 for 2 off 11, in a bit of trouble at Leicester against Warwickshire, having won the toss and chosen to bat. Durham also won the toss and chose to bat at Grantham against Notts, and they are 59 for 1 off 11. Essex playing Glamorgan at Chelmsford, won the toss and chose to bat. They're 81 for 1 off 11, so Essex off to a bit of a flyer there at Chelmsford. That's what's happening elsewhere. Here at Worcester, you're not missing any cricket because it's a drinks break. 50 for 1 Derbyshire, having won the toss and being put into bat, and the one man out is Harry Kane, who probably dominated, it's fair to say, the opening partnership. Such as it was when he was out in the 8th over. He made 18 of the 24 runs on the board at that point, but he chased a wideish delivery from Ben Gibbon and nicked it through to Ben Cox. Gibbon is continuing from the new road end, so my prediction that Finch was doing those exercises because he was about to bowl was perhaps a little bit premature. I think we will see him fairly shortly. Barnard is injured and can't bowl. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't.
Has a finger injury and won't bowl, so we've got to find 10 overs from a mixture of Cornell, Libby and possibly Azhar Ali. Gibbon in, bowls to Masood, who's on his toes and has all the time in the world to play it down. Rees, I beg your pardon, not Masood, has all the time in the world to play it down on the offside. Lewis Rees, 21 off 30 balls for the left-hander, and that includes a ramp for 6 off Ben Gibbon in Gibbon's previous over. Sort of shot that we used to find startling has become almost commonplace in white ball cricket these days, even in the longer form. Gibbon again is in and bowls, and Rees steers this one behind square on the offside. Barnard very quick across to his right to do the fielding at backward point, and again there is no run.
That's for Derbyshire supporters. Mark what is playing for Scotland against the United Emirates up at Aberdeen. Scotland are batting, so Watty not in action just yet. I assume he's wearing 51 for Scotland as opposed to the 50, this shirt that he was given for this competition by Derbyshire.
Gibbon in bowls, and this one is turned on the leg side by Lewis Rees for a single. Just behind square, Azhar Ali comes in to do the fielding, returns to Ben Cox, and Rees goes to 21. We were singing Shan Masood's praises a few minutes ago with the fluency of his start, and he's just lost the strike, hasn't he? Considerably, really. We're talking about how fluent he looked in his first 5 balls. He's only faced 8 balls now.
He won't mind.
Yeah,
he'll be fine with that.
Settle down.
He'll get his chance.
And he waits now as Gibbon is into him and bowls, and he drives up to mid-on where Finch fields, and there is no addition. 51 for 1 it remains. Lovely day, few wispy sort of vapour trails in the sky, just a sense, I think, watching weather forecasts, that things are about to change in this part of the world. Maybe tomorrow, towards the end of tomorrow into Tuesday, we might see cloud banking up and the first rain of any significance for quite some time, as Gibbon bowls and Masood just whips this down to fine leg for a single. Pennington the fielder down there, 52 for 1. Notice the barometer at home just beginning to tilt towards change this morning.
Yeah.
First time it
must be the only barometer left in the country, frankly.
Oh no, I do. It's remarkably accurate, actually. I do like having a barometer, just sitting in the hall, just having a look at it.
One in the house as a kid.
It's only a small one. Here's Gibbon again. Bowls, and that's whipped away beautifully on the leg side by Lewis Rees. Timed it superbly, and it fizzed along the ground out to Azhar Ali at backward square leg, and they pick up another single. End of the over from Gibbon. 12 overs gone, 53 for 1. Yeah, just a little one. It's not one of those, sort of one with lots of dials. But I do find that when it starts to move towards change or dry or whatever, that it kind of preempts the forecast that you see on TV.
You've got a smartphone at all now?
Yeah, but I quite like tradition as well,
I don't mind tradition. It's like witchcraft.
I do have a smartphone, but
I'm sure you do.
I quite like to see the needle move towards change.
It's Pennington getting a new album. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Rees.
Anyway, I just noticed it was tilting towards change from. It went from dry to fair, and it was going towards change this morning.
Well, I have heard that the thunderstorms are bubbling up in North Wales already.
Really?
Yeah, that was on at 11:30 when I was about to do my update. So they're on the way. I did suggest if it rains.
Blessed relief it will be.
Rains here, I should be topless on the pitch, just trying to cool off. This next delivery from Pennington's bang on target, pushed out into the onside by Rees, no run.
Well, somebody was telling me this morning, I don't know whether I've never heard of this before, but the ground here is greenish, isn't it?
It's nice, it looks very pleasant.
It doesn't look too bad. I mean, my lawn is completely brown at home. But apparently they spray this now with some sort of water retention spray, which means that all water that is in there is actually held in the ground a little bit. Never heard of that before.
Well, it's defended by Lewis, back to Pennington. No, I've not heard of that. You hear about these sprays they put on outfields in the subcontinent to try to stop the dew from settling.
Yeah, this is, well, I think this is
similar.
I think it.
Or is it the opposite?
It's the opposite, I think. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, I don't know.
Yeah.
I have heard that they've used it, but it's certainly greener than I expected when I got here this morning.
No, it is. It's a lot greener than some of the outfields we've seen around the country.
I saw pictures from Grantham yesterday where it was completely brown, but that being a club ground, you'd expect that.
Pennington balls to Rees, who defends it again into the onside. There's no run. Chelmsford is an absolute mess.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of that as well.
They haven't had any rain in Essex since 1932. So the grounds from was saying, no, not quite that long, but it's been a while.
1932, 7:32 in the evening on the 24th of April.
They have a large water pipe that goes down from Lincolnshire to Essex that provides the water down there, so they were fairly confident they wouldn't have a hose pipe ban. Built in the 1970s, I was told. Rees waits and Pennington bowls to him, and he guides this to a degree, but off an edge down to third man for another single. So Rees, apart from that six, has looked he's struggled. He's struggled. He's under
sketchy, isn't he?
Yeah, very sketchy. Very sketchy.
But the best way to get through that is to stick at it, and he's doing that. Yeah. 24 off 39. Suddenly change if he gets a couple of half volleys or a couple of looseners when there's a bowling change.
Yes, you just hope he's in sufficient form to take advantage. Masood back on strike now as Pennington is in and bowls to him, and he drives it into the ground and up towards Leach at mid-on. Because he was so desperate to get through for the single, there was no chance of coming back for a second, despite the fact that Leach didn't take it cleanly. And Masood pinches the strike this time. He's on 11, and Derbyshire at the end of 13 overs, 56 for 1.
And we are going to see Adam Finch coming into the attack, as I suggested we might.
Well, I'm glad we are, because I was starting to feel for him doing all those exercises down in front of me for no apparent reason.
So Ben Gibbon comes out of the attack, figures of 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. His figures. Leach bowled 5 overs tidily for 14 at the beginning from the Diglis end, and Dylan Pennington has bowled 2 overs, and they've cost 9 runs so far. So it's Adam Finch, who's promised on occasions this season, perhaps yet to deliver a highly significant spell, but a lot of potential there. Tallish, got a bit of pace, comes in now and bowls his first ball to Masood, who drives it back to him. Can always tell, I feel, and could be wrong here, but I've had a few chats with people about this, always tell when Finch is feeling confident, because he accelerates to the crease, he hits the crease, and then when he's not, he kind of slows down. He gets to top pace in the middle of his run up. So in he comes now, he bowls, and Masood turns this one on the leg side for a single. I'd say that was just about in the middle.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
I was looking for some acceleration, but couldn't see it. But he didn't slow down. He didn't slow down. He just stayed at the same pace, didn't he? No, that's right.
He's not hitting the crease. I think when he bowls well, he's hitting the crease, and you know, just as he builds his rhythm, it might happen. But it's just my observation. Certainly towards the end of last year, there was a period where he was just genuinely slowing down. I think was just wasn't feeling confident about what he was going to do when he got there. And he comes again now, and he bowls. That's quite nice rhythm, and he's turned on the leg side by Rees. Decent start from Finch then, 3 straight ones, 56 for 1. Fletcher's gone off to do his next update for the listeners to BBC Radio Derby. I'll be shortly updating FM listeners on Hereford and Worcester with news of the first hour's action here, which has been steady. Finch once more in bowls, and this one is pushed back to him by Lewis Rees, and he does his own bowling. Fairly conventional field for Finch, just one slip, and then we've got 3 serving on either side, and then a long leg, a deep square, and a wide third man on the boundary. Finch again is in and bowls, and this one is turned nicely by Rees in front of square on the leg side, and they come back for 2. Azhar Ali having quite a long way to come in off the boundary, and then sending a fairly wayward throw in wide of wicketkeeper Ben Cox, backed up by Ed Pollock to save any overthrows. 2 runs taken. Rees moves on to 26, 58 for 1. Last ball of the 14th over. Adam Finch over the wicket to the left-handed Rees, and he drives on the onside. It's a diving half stop at short mid-wicket by Taylor Cornell. Consequently, no addition to the score. End of pretty tidy first over from Adam Finch. 3 runs came from it, and Derbyshire, who were put into bat today, are 58 for 1 at the end of 14. I think the decision to bowl first probably made by Worcestershire on the basis that this hybrid pitch might offer any assistance it would be in the first hour or so. Hasn't been a great deal going on, to be fair. Pennington from the Diglis end bowls to Masood, who clips this all the time in the world as he plays it away off his hip on the leg side for a single. Henry Cullen coming in off the boundary to do the fielding. Here's that update. Pretty solid progress being made by Derbyshire since they were put into bat by Worcestershire. They have lost 1 wicket. That was in the 8th over when Harry Kane was caught behind by Ben Cox off the bowling of Ben Gibbon for 18. But since then, Lewis Rees and Shan Masood have made fairly relaxed progress against the Worcestershire seam attack. All 4 bowlers use seamers so far: Leach, Gibbon, Pennington and Finch, but not much happening out in the middle from a bowling point of view. The bat hasn't been beaten many times, and Derbyshire laying the foundations for what could be a big score. Masood on 13, Rees 26, 15th over in progress. They're 59 for 1. And Pennington turns again at the Diglis end and bowls to the left-handed Rees, who takes a hand off the bat as he attempts to flay this one away on the offside. Doesn't really get anything on it, just drops down in the crease, and there's no run. So a lack of encouragement, I would suggest, for the bowlers out there. Doesn't appear to be a great deal of lateral movement either in the air or off the pitch, and bowlers just trying to keep it in the right place as much as they can. Pennington does here, and this one is turned away on the onside by Lewis Rees, and there's no addition. It's just a case of hitting the right areas for the bowlers here with very little encouragement, I would suggest, in terms of seam movement or swing. These white balls don't tend to do great. There's a ball at each end, to be fair, so each one is only 7 or 8 overs old at the moment, but they don't tend to do a great deal after the first 10 overs or so. It's Pennington in, bowls, and this one is driven by Rees. Again, not timed, and fielded by Libby at mid-off, and there's no run. So I would suggest that, sticking my neck out a bit, that the Worcestershire bowlers so far have been fairly tidy. Gibbon went for 5.5 and over, all the others less than 4, fewer than 4. Leach only 2.8. I think given the lack of assistance out there, they're probably fairly happy that they've bowled it reasonably straight and in the right areas for most of the time as Pennington comes in, and this one's driven by Rees, and a really good diving stop at mid-on by Joe Leach. He's a big man and hits the ground quite hard when he dives like that, but that was a fine stop, and although they got a single, he certainly saved his side 3 runs. So the end of the over, Masood has 13, Rees has 27, 15 overs have gone, Derbyshire are 60 for 1.
It's about 4 over that.
Do you agree though, seriously, lack of not a lot in it for the bowlers, they've been fairly tidy, haven't they? Fairly tidy, and yet a solid base being laid.
Yeah.
It's a bit worrying really.
So Finch to bowl his second over from the new road end. Ball is driven up towards a wide mid-off to Jake Libby by Lewis Rees, who picks up another single, moves on to 28. Missed it, Frank.
I know.
See ya. I'll get it. No more.
We're after a fly in the commentary box.
He's not doing anybody any harm, is he? He's not doing anybody any harm. I think we should just leave him be. Or leave him fly. Finch again just conceded the 4 runs off the 7 deliveries that he's bowled so far, and doesn't concede one off this one either, as Masood drives it into the ground and he sticks out a right hand and guides it towards the stumps. It misses the stumps, but it was towards the stumps. There's no run. Masood 13 off 15 deliveries now, so he's slowing down. Lewis Rees 28 from 49. Both have hit 1-4. Lewis Rees has the only 6 so far as Finch bowls. That one is driven. That'll be 4. Beautiful shot by Sham Masood into the gap between that extra cover and mid-off and all the way to the boundary, and Jake Libby just trots to the boundary's edge to retrieve the ball. That was a beautiful shot.
It's another one of those that, like the first one he received, where you could bowl him that 100 times and he'd do that 99 times, wouldn't he? There's no thought about it, just a stimulus reaction. It's just a half volley that goes for 4.
The very strange thing about him is that when he tries to hit the ball too hard, he doesn't look good. But when he does that, it looks beautiful.
Absolutely.
Strikes thuds into his pad as he tries to turn it into the...
But he's done it a million times. I mean, it's a throwdown, isn't it, that one?
Yes.
It's a wide half volley and it's just a throwdown. It's just an ease through, hands through it.
Imagining where that net is.
Yeah.
Just that he can crash it.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Into the net. I've had a tweet from David Hughes who says he's one of 3 Derbyshire supporters that he knows from Cornwall.
Wow.
I bet it's warm down there. He watches the online feeds as often as he can and usually enjoys what he sees and hears. Thanks very much. I've been damned with faint praise. This next one is driven.
He didn't say usually enjoys what he hears, he said usually enjoys what he sees.
No, see and hear.
I beg your pardon. Okay, sorry.
I'm assuming that he means what's being described.
The opposition.
Well, I'll take it as that.
Yeah.
I'll take it as that. He says he agrees with me about the 100 and also worries that it may eventually become the future for cricket. Yeah,
I agree.
Absolutely, 100% agree. David, good to have you on board. I mean, you've been on board for a while, but it's the first time I've known you've been on board, so that's excellent. The more the merrier. Finch into Rees, and that one is driven into the ground and out into the offside, where Henry Cullen, who's clearly not a superstitious man, does the fielding. He wears number 13 on his back, which is always very brave. I did notice the last time we were here was for the 4-day game, so I'm on the ground floor of the hotel, on the side that looks out over the ground into the over, incidentally 66 for 1. And I'm walking down to the room, I can't remember now, but say it was 22, something like that. And I'm going down and it goes, on my right, walking down, 1, 3, 5. So I think, all right, well, I'm looking in the car park. Then it suddenly changes to even numbers, and I think, what's going off here? No room 13. No rooms. It is madness.
It is, isn't it?
Who on earth would be worried about being in room 13?
Oh, no, it's nonsense, isn't it? It's Pennington from the Diglis end bowls to Masood. He pushes up to mid-off and there's no run.
You're more worried about being in room 101, I think.
I've often talked to cricketers about superstitions and you know, there are all sorts, aren't there? Put your left pad on first and come out of the changing room last and everything else, and then there are 1 or 2 around. Tim Curtis is one that played here obviously for a long time, who's view on superstitions was always, if somebody told me about one, I always did exactly the opposite, just to prove that it was nonsense.
That's good.
And I approve of that. There's Pennington in and bowls, and this one is beautifully played by Masood off the back foot behind square on the offside, and he picks up 2 runs. So it's so much time to play. It was quite a quick delivery from Pennington. He just eased it away with all the time in the world, and he goes on to 20, off 20, and it's 68 for 1. Some of the superstitions that I've come across over the years and I've heard about from other players and so on, even about players here at New Road, have been quite remarkable. Ron Headley, who I played with in league cricket and played here for many years with great distinction, and his son played here as well and then went on to play for Middlesex and Kent. I'll just break off as Pennington bowls this one to Masood, well, that's a full shot. He's looking to turn it on the leg side, and he gets an outside edge, and it goes away behind square on the offside, and he picks up 2 good running. But first mistake he's made, really. He goes to 22, 70 for 1. But Ron Headley, at one stage in his career, I'm told, was just treated his bats as though they were human beings. You know, they had to be carried in certain ways and couldn't be stuffed into a bag, and had to be laid on the seat in a car, whatever it might be. I can't remember the exact details, but just remarkable. As Pennington bowls again, and again Masood is slightly done by a bit of movement here. I think he was looking to play that straightish, maybe even on the onside, and it just squirts off an outside edge to third man for a single. 71 for 1. And yeah, none of it, I'm not being disrespectful, I just think players get, they get ideas in the head, don't they? If I have a pink grip, I always play well, or if I have 3 grips, I play better, or whatever it might be. And it's all nonsense, as we all know, I suppose, but that's how it works in sport. Pennington to the left-handed Rees, and he plays defensively out on the onside. Bowler does his own fielding, no run. I suppose the best way to deal with it all is that old cliche, well, it's not cliche, but it's a hackneyed old story, the Gary Player one, isn't it? The more I practice, the better I get. I think that's what it's all about. Substitute, the more I practice, the luckier I get. Substitute practice for luck, and you're probably not going to be far away. 71 for 1 as Pennington is in from the Digless end, and he bowls to Rees, who again less than convincing as he pushes this one out on the offside, but he gets a single and he keeps the strike. He's had a lot of the strike, Lewis Rees. He's 29 off 52 deliveries. Shan Masood, a more fluent 23 off 22, and Derbyshire at the end of 70 over 72 for 1. Well, a hazard to suggest that in that over, the 17th, bowled by Pennington, we probably saw more encouragement for the bowlers than we have in any over at all previously.
Yes, he squared Masood up twice, which is no mean feat.
There must have been a little bit of movement.
There's Finch, over number 3 for him. 9 runs conceded so far, bowling to Lewis Rees, who drives it pretty straight, just to the offside of the stumps at the non-striker's end, and they scamper through for a comfortable single. Rees moves on to 30 now. Derbyshire to 73 for 1. The championship game here was one of the ones that Shan Masood missed. He missed a couple of 3, I think, in total championship games. Hilton Cartwright played in that game as the overseas. He's now playing in another competition for some reason. He's the best in the world apparently, as Masood goes back into his stumps and comes forward and defends this up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So the Worcestershire supporters were denied the opportunity to see Shan Masood in what turned out to be Anuj Dal's match. Took a 5 scored a century and a half century. Astonishing performance from Nudge, who I shall be speaking to at the close of play for tomorrow morning's breakfast show. You'll want to listen to that as Masood waits and clips this one into the leg side. They go through for a quick single as the ball is clipped straight up to Ben Gibbon at mid-on. Masood moves to 24 and Derbyshire to 74 for 1. Spoken very openly in an interview with Nigel Gardner, who works for Reporters Network at Derby and at Chesterfield, about his struggles last season with mental health. So it'll be fascinating to speak to Nudge at the close of play. In goes Finch and bowls, and that one is played off the back foot, just pushed down to backward point by Lewis Rees, no run. Ed Barnard with the fielding.
Best kit, best one-day kit in the country, this, I reckon, Derbyshire's here. That's my considered opinion, having just had a closer look at it through the binoculars. Really smart, isn't it?
I like it. I would suggest that the advertising on the front could be a bit larger.
Yeah, really smart.
But, yeah, no, I like it. You can certainly see them out there. Lewis Rees isn't happy with somebody moving somewhere behind the bowlers. There's a lady at the far end standing up with her back to play. I'm not sure if it's her or not, but from that specific end, come on, you can be more accurate than that, Brad. For goodness sake, just say the new road end. We all know where we are.
Nobody's going to move at the other end, are they? Because they can't get across there, I don't think.
They're too hot down there, down the Diglis end to move, I would suggest. Finch, 2 balls of his over remain. He's in and bowls to Rees, who off a very thick outside edge drives the ball out into the covers where Cullen does the fielding. And they go through for another single. 75 for 1 now. Rees on to 31 from the 55 balls that he's faced, but that one again wasn't a massively convincing shot. It's a proper platform they're building here.
Yeah, it is.
They don't necessarily have any big. It may sound stupid. They're building this platform, but for who? Because they haven't really got big hitters to come in. I mean,
I know what you mean.
Guest and Darwin aren't really big hitters. Good batsmen, but not big hitters. That one is guided out into the offside by Masood. The scamper through for a quick single. Barnard has a shot at the stumps and hits them, and now he's going to be penalised, and he shouldn't be, because it's going to go all the way to the boundary for another 4 additional runs. And I will repeat what I said on Friday: it should be dead ball. Immediately the stumps are broken like that with a shot at the stumps, because it doesn't encourage fielders to throw at the stumps. And Shan Masood benefits to the tune of 5, so moves on to 29, and Derbyshire up to 80 for 1.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nonsense, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, it's a dead ball straight away.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nonsense. It's my hobby horse is leg buys. I think leg buys should be disallowed except behind square on the leg side. The reason I'd keep them behind square on the leg side, Worcestershire listeners, please.
Bowlers could then bowl to go down the leg side.
Worcestershire listeners, forgive me for going on saying this all over again. Now, I'd allow them behind square on the leg side to stop bowlers from going round the wicket and targeting the pads.
Yeah.
But if you bowl a ball from outside the off stump and it nips back and does the batsman all ends up and then flies off down to third man, I don't see why the batting side should get 4 runs.
Okay.
Nonsense, because you've done him, haven't you?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I don't see that. But then people say, well, if you outlaw leg buys altogether, people just go round the wicket and bowl at the pads. Yeah. So I say, okay, you can keep them behind square on the leg side, but otherwise I'd get rid of them. I've never understood it.
Don't make it too complicated for the women and children, frankly.
Maybe. That's a lovely shot from Shan Masood. Half volley from Pennington. Well, maybe not quite a half volley. Maybe just on the up. Beautifully driven through extra cover. A valiant attempt by Azhar Ali, who, despite his years, raced round the boundary and slid along the dried turf and got hands on it, but couldn't stop it from trickling into the rope. Happy to see 4 for that, because it was lovely. Gorgeous cover drive from the left-hander. And he goes to 33.
He's overtaken Rees in less than half of the deliveries Rees has faced.
Absolutely. Pennington again bowls, and another run for the fluent Shan Masood. Tucks this one off his pads for a single. 34 off 27 now, 85 for 1. Yeah, and if you lose Rees, it's a bit annoying, because you're struggling for fluency and you face 55 for your 31, 6 of those off 1 shot, and your timing isn't there, and you're hoping that the spectators are watching and thinking, oh, it's quite a difficult pitch, and then Shan Masood walks in and just starts stroking it round as though it's the easiest pitch in the world. Pennington bowls, and Reese drives up to mid-on, and there's no run, and that then just emphasises that we were struggling. But twas ever the lot of the junior partner. I mean, I think many players over the years here at Worcester have felt like that to some extent when they were batting at the other end to Graham Hick.
Yeah.
And you just had to get on with it, really. And such is Lewis Reese's situation at the moment. And he waits for Pennington and drives nicely, but no, he doesn't drive well, quite nicely, but straight to the bowler, who kind of does his own fielding and parries the ball away on the offside. So another reasonably timed shot from Reese, but he doesn't get any reward for it. One man out so far today, Harry Kane, who started quite nicely and had reached 18 in the 8th over when he went for a drive at a foolish delivery from Ben Gibbon outside the off stump and nicked the ball through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. 24 for 1 at that point, but good partnership since then. 61 added so far by these two, with few alarms as Pennington bowls, and Reese plays the best shot that he's played all day, actually, to be fair. Beautiful straight drive for 4, not a great deal of foot movement, but kept his shape, kept his head still, and punched it on the up, straight back past the bowler and straight down to the fence at the Diglis end of the ground. Lovely shot from Lewis Reese, who said he struggled. Nothing wrong with that one. And he moves on to 35, and the total to 89 for 1, with 1 ball left in the 19th over. And I'd suggest it's going to be quite a long, hot day for Worcestershire out there today. Not a lot of encouragement early on, although this one is sliced a bit by Reese and lands just short of Barnard at backward point. End of the over, 89 for 1. Masood 34, Reese 35. 19 overs gone.
Yeah, every time we've said how difficult it's going to be, and both you and I, the next ball has produced a false shot, so I'll bear that in mind for later on in the second innings. There were a number of topless men in front of the hotel. One has just towelled himself down. They've got to be very, very careful there. If you are listening inside the ground, and I know people do, and I know there's a delay and all the rest of it, but for goodness sake, make sure you're covered up.
I'm glad we're quite a long way away from them, actually.
So Adam Finch is in and bowls to Shambasu, who pulls this one around the corner down to fine leg, long leg, call it what you will. Moves on to 35 from 28, 90 for 1 now, Derbyshire. Yeah, if you can find shade, find it. There are a good number sheltering under the horse chestnut tree, but don't forget, even if you're in the shade, it can still get you. I don't think it can get you behind glass, but I'm not entirely sure. As Finch bowls to Reese, goes back and pushes this one out into the offside.
Can get you in water though, can't it?
Yes, it can.
I've experienced that quite severely once.
If you sort of stand in a swimming pool or stand in the sea when you've walked out of it sort of waist deep, the reflection of the water can get you as well, so it's like a double whammy.
Best just stay out of it.
Stay indoors.
I think we're learning, aren't we, slowly?
I think we're going to have to.
Yeah.
That was fielded by Taylor Cornell. I haven't mentioned his name yet. I saw him play in that 4-day game. I thought he was good. I thought he was good. That was the first time I'd seen him. Fairly short. As Finch is in again. Oh, that's a top edge. That's flying away for 6, potentially 4. So it's
6.
Oh, it has gone for 6.
A long way in, I think.
Yeah. No, in fact, the crowd at the far end is suggesting that it's 4. He's changed his mind. I thought it was only 4. I thought I'd seen Leach signal that it hadn't gone over the rope. And
Nick Cook signalled 6 from square leg to Jack Chantry. He signalled 6, and now he's changed it.
He's absolutely.
I didn't think
he's absolutely done him there, isn't it, Cook?
Yes.
You signal 6 and see what the crowd do. Well, they weren't very happy, so Jack changed his mind, and quite correct. It was a horrible looking shot. So it didn't deserve 6, it barely deserved 4. Reese moves to 39, 94 for 1. Top edge pulled down right over the keeper's head. This next one is driven out into the offside. That's better, but it only brings in 1 run. So what would you rather do? Top edge down to the boundary, or drive nicely for a single? I think I'd probably go with the top edge. 95 for 1. Reese moves on to 40.
Interesting what you say about Taylor Cornell, because he's shown a resilience and a stubbornness in red ball cricket that's been really, really vital on 2 or 3 occasions.
Yeah, no, I like the look of him.
Just talk a little bit about his white ball game after this ball.
From Finch, and it's driven up towards mid-off. That's a nice stop by Jake Libby. Doesn't throw the ball. There's plenty of people backing up, but he decides to hold on to it as they settle for a single. Masood moves to 36, 97 for 1.
But in the white ball game, he's played some significant innings, but just needs to show that he can change through the gears a little bit, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
find the boundary a little bit more frequently, because he's been solid, but at times when the acceleration's necessarily been required, it hasn't always been within his compass, really.
Finch to complete his 4th over in bowls, and Rees cuts that away. That's an absolutely magnificent stop by Ed Barnard, moving to his left at point, clutches the ball and prevents any runs from being scored off the last ball of the over. 20 gone. Derbyshire 96 for 1 with Rees on 40 and Masood on 36.
Yeah, so Barnard's got a finger injury which prevents him bowling, but he's still able to field at backward point and do things like that. It was brilliant, wasn't it? A lot of talk about Barnard leaving Worcestershire, and it's obviously very sad, and he's probably been the best batsman this year in all formats, certainly in the red ball format. Hasn't perhaps bowled as well in the last year or two as he did maybe 3 years ago, but we all know it's going to be a great loss. But it's in the field as well that we're going to miss him so much. With Ross Whiteley having gone as well, just so good in the field.
Genuine all-rounder, wasn't it?
Fletch off to do his update for BBC Radio Derby. I'll be doing the same shortly for Hereford and Worcester. Change in the bowling here. We're going to see the first spin of the day. Jake Libby with his occasional off-spin coming into the attack at the Diglis end. He's bowled quite tidily, to be fair, in this competition so far, but clearly not a frontline spinner. And he's going round the wicket to the left-handers, and his first delivery will be to Sean Masood. Thank you. Glass of water's been brought to me, very kind. And here is Libby round the wicket to Masood, who's forward, pushes that up to mid-on, very nicely landed on the spot. Libby's first ball, 96 for 1 the score remains. No slip, field fairly well spread, 4 saving 1 on the offside, just 1 saving 1 on the onside, and 3 men out on the leg side boundary as Masood pushes this next ball back to the bowler. Goes to do a little bit of gardening, Masood, scraping 1 or 2 loose pieces of debris off the pitch before waiting again now as Libby comes in round the wicket and bowls to him, and again he's right on the mark, and Masood drives straight down the ground for a single up to long on. Joe Leach, the fielder, gathers the ball at the 3rd attempt, but they only get 1. 97 for 1. Masood goes to 37, and Lewis Rees faces Libby for the first time, and Libby bowls a little bit slower, a little bit shorter this one, and just tucked away on the onside by Rees for a single. 98 for 1 on a sunny hot day here at New Road. Sunny hot day goes without saying, it's probably like that wherever you are. Libby again pushes this one through and punched up to mid-off by Masood. Single taken. Pennington shies at the stumps at the non-strikers end. Masood would have been in anyway, and no panic because it didn't hit the stumps. 99 for 1. 1 ball left in the 21st over. Libby around the wicket, bowls to Rees, and Rees is forward defensively pushing back up the pitch. A tidy first over from the Worcestershire captain. 3 runs coming from it, and it's 99 for 1 off 21 as the players are about to have a drinks break. then come the substitutes, 12th men, drinks for the batsmen and the fielders. Not for the umpires, I notice. Wonder whether they have drinks, the umpires, at various points, but it makes absolute sense to allow the fielders a little bit of extra time to take fluids on board on a day like today. 99 for 1 off 21 overs. Derbyshire, who were put into bat when Jake Libby won the toss this morning, but little sign of assistance for the bowlers, to be fair, and the umpires are getting a drink, I'm pleased to say, from one of the Worcestershire substitutes. 12th men, 13th men, call them what you like. Yeah, little sign of any encouragement for the bowlers in the first hour and a half of play here. Little lateral movement on show, I would suggest. A couple of times Dylan Pennington has managed to square up Sean Masood, but other than that, the ball hasn't passed the bat very frequently. Couple this morning where we saw the batsmen play and miss, but generally speaking it's been fairly solid progress for the Derbyshire batsmen against an attack that has been mainly based on seam. We've had just that 1 over of spin. I'll give you the bowling figures. Joe Leach so far 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 14. Ben Gibbons 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. Just break off for that update. Very solid progress for Derbyshire since they were put into bat. Lost 1 wicket. Harry Kane caught by Ben Cox off Ben Gibbon for 18. That was 24 for 1 in the 8th over. But since then, fairly untroubled progress by, in particular, Sean Masood, who's been very, very fluent. He's made 38 off 33 deliveries, alongside Lewis Rees, less fluent, but occasionally breaking out into some form of attack, including a ramp for 6. At one stage off Ben Gibbon. Rees is 41 not out off 65, and at the start of the 22nd over, Derbyshire on 99 for 1. And Fletcher's back.
The first ball of that new over from Adam Finch was guided down to third man for a couple of runs by Lewis Rees, and the 100 is up. It was Masood, I beg your pardon. The 100 is up for Derbyshire. 100 for 1. In the 22nd over. We just had our 17th drinks break there. We seem to have had a lot of drinks break to say we're only in over 22. It's understandable, of course. There's a spectre over my shoulder in the commentary box. As Finch bowls, I use the word spectre advisedly, pushed down to the offside by Lewis Rees. And they go through for another single. 101 for 1. Rees moves on to 42. Masood has 39 from 34 balls, 3 fours. Unlikely, I would say, to hit a 6. I'm sure he has hit 6s in the T20 this season. I don't remember any, of course. The 6s in this competition. Well, Sean Masood conspicuous on that list, along with Anuj Dal, as to not having hit a 6 as Finch. He's in again, and he just guides this up to Jake Libby at mid-off. And there's a bit of a breeze out there because the tarpaulin, it's not a tarpaulin, but you know what I mean. Away to our left is billowing away. It's acting as a sight screen at the new road end. Disappointed to report that the potty plotters haven't taken their t-shirts off, as I suggested I would if there was a thunderstorm here at any point. As Masood waits, Finch bowls, somebody turns it down to fine leg for a very comfortable single, moves on to 40, 102 for 1. I offered to take my shirt off and dance on the pitch if there was a thunderstorm to the presenter back at Derby, and when I went back on just then, the potty plotters, two ladies of probably a similar age to me, have offered to do the same if I do it, so I told them I'd already taken my shirt off, so it was over to them really. But, so it's warm in Derby too. They're on their allotment as Finch is in and bowls. That was defended by Rees out into the offside. And there's no run. 102 for 1. We're in the 22nd over. I was just talking about sixes and the fact that Shan Masood hasn't hit one. You go down the list of players who hit sixes for Derbyshire, and everybody in the top 11 of the averages has hit a six, remarkably, including Mark Watt. The two who haven't are Anuj Dal and Shan Masood.
Yeah, best players.
Yeah, they haven't hit a six in this competition yet. That one is pushed into the offside by Lewis Rees for another single. He was on a 43, 103 for 1. And it's the end of the over as well. Pinches the strike. Masood on 40.
It reminds me of, I remember a few years ago when the club that I was coaching in league cricket were searching for an overseas player, and we kept getting these recommendations and details from agents and stats and videos and all these things to watch, and we eventually, this is at Ombersley in the Birmingham League, we eventually settled on an Indian left-handed batsman called Uday Kaul, whose brother Siddharth plays for India in one-day cricket and in the IPL. Uday played for Punjab at the time. I think he's moved on since then. As Jake Libby comes in round the wicket and bowls to Rees, who tucks this one round the onside, no run. And when his stats came through, I read through them, and it said that in his first-class career, I can't remember the exact numbers, but in his first-class career to date, this was about 7 or 8 years ago, Libby bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside, again no run. He'd hit, 597 fours and 2 sixes. And I said, this is the guy we want. And we did get him, and he was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He might even be listening. Round the wicket, Libby bowls, and Rees deceived a bit in the air as he comes down the pitch, taking on the pad.
He's got a lot of time on his hands.
And I said that. I said he just that's just the sort of player you need to build things around. Didn't hit the ball in the air. It's vulgar, isn't it, really? That's why I'm against all this vamping and all that nonsense. I'm not really.
You're old curmudgeon.
Libby bowls round the wicket, pushes this one through. Nicely bowled actually from Jake Libby. For an occasional off spinner, he's shown good control so far. Probably bowl a full toss now. And taken on the pad by that one, Rees. 103 for 1. 2 balls left in the 23rd over. Libby bowls, and this one is steered out off the back foot by Rees. Libby's in danger of bowling amazingly, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Which, unheard of for Worcestershire in white ball cricket this year. Come on, Jake! He comes in, he bowls, and he doesn't manage a maiden because Rees drives this up to long on for a single. But a very tidy over from Jake Libby. His second, he's gone for just 4 runs so far. And I didn't finish those other bowling figures I was going to. Pennington 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 26, and Finch 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28. 104 for 1. We've been joined in the commentary box by a guest, David Townsend, whose voice is usually to be heard these days describing events in a Yorkshire match, but he's
already where basically they'll pay him to use his voice.
Staying in the Cotswolds with his sister at the moment. Occasional visitor to New Road when he does that, and he's joined us, so you might be hearing his dulcet tones at some point when Dave and I need a break. 104 for 1. And in fact, I'm in need of a little break now, so I'll bring David on for a minute.
The charity case is here. DT's going to come on. Excellent. I last worked with him at Chesterfield, briefly. Very briefly. So Adam Finch is going to continue. It's not Adam Finch at all, it's Ben Gibbon. Ben Gibbon in and bowls. That was pushed out into the offside by Lewis Rees. Another single is taken. Cullen does the fielding. Derbyshire moves to 105 for 1. DT, how are you?
I'm very well, Fletch. And you're talking about a charity case, but this hot weather, you guys with no assistance at all, it's not as hard as it is for the players.
No,
it's not easy by any means. And
we're fortunate at
flag a little bit
because we've got the air conditioning. It was even though it was hot on Friday, we were perfectly fine. But it's rather like broadcasting from a greenhouse here at New Road. It's Gibbon bowls and Masood tries to flick this one away, manages to get it backward square on the leg side for a leg bye.
Frank's tomatoes are coming on well, aren't they?
Yes. Yes, have you seen his plums? 106 for one.
Not recently,
Absolutely.
He's a man for an allotment though, Frank.
Yes, well, I knew he had an allotment. He said it, but to the detriment of his garden by the sound of it, which is completely brown, and he needs to focus a little more on the grass. The outfield here is remarkably green. Given bowls, and he's cut away by Lewis Rees, quite hard out to Cullen on the cover boundary for another single. They're just dealing in ones at the moment. Derbyshire 107 for one. Rees moves on to 46.
Good steady start by Derbyshire here, as you say. Last time we were together was Chesterfield, wasn't it? Queen's Park. Fantastic game of cricket that against Middlesex, Derbyshire winning.
Back there next Sunday. As this next delivery from Gibbon is just dabbed backward a square on the offside by Sham Massoud, but again he's only going to get a single as Ed Barnard does the fielding. 41 to Massoud, 108 for one.
I was just thinking of it was Sham Massoud who basically won that game for Derbyshire, didn't he? He was in cracking form. Relatively low scoring match. I saw you back there next Sunday. I was having a look at the mileage, and it's about 100 miles. And I thought, well, I wouldn't mind that. Derbyshire against Yorkshire.
Yes, indeed.
But it's tempting, but I'll probably be down in London next week.
You're more than welcome. You know that. And comes Gibbon again and bowls, and it's defended by Rees. Back to the bowler. So one ball of the 24th over to go.
But here it's wonderful. My sister's house in Morton Marsh, Robinstead. I've timed it precisely 3.5 minutes from the platform of Morton Marsh station walking. So direct line to Worcestershire. Only one problem with that today.
No trains. Gibbon completes his over with a ball that is just directed straight to Ed Barnard by Lewis Rees. 108 for one after 24 overs. Derbyshire with Rees on 46 and Massoud on 41. You cannot rely on those trains at the moment, DT, you know that.
Well, it's a very, very good service normally. When they don't have industrial action on, and it takes about jump on the train 40 minutes off at wherever it is, Foregate Street, and a little walk down the hill, which I've done several times this year, not always to assist Frank, but generally to cause a bit of nuisance or whatever, and watch a little bit of cricket. It's been very enjoyable. It's got to be one of the best grounds to watch cricket.
Oh, beautiful.
It's gorgeous, gorgeous new road.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll start with a new over. He'll be bowling, and he pushes that one. So he pushes that one firmly even through the offside for a single. So what happens when you don't get out? You don't have a chance to warm up or anything. You just have to go straight
you
into
weren't doing your vocal exercises before you
No.
Yeah.
Next ball. He's bowling well, Libby, isn't he? So the previous over very nearly a maiden, and that one just brings Rees forward defensively.
I'm sure they have one spinner, Matty McKinnon, with his leg spin on their side.
Another well delivered ball that's just played wide and mid-off for a single by Rees. So Derbyshire just content to be juggling along at the moment. 110 for one.
What we're doing by dragging you on air, though, is proving there is no such thing as a free lunch.
Quicker delivery, and what happened there? Fletch
almost got it under Massoud's bat.
Yes, he just came down on it at the end, didn't he? I was thinking that was past him and a stumping chance, but didn't get that far. So no run to be had there, obviously. Quicker delivery, and this one's quicker as well, and Massoud's played that firmly up to towards long on, a diving, tumbling effort of a stop at mid-wicket, and batsman just go through for the one run, brings Rees on to strike. 111 for one. Off spin around the wicket gives that one a little bit more. It's pushed to short extra cover, and that's another very fine over from Jake Libby. New Road always looks good, even in April when there's a little bit of wind flicking through the trees and it's overcoat weather watching the game. It's got a gorgeous look to it today though, with those blue skies above us.
Storms on the way though, DT. Storms on the way.
Not today, sure.
No, not today. There's some in North Wales apparently bubbling up them, I'm being told, but not around here.
There's a few storms this week apparently. Oh dear.
I don't know who's coming up from Radio Kent on Wednesday, but I wish them the very best to British. It's Gibbon beginning a new over. First delivery is guided backward a square on the offside. That's not quite going to go. It has gone for 4. It shouldn't have gone for 4. Henry Cullen got around, put the slide in, but I think when he stood up, his feet were on the boundary rope. And 4 is signal. That's a little bit unfortunate. Just a little bit unfortunate.
Very hard strike. They're not short boundaries.
No, they're not.
Probably shorter to the hotel side, to the city side, than it is to the ladies' pavilion side of the ground.
Well, he'd all but stopped it, hadn't he, really? He'll be disappointed in himself. Let himself down. Gibbon bowls again, and Masood just pushes this up towards mid-off this time. It's a feeling that would have had my hamstring pinging by Taylor Cornell. He does one of those comedy limps. I'm not surprised. He'll be warmed up right.
I know you'll find this hard to believe, but I was actually listening to you and Frank before I left the house this morning.
Really? No.
I heard that Worcestershire should actually put Derbyshire into bat.
Yes. Yes. They may regret that. They may regret that. Masood, who's been in pretty good nick on 47, just guides that out into the leg side. They're going to go through for a quick single. Lead shies at the stumps but misses. And Derbyshire moved to 116 for one. He's already benefited from a 5. Shan Masood today. It was good. But it's good to see a 5, but at the same time, I don't think they should be 5s anymore. Once the stumps have been broken, that should be it.
Well, yeah, overthrows, but maybe not off the stumps.
If it misses the stumps, then
yeah,
it's game on. But once the stumps have been hit, Gibbon bowls to Rees, who smashes this out towards mid-wicket, 1 bounce 4 towards the hotel. A very rare show of aggression, really, from these two Derbyshire batsmen, and Rees gets his half century, 82 deliveries, and that was his 4th 4. And he's hit a 6 as well. Thank you very much, brothers. 120 for 1. It's his 2nd successive half century, having got one on Friday against Hampshire, a game that Derbyshire should have won but didn't. How many of those have I seen over the years? Well, not many actually. This next one is guided to a backward point when it's fielded by Barnard. But they should have won it.
Oh, what I saw on Friday, I had a little drive up to Grantham to watch
yes.
Nottinghamshire and Middlesex. Stevie Eskenazi, 3rd consecutive century, and no player in the history of List A cricket has scored more runs in 3 consecutive innings.
Really?
Yeah, anywhere around the world.
Imagine that 3 successive centuries is pretty rare.
The statisticians were...
Yes, I could imagine they were getting very excited. In as much as they get excited as this next one. It's difficult to tell, isn't it, really? That one's defended by Lewis Rees. Back to Gibbon. It's the end of the over. 26 gone now in Derbyshire, 120 for 1. If they don't get 300 from here, they will have. They'll have to bat quite poorly not to get to 300 from here. But they really ought to. They really ought to.
There was all sorts of excitement in it amongst the statisticians and pencil sucking and all sorts of things going on. We had the other one was that previously by scoring 2 fairly big centuries, he'd moved into the top 10 of most runs scored in 2 consecutive innings the day before, or a couple of days before. Yeah. So that was something. But and the most by an Englishman in this country, probably anywhere. But behind David Boone, who'd scored 160 and 170 on some and they settle down, lads, and watch the cricket. yes, the lad's batting well, etc., etc. So,
You ask any of them what the result was, no idea. I'll tell you what though, that Stevie Eskenazi's broken some records. Yeah, it does get a bit like that, doesn't it?
it does.
It can.
I always say stats are for people who don't understand the game, Fletcher. So. Might be controversial, but
That's you, isn't it? It's you all over.
so you're over. Jake Libby is bowling nicely, and again, Masood can't get out of the way. He's on the back foot, trying to force it past short extra, but not a great deal of pace in this picture, I don't think, and just looking for the gaps at this stage. And this one's really tossed up, and it's played down to us. I think I would have fielded that one rather than Fletch. Slide, bit of a splits going on.
Don't like to see that.
There, and that's the half century for Masood. Let's say he's 50 coming up off 46 balls, so Worcestershire have done quite well to keep him off the strike, haven't they? That was Gibbon who did that slide and stuck his knee in the turf. And sometimes on these pitches, this pitch looks a lot better than some I've seen recently, or the outfield looks a lot better. They obviously used a little bit of water on there. Pulls this one down a bit. Libby, he's turned down to Gibbon, who's still moving a bit tenderly. Deep backward square. He sends in his left arm throw. But when the field is really dry, it's almost got a sort of ice-like effect to it. You know, the players can slide, and Libby this time, good diving stop of his own bowling as Rees comes down the wicket, tries to push that one past him. He's looking for a single up to the deepish mid-off. Bowls again, and that's is that going to be called a no ball? I think it could be. It's above waist height. It's going to be a no ball. He's fired that one in. It's been clobbered out to deep cover for a single, but that's the first ball he's really lost control of.
Is that a free hit?
And it is a free hit.
I'm never sure what's a free hit and what isn't a free hit anymore. It's a good job Bradders is here, otherwise we'd never have known.
I think the ones that you don't get a free hit for, are they the ones that are above head height or something? Perhaps too high. So it's just a straightforward couple of runs.
You don't want to give Shammas. Well, I suppose Shammas is not a bad man to give a free hit to. As I say, he's not hit a 6 in this tournament yet.
Those bowls, and he's not looked to hit a 6 there. He's hit it very hard along the ground, and good tumbling stop out in the distance. Throw comes in. Tumbling stop over there underneath the tree on the far side of the ground, where the marquees are. Tents quite well populated today. A few people enjoying a bit of lunch later, perhaps, and
hopefully
some food and drink. Next delivery, which of course isn't a free hit, so he plays that very, very solidly, but straight to mid-wicket. So not such a good over. That one from Libby. The score on to 128 for 1. It's one thing to fire in a quicker ball, but when it's above waist height, that can be expensive. You probably heard Joe Leach coming.
A little comparison between these two batsmen. Shan Masood is playing in his 100th List A game. Lewis Rees in his 45th. Rees has now got to 58 times. Shan Masood has got to 42 times in 100 List A games. That's not bad strike rate, that, is it? He's got an average of 57 in List A cricket, nearly 4,700 runs in 100 games. It's truly remarkable.
Splendid effort.
Yes, I've thoroughly enjoyed watching him this summer. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment as Leach comes around the wicket to Lewis Rees from the new road end, and that's down the leg side and signalled wide. 129 for 1.
Ben Cox didn't take that cleanly, but he's standing up, and you'd think that's really not the delivery that you want first off from Leach.
It's unusual for Leach as well, isn't it? I mean, he's His first 5 overs cost him just 15 runs. He's been very economical. He's in again. And this time he's an attempt to ramp. He's gone for the leg before shout as Leach and the batsman take a single. He did try a ramp earlier off Gibbon and got 6 for it. That one not quite as was it a leg by in, wasn't it? So we didn't get any runs for that one. Came off his pad only. He stays on 52 in Derbyshire, up to 130 for 1.
Good few folk out in the sun watching this, aren't there?
Well, it looked like it was going to be a lowish crowd. I think it is still. There are fewer people in the ground than you would expect at New Road, and they turn out in their hundreds and thousands to watch Worcestershire. Why wouldn't you? As Leach around the wicket balls to Masood, who just pushes this up to mid-on, and there's no run. But the heat will have certainly prevented a few from coming, I would have thought. It is exceptionally warm.
And I would imagine the train strike as
Yes,
well, because people, very easy to get here, isn't it, from different parts. The train goes over to Malvern and Hereford, which is comfortable. It is easy, and of course comes down from Morton Marsh, Evesham, Honeybourne, where Frank hangs out, and Pershall. Very good service.
Each ball's turned into the leg side by Masood. He's running the first one very quickly. I think he might get 4 runs for this. You know he has got. No, he hasn't. There's a good tumbling stop in the far distance. I think that's Azhar Ali. He's about 250,000 miles away from me though, so it could be anybody. And now he's flexing his left knee, which isn't a good sign for Worcestershire. He's getting back to his feet and put his weight on his left leg, so he'd be alright. They picked up 2 in the end for that shot from Masood, who's moved on to 56, 130. 2 for 1. Well, Frank has some actual work that he needs to do fairly shortly.
So I'll let him back in. He's had his 15 minutes. So I don't know.
I'll have to go shortly.
Okay. Well, I'll go first. A bit of shuffling around.
Okay. Leach is in, and that one is turned into the leg side again by Shan Masood. They come back for a second, and they get back for the second comfortably. There might even have been a third there, but Masood was so intent on getting back for the second that the third was never on. Masood moves on to 57 in Derbyshire 2. 134 for 1. This is after Derbyshire were put into bat, of course. You double it at, 30 overs? If they don't get 300, I'll be disappointed. With so many wickets in hand, you'd think that 300 was on the cards, wouldn't you? Yeah. And it's not a number that Derbyshire get to on a regular basis in List A cricket.
No, I would agree with that. I think we talked about foundations in that first hour, didn't we? And they are ever more solid.
Leach in again, and Masood swings at a ball on leg stump down towards fine leg for a single. I think if he'd have left that, he'd have got a wide. But he got some bat on it and turned it away. He moves on to 58. Derbyshire to 135 for 1.
They haven't bowled badly, have they? It's not as if anybody's bowled really badly. It's just been it's been a bit messy in the field at times, but just a solidity and a calmness about this pair in the last hour, certainly.
He swades and cuts this away. Well, he cuts it in front of the square, but picks up a single out towards Cullen, and that's the end of the 28th over. Derbyshire with that single for Lewis Rees, who moves on to 53 at 136 for 1 now, and going on very nicely indeed with Shan Masood on 58.
Yeah, I think if you win the toss and field on a day like this, and you don't pick up 3 wickets in the first hour and a half, say, you're probably thinking we've got this wrong, because you've got 3.5 hours out in the sun. So it's a tough one now for Worcestershire. They need to just dig in out there in the heat. Jake Libby continuing round the wicket from the Diglis end, bowls to Rees, who drives him straight down the ground for 6. Lovely shot, just a little shimmy from the left-hander, and easy as you like, stroked straight down the ground for 6. 142 for 1. Rees moves on to 59. He and Masood have pretty much kept each other company in terms of their scoring rate. Libby again bowls, this one a little bit slower. Rees pushes out on the offside, takes one, and they come back for 2 as Cornell comes in to do the fielding. Just beginning to accelerate, the Derbyshire batsman at this point, having added 120 now for this second wicket. Laid the foundations for a really big score here. Libby again bowls and Rees drives off the back foot. A slight misfield at extra cover, but they're through for a single anyway. Rees goes to 62, 145 for 1. We'll start thinking about predictions of the score in a minute or two, David. Fletcher just saying that he'll be disappointed now if Derbyshire don't get 300. Libby bowls, Masood turns on the leg side for a single, 146 for 1. So what, 31 overs left after this. Yeah, you've got to be looking at 300, haven't you? You've got to be looking at 300, I would suggest. Libby, Tiku, not complete. 5th ball of the over comes in, bowl full toss, which is driven up to long on for a single. 147 for 1. 300, do you think?
That's the end of the...
No, 1 ball left, I think.
Of the 29th.
So, just do this update. Derbyshire laying the foundations for potentially a very big score here. Second wicket pair still together and making untroubled progress. Came together at 24 for 1 when Kane was out for 18. Since then, Shan Masood 59 not out and Lewis Rees 63 not out have made untroubled progress. 29 overs gone and the visitors put into bat are 147 for 1. Yeah, so what have we got? 21 left, David.
Yes.
300.
300? I mean, they're going to make 330 for
330, right? Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Very good.
Yeah.
If you looked at 20 over, what would they be looking to get in a T20?
Yeah, but they're not filled with power hitters lower down. To be fair, Brooke Guest's in very good form. Anajdal is a very good cricketer, but not famed for hitting huge boundaries. But yeah, we'll see. I'd certainly say 300.
I think they'll be very, very disappointed if they don't make 300.
There's Joe Leach from the New Road End. Well, very disappointed to make 300. That's quite an interesting... I don't know, they don't get 300 very often.
Games moved on, Frank, games moved on.
Yeah, but as Fletcher was saying, Derbyshire haven't got 300 very often in any cricket, so in any white ball cricket, so to say they'll be very disappointed, I'd be quite surprised. I don't know. We'll see.
From this position,
we'll see.
147 for 1.
Yeah. You can take this over on if you would like to. I'm sure you would.
Joe Leach then.
Rather than just sit there and listen to my rubbish.
Round the wicket, bowls a ramp shot. And that's away down to the boundary. Got it to the boundary. There's a third round and a fine leg out. So it's not quite as automatically profitable, that shot, as it is if you get hold of it when the fielders are up inside the ring. But
they've went for 6 before.
Yeah, he's got that one away very, very straight, if you like. A long stop would have been moving in from the boundary to field. But a good little bit of improvisation there, and it brings up the 150 in the 29th over.
Interesting not from Lewis Rees, because he really struggled in the first sort of 45 minutes to time anything. He's hitting it into the ground and just could not find the middle of his bat, but he stuck at it.
Leach bowls to him, round the wicket to the left-hander. He's down the pitch and he's swung that one away down to a long leg. Fine leg, can't get around to pick it up. And pops up over the ropes, and a gentleman in a tiny little section of the stand over there. Can't be much more than 40, 50 seats in there. Order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows back, and probably 12 across, maybe 60 seats, and there'd be 20 people in there. So, but it's tiny, isn't it? Tiny little section.
It's only 4 rows, I think.
Is it?
It's got the binoculars on it,
Yeah.
I'll count the people in there.
Here's Leach again. Been hit for 2 fours. What's going to happen with this one? It's just eased it past square leg for a single as Reese. So he now sort of surges ahead a little bit. 72 to him, and you know I'm a bit of an old pedant at heart, Frank. And you saying these two have kept pace with each other run rate wise. Well, they have and they haven't.
Yeah, exactly.
Reese has faced so many more balls.
But I meant almost in the last 10 overs or so.
And they've also kept pace with each other as far as the runs that they put on the board.
Yeah.
Round the wicket this time to Masood, and that's played firmly up to mid-wicket, no run. But balls faced, for his 59, Masood's faced 56 balls. And Worcestershire have done very well, I think, to have Reese on strike for 96 deliveries for his 72. Okay, he's just eased ahead run-wise in the last few overs, but he's been going along at a much slower rate, and as a team, you look to keep those batters on strike if you can. Leach round the wicket keeper back, and that's a smashed,
beautiful shot.
Smashed back with a square, just short of a length. Thank you very much. And those are the ones that you normally help around the corner, aren't they? And he
just saw it really early, didn't he? I think that's it. That's the thing, isn't it? Your mere mortal helps it round the corner. But the batsman who sees the length that little bit earlier, gets into position that fraction early, gives it a real smack. It was just a cracking shot, wasn't it? So Joe Leach expensive in that over. 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 34, his figures now. And Adam Finch is being reintroduced to the attack. He's coming on at the Diglis end, previously bowled 5 overs from the New Road end for 28 runs. And he's replacing Jake Levy, whose 5 overs has cost 26. So it's all been, by white ball standards, tidy-ish from Worcestershire in terms of economy. As Finch bowls and Reece swivels round and pulls us to deep backward square leg for a single. But tidy-ish in terms of economy when coupled with a lack of wickets, and Worcestershire, remember, have only taken 1, means that what we have is a platform. And as David Townsend alongside me was saying, he fancies it's a platform that will yield something well in excess of 300 for the visitors. Finch in, bowls to Sean Masood, who is out. So just when that platform was laid and Derbyshire were possibly looking to really push the accelerator, Masood is caught behind off Finch and indicates by a little movement of his right hand as he walks away that one maybe just left him and bounced a little bit, took the outside edge, and a second catch for Ben Cox. A very, very important wicket for Worcestershire. Sean Masood caught behind by Cox off Finch for 63, and it's 161 for 2, and boy did they need that wicket.
They certainly did need that wicket, and it bounced on him a little bit, you would have thought, from the bowling from that Diglis end, and just looking to steer it away, wasn't he, down to third man. A little nick on it. You could see the excitement in the bowl and the keeper before the ball was in the gloves. So it was just that little sort of hot little bit of anticipation, and as soon as the ball did hit the gloves, great excitement.
Partnership of 137 for that second wicket. Masood out for 63, and the new man is Brooke Guest, who's been in absolutely brilliant form for Derbyshire in recent weeks in all forms of cricket, and a nice time to come to the wicket. 161 for 2, 20 overs left. He's got time to have a look a little bit before he starts to need to accelerate.
Yeah, there was a tweet yesterday from David Griffin, who's saying, if I remember it rightly, and I'll look for it, that he's got the 4th highest number of runs across all formats in any season for a Derbyshire wicketkeeper.
Yeah,
Don't know whether you saw that.
he's certainly enjoying the best form of his life, I would suggest. We're doing all that we can to get him a first baller here. Adam Finch picking up that wicket. Be very much encouraged. So here is Brooke Guest. So we resume a right hand left hand combination. Guest the right hander on strike. We've got a third man, cover point, that is extra cover mid off, man out on the cover boundary, two men saving, one on the leg side, two on the boundary as Finch comes in and bowls. Good Yorker to Guest, who just jams down on it, squeezes it out on the leg side. Taylor Cornell fields at short mid wicket. 161 for 2 in the 31st over. What Worcestershire need now is another wicket just to really slow things up, having waited so long for that one. Here's Finch, he's in, he bowls short and he might have got one. Guest gone for the hook and he's top edged it and he's caught down at fine leg. So 2 wickets in 3 balls for Adam Finch, and Brooke Guest, the man in form, has gone for naught, top edging a pull shot from a bouncer from Finch. It was well bowled, credit to the bowler there, and top edge down to fine leg where Ben Gibbon does the necessary, takes a comfortable catch, and suddenly it is that bang bang that they talk about. 2 wickets in 3 balls, and Derbyshire will have their progress arrested slightly, one would think. Reece still there on 73, but it's 161 for 3. Good bowling from Finch, David.
Very good bowling. He's just got a little bit of life, hasn't he, and a little bit of extra bounce, and I think that's probably what did the batsman on that occasion. And do we? I don't know whether you, Frank, on a bonus for wickets taken, but
no, I think we'd have to share it for that one if we were, because you'd actually referred to the text.
I'm still looking at this stat. I've now just found it as he's walking up the pavilion steps. But Luke Sutton has scored the most runs as a keeper, 1455. That was in 2005. Bill Storer, not many of you remember him. 1255 in the year 1900. Bernie Mayer, 1246 in 1988.
Yeah, Bernie Mayer, I remember him.
And Brooke Guest now 1232. So if he'd have scored, well, he hasn't, but if he had have scored 24 today, he'd have moved into second place on that list, and you would suggest he'll get 24 before the end of the season. Whether we'll challenge Luke Sutton, he needs another 224 to go past Luke Sutton. Well, certainly possible. Thanks for that to David Griffin on Twitter, and for any of you Derbyshire fans, or any cricket fans really, who don't follow David, he's David Griffin Photography, well worth a follow for all things Derbyshire and all things county cricket as well.
New batsman is Anuj Dal, who had a brilliant game here in the red ball game against Worcestershire recently, with both bat and ball. And he's on strike now as Finch moves in to bowl to him from the Diglish end, and he edges his first ball through where second slip would have been and down to the boundary for 4. But certainly not in control of that shot. It was a genuine edge and an impressive over from Adam Finch, having taken 2 wickets. Found the edge of Dahl's bat through about second or third slip, I suppose. They're never going to be those slips at this stage in a white ball innings, but nonetheless, good effort from the bowler.
Well, I've seen a slip stuck in there for a couple of balls for a new batsman, which
yeah, but not at third.
Not in hindsight,
no. In comes Finch again and bowls, and Dahl steers this one more confidently down on the offside. Cullen fields at backward point. End of an excellent over from Adam Finch, in which he picked up those 2 wickets. 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 33 his figures, and Derbyshire 165 for 3 with 19 overs remaining.
Yeah, so that will put a little dent in our final total. Dylan Pennington, tall, blonde, quick bowler, coming back on. Saw him in action last week, Frank, at Scarborough. With
he's made good progress in red ball cricket this season. And maybe a bit in white ball. Been a bit in and out. Had a little gig in the 100 last year as a wild card for the Birmingham Phoenix. Not picked up this year, but got a bit of pace.
He has, and he's going to be bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, Reese, who drives that one up to short extra cover, so he'll be pleased enough with that. Just get the first ball out of the way, on target. Right,
so are you revising your hasty 330 plus?
From that position, it's what they would have liked to have got, but a couple of 2 wickets in 3 balls, we'll see.
They would have liked to have got.
They would have expected.
Edging you back a bit.
To have got a decent total from there. It's driven back past the bowler, gone for a quick single, and I think Gibbon had picked that one up, and Shy will never know, but it was struck firmly to him. He got his hands to it, he was already looking at the stumps for a target, and the ball burst out of his hands, and the batsman, as a result, comfortably threw it. Wings Dahl on strike. He's got a strike rate of 200 at the moment, Frank. If he continues with that, they'll obviously get up somewhere close to that 330. Pennington bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Cap between backward point, extra cover. Batsman quickly through for a single, a much safer single than the previous delivery. His strike rate has now dropped 166, so it's possibly more like it. 4-dot single for Dahl. Reese back on strike. Looking around the field, of course, 5 inside the ring at this stage. Pennington bowls, and that's just eased off the hip. He's thinking about 2. He's going to come back for 2. He is. So Joe Leach, in fact, it's not Joe Leach. Coming off that boundary, it was Adam Finch. So we can perhaps excuse him not getting in there quick enough, given that he just bowled the previous over. Good running, just dropped behind square. 3 fielders in a race to get there first, and batsman comfortably back.
First scoring shot of the game, David, I think was just before you arrived, was a little push into the outfield.
Is Pennington bowls, and that's pushed towards mid-off.
And as we said at the very first over, you know, when later in the game when the field's spread and you push it and you think, oh, there's 2 there if we go quickly because the field is deep. You don't often see it in the first over of the game, but that's the first scoring shot of the game was like that. So they've, I think, particularly Reese has been looking for those 2s from the beginning. Good cricket.
Intent from the beginning of the innings. Pennington bowls, and that's pushed straight to short mid-wicket. He's not going to get a run there. We're thinking about it again. There's Reese left hand to push that to mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. Yes, and you know why I didn't get here on time? Well,
Trains.
Frank, I'm always on time.
Trains.
Because I judge time as to getting here before lunch is served, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
I like the great
if there's no breakfast provided,
great Chelsea goalkeeper of yore, Fatty Folks. I want to have a look at him any time. He played for England. He got all sorts of stick because he was a bit on the chubby side. And his great saying was to the fans who gave him abuse, call me what you like as long as you don't call me late for lunch. So
probably the goalkeeper on whom Melchester Rovers Tubby Morton was based, I suspect. Adam Finch to start a new over. Bowls to Dahl, who pushes out on the onside for a single. Hands on head from Finch, who fancied an LBW appeal if Dahl had missed that. He didn't. He gets a single, he goes to 6, and it's 170 for 3. So Melchester Rovers side that Roy Race starred in, their goalkeeper was Tubby Morton, wasn't he? And I remember Tommy Lawrence, the old Liverpool goalkeeper in the 60s. He carried a bit of timber.
The Flying Pig, as
that's how he was known. Yeah.
Have you seen that great Vox Pop with him?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I have.
In recent years.
Yeah,
it's
fantastic.
wonderful, isn't it?
Adam Finch into bowl to Lewis Rees, who pulls down to long leg. Good piece of fielding by Dylan Pennington, keeps him to 1. Would have been 4 if he hadn't done that sliding save. Rees goes to 77, 171 for 3. Yeah, you should expand on that, or tell listeners where to see it, because it's wonderful.
It might even have been a BBC. It was a local TV going around asking about, I think it was famous Liverpool-Everton derbies of old, and he's asked this old fellow about
in the street.
Yeah.
I think it's on YouTube. I think
It's
if you want to
definitely
search
on
for
YouTube.
it. Finch again bowls. Dahl pushes up to mid-on, no run.
He's asking him about some famous Liverpool-Everton, I think it's Liverpool-Everton, or it might even be Liverpool-Manchester United game of yore, and he said, oh yeah, I remember that, I played in that. He did? Yes. I'm Tommy Lawrence, I'm the goalkeeper.
Yeah, and that's it. He played in it. And who are you? I'm Tommy Lawrence, I was the Liverpool goalkeeper. They just stopped him in the street. It's fantastic. Search for it on YouTube. Tommy Lawrence stopped in street or something like that. You won't regret it. Here's Adam Finch from the Diglis end. He's in. Bowls, and Dahl is forward, pushing out on the offside for a single. He's a busy player, Anaj Dahl, always looking to put the fielders under pressure. Not a big hitter really, but always on the move, always looking for the opportunity. Pick up a run as he does there. He goes to 7 off 6, 172 for 3. Lewis Rees is on 77 of 103 deliveries.
You can't imagine the goalkeepers these days in sort of 50 years' time, David De Gea or somebody sort of shuffling out to the news agents with a bucket of woodbine and being interviewed, can you?
In comes Finch and bowls, and he beats Rees outside the stump. That's a good effort from the young seamer in the 33rd over to beat a guy who's on 77. To be fair, I don't think Rees has played with massive amount of fluency. It's been a funny sort of innings, a few good shots, but he's not been fluent really at any stage. Certainly the most fluent we've seen so far has been Sean Masood, whose 63 was a thing of beauty. In comes Finch over the wicket, bowls, and Rees plays back up the pitch to the bowler. Another good over from Adam Finch. This second spell has been impressive. 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 36 his figures. 172 for 3 with 17 overs remaining.
Yes. Excuse me, sir, do you remember that famous game at the start of the 2022 season when Brentford beat United 4-0? Yeah, it was me who let one in under my body.
To be fair, and I think listeners have probably had enough of football really, but to be fair, I understand that David De Gea put himself forward to do a
yesterday and
wanted to take the blame.
Pennington bowls, and that's played down back with a point, and there's no run to be had there. Yes, so where did we start on this? It was
Let's go
being overweight, was Fatty Folks, who's another character.
I don't know why you suddenly brought him into the conversation. Going back to this game, seriously. Going back to this game,
being late for lunch.
That's what it was. So we were talking about predictions, weren't we?
What's going on here now?
So 13 left. There's a break in play, so we've got time for this. 13 overs left. Bar a ball. 17 overs left, bar a ball. 16 overs and 5 balls left. 172 for 3. What do you reckon? You're saying from that position before 330, from this position there 300?
What's the delay here, do we wonder, is it?
Drinks.
Drinks are coming on.
Drinks in mid-over. I think they must have forgotten to have a drink. Or maybe, no, what it is, he's been hit on the hand, so he's going to get some physio, and the umpires have said, well, let's take a drinks break now. That's what's happened.
Drinks were due probably.
So yeah, go on. Prediction again.
They should get in excess of 300 as
still.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Scores from elsewhere.
7 wickets in opportunity. What do you reckon they'll get?
Well, I still say 300 would be a decent squad in. I don't know. I'm slightly worried by the fact that Rees has been there since the start, and he's still not really timing it. Just not absolutely certain about how easy it is to play big shots out there, but we shall see. Scores elsewhere at the Ageas Bowl, Lancashire 149 for 5, in a bit of trouble, having won the toss and chosen to bat. That's after 35.4 overs. At Hove, Sussex 214 for 2, having been put in by Surrey, so they go very well off 35.5 overs. And Cheteshwar Pujara in the runs again. He's 83 not out, and Clark also made 100, so Sussex going extremely well there. Somerset also going well, 212 for 2 against Middlesex, who chose to field first at Taunton. That's after 35.4 overs. Northants in a bit of trouble, 37 overs gone at Canterbury, 172 for 7 after they chose to bat. And Leicestershire going okay against Warwickshire, having won the toss and chosen to bat, 203 for 4 in the 35th over. And runs there for Lewis Kimber, and also Mulder's 68 not out, so Leicestershire doing okay. At Grantham, Durham 185 for 7, having chosen to bat against Notts in the 36th over. And finally at Chelmsford, Essex, going very, very well indeed. They are 248 for 3 off 37.1 overs against Glamorgan. Hundreds for Cushy, for Tom Wesley. Both of them out now, but they're in position to put the 254 for 3 off 37 could be looking at something well over 350 there, you would imagine. Essex at Chelmsford. So those are the scores from elsewhere. Here at New Road, Worcestershire chose to bowl first. Harry Kane was the first man out in the 8th over, 24 for 1 off 18 at that point, Derbyshire, but thereafter a partnership of 137 for the second wicket between Sean Masood and Lewis Rees ended when Masood was out for 63. Almost immediately Brooke Guest was out without scoring, top edging a pull. The prolific Adam Finch, down to fine leg, and that was 161 for 3. It's currently 172 for 3. We've had a drinks break. We've also got Anuj Dor receiving a bit of attention to his hand from the physio.
Interesting you mentioning the 2 centuries there for Essex, and have now got out. That's another thing, a feature I think we've seen of the Royal London this year, is because you've got sort of imbalance between the senior players, the top players, and the youngsters coming in, the second 11 players, with the other ones away up for the 100. You often get that. The 2 players will get in, score big, and then the youngsters will come along, and they'll be looking at sort of 20s and 30s and things.
It's all over.
Dillington Bannington bowls, he's down the back with a point.
Pillen Dunnington.
Saw that in both innings at Grantham on Friday, with Eskenazi and Sam Robson scoring centuries from Middlesex. In reply, the Nottinghamshire players going really well at the top of the order, but then it fell away. Hasib got his century. Slater was out for something 90, but nothing really to follow it for either side, so they couldn't kick on. Pennington bowls, and that's turned around the corner to deep square leg for a single, and Middlesex were in a similar position to Essex were, and you were thinking 400 here, and they end up with 350 something, because the batter, I'll tell you who did bat really well for Nottinghamshire, and that's a young lad called Fateh Singh. He came in and just and walloped it, scored 40 off about sort of 20 odd balls, something like that. Very, very good innings, and bowled well as well.
Where did they sign him from? Which county did they take him from?
In comes Pennington bowls, and that beats Rees outside the off stump, through to the keeper. No run.
Don't tell me it comes through their own academy.
I actually don't know. I probably should have done a bit more.
No, I shouldn't have asked you that, really. I was trying to make that point
by him. England under 19 player.
The other thing I was going to say about that is that Eskenazi got a big one, didn't he, the other day? A really big one, I think.
Here's Pennington bowling and pushed into the offside.
But in this sort of weather, you often get people get hundreds and out, I think. the concentration, it lasts for as long as it requires to get to 3 figures, but thereafter possibly the weather takes its toll and fatigue sets in and dehydration, etc. Or concentration just wavers and people are out for just over 100. It's happened quite a lot around the country in the last couple of weeks.
This sort of weather, there used to be a sleeveless sweater day in Australia. Pennington bowls, and that's clipped nicely. Sort of a tumbling stop at mid-wicket, doesn't pick it up cleanly, can't stop the single, but they were quickly through. And the score ticking over. Now we go 174 now for 3.
I think Dave Fletcher about to come back in. I've got another update to do, I think, shortly.
And that's the end of the over, so I can
the end of the over. Good timing.
And get all excited about my lunch that may or may not be coming.
Well, you've still got a bit of time to wait.
I sent you a message last week. You could have ordered my lunch on Monday.
He said I might be coming. Here comes that update. Well, Worcestershire finally broke through, took the second wicket after a partnership of 137 between Sean Masood and Lewis Rees, and it was Adam Finch who made the breakthrough. He had Masood caught behind for 63, and he followed up almost immediately with the wicket of Brooke Guest, who's probably Derbyshire's most in-form batsman in white ball cricket. Guest going second ball caught off a top-edged pull at fine leg by Ben Gibbon. So a double breakthrough by Finch in the 31st over, and it was very much needed by Worcestershire. But Derbyshire nonetheless still very nicely placed. We're in the 35th over. Lewis Rees has been there since the start. He's on 80. He's been joined by Anuj Dal, who played so brilliantly here recently in the red ball game. Dal is on 8, and Derbyshire threatening a very big total, 176 for 3. As Rees waits again for Finch, who comes in from the Diglis end and bowls, and Rees swivels round and pulls this one away to backward square leg for a single. 81 there to Rees. I'd still say that he's not absolutely on top of his game, but what he has done is he's stuck at it, and he has also responded to the situation well. So at whatever point in the innings when he's felt the need to be bold, he has done so, and he's probably holds the key to whether Derbyshire make a really big one now, Lewis Rees, whether he can go on past 3 figures, significantly past Finch in, bowls to Dahl, cut shot by Anuj Dal out to Barnard on the cover boundary, takes a single, Dahl goes to 9, and it's 178 for 3. Finch, just watching him, I mentioned to Dave Fletcher before when he was bowling from this new red end about how you can kind of read his confidence from his approach. Whether I'm reading too much into this I don't know, but he's come on here, he's bowled with a bit of pace in his second spell, he's got 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls, and now he's hitting that crease and bowling with a lot more confidence, it seems to me, and this one is just pushed out on the offside by Lewis Rees, who is on 81, 178 for 3. It just looks to me as though he it's almost visible from the side whether he's bowling with confidence or not. Adam
bowling
Finch.
well now, though, isn't
yeah,
bowling well.
It's good little spell, wasn't it, when he came back on? He came on with a bit of purpose, and he's in now, striding in, and bowls to Rees, who drives, but again doesn't really time it. It's gone to mid-off. There's a throw from Jake Libby, hits the stumps, but well, he was comfortably in, I think, even though he went straight to the field when he picked up and hit the stumps, comfortably in, and just shows you if you run as soon as you hit it, and he's kind of on the move as he played the shot, and he gets a comfortable single, and more importantly he keeps the strike. 82 now to Rees, 83 in fact with that one. And or has it already gone on the board? 82, so 179 for 3 at the end of the over, 15 left. And Joe Leach, who's been quite expensive coming back into the attack. Leach's figures so far, just give them to you. 7 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 34. Tied it to start with Expensive in his second spell. 179 for 3.
Finch in this spell, 3 overs, 2 for 13.
Yeah.
Which have been, as you said, I heard I didn't listen to it all. I know I should have done, but I couldn't bring myself
No, I don't blame you.
I was listening from next door. Here's Leach for the new road end bowling to Lewis Rees, and he defends it straight back to the bowler. I did hear you talking about William Falk.
Yeah, that was David.
Who now has a nickname that would no longer be acceptable.
Yeah, which we talked about. Yeah.
You mentioned he played 4 first-class matches for Derbyshire in 1900.
No.
Well, yeah.
Fantastic.
65 runs he scored.
Well, there you go. We must tell
2 wickets he took. His first-class batting. His high score was 53 against Essex at the county ground in Leighton.
Absolutely fantastic.
As in goes Leach again and dances down the track. This one's going. I was going to say straight up in the air. He's going to be out. Is he? No. It just evades Jake Libby, who was running towards it. He's got away with one there. Lewis Rees. That went straight up in the air, and Libby was racing across to his right-hand side, and he wasn't able to get there in time, so a bit of a let-off for Rees, who moves to 84. More on Bill Falk, who added an S to his name later on in life, or it certainly has been added. It was Falk, not Falks. As in goes Leach and bowls. This one's pulled. That's a magnificent shot from Lewis Rees, all along the ground out to mid-wicket for 4 runs, and he moves to 88. Derbyshire to 185 for 3 in the 36th over.
Well, tell you what I love about that shot, Fletch, is that he's just chanced his arm and got away with it, and he's not been bothered by the fact that he mishit it. He's just thought, I don't care, just carry on. That's a cracking shot. That's as good a shot as he's played, I think.
Yeah, no question.
Cracking shot.
These other games were at Glossop, at Chesterfield, and against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. William Falk as Leach bowls. That one is pushed straight back to Leach, who threatens the throw down, as he didn't really have any intention of throwing down the stumps.
They don't play at Glossop anymore, do they? What a shame.
Sadly.
What a shame.
Sadly, I've driven past the ground. They still play football like Glossop North End. It's the same ground. He played 299 games for Sheffield United, 34 matches for Chelsea and 22 for Bradford City, and 1 for England, as it turned out, just the 1. But I love the introduction, which says he was 24 stone and 6'4". I dream of being 24 stone. Here is Leach and bowls. That was cut away nicely by Lewis Rees. I think just for a single. There's 4. Oh dear. That is almost certainly Henry Cullen. Is it Henry Cullen?
Barnard.
It's Barnard. Cullen's been feeling
one of the best fielders in the country, I would say.
He's dived over the ball. Apologies.
He has got a finger injury. Whether that's something to do with it, I don't know. Very unusual.
So 4 more to Rees, who moves into the 90s. He's on to 92. If he gets a century, I've got a fascinating fact for you. I'll tell it you even if he doesn't, but here is Leach, because I've looked it up. Bowls to Rees, who just dabs this out into the offside. They scamper through for a quick single as a throw.
Keeps the strike.
I'm not entirely sure where that throw was supposed to be going. That was Cullen, and he threw it almost equidistant from the 2 sets of stumps there, so it was never going to threaten anything. And he moves on to 95, and after 36 overs, Derbyshire 190 for 3. A little fortuitously in that over. 1 really good shot, a shot that landed not too far away from Jake Libby, in which they got 2, and then a cut shot that went through Ed Barnard for 4, who's still admonishing himself now over on the cover boundary. So he's 1 blow. No, he's has he not moved to 95? I thought he'd moved to 95. He's on 93.
No, there was also that pull, that magnificent pull. He played really well. He's like I've kept saying it. He hasn't been fluent, maybe in the last few minutes, but he's just stuck at it. He's just showed that you just got to keep going, and he faces now Libby's occasional off spin round the wicket, and this one is pushed out on the onside, nicely fielded at mid wicket by Taylor Cornell, and there's no run on this occasion. 190 for 3. Libby again bowls, pushes this one through, driven back. He's done a decent job today, Jake Libby, with the ball as an occasional off spinner. Quite tidy so far. just trying to squeeze another 2 or 3 overs through before the real onslaught begins at the end. This one's a bit short, paddled round the corner by Rees. Picks up a single. Pennington, the fielder at backward square. Long leg really, coming off the boundary. 190 for 3. So what have we got? 13 and a half overs left. Libby going over the wicket to the right-handed Dahl, who got off the mark with a fortuitous boundary off his first ball, edging down to third man for 4. Since then has just ticked things along, because it's obvious that Rees has decided he's going to lead the charge in his last few overs. I suspect if he gets past 3 figures, and we get that fascinating stat from Fletch, we'll then see him really open his shoulders. Libby bowls. This one is just short of a length, and Dahl cuts for a single. Barnard field.
Your description of Dahl was perfect when you said busy.
Yeah.
Because that is exactly what he is. Yeah. Again, he's one of the players who hasn't hit a 6 in this competition. Yeah. And you wouldn't expect him to. Quite a small man. Yeah. Rapid between the stumps. And therefore, can turn nothing into a single.
Super cricketer. Really good. Libby round the wicket to the left-hander, who drives up to long on for a single. Tidy again from Libby. Nothing extravagant from the batsman in this over so far. Rees ticking towards that 100. 95. And I must say, when he was in his 20s, 30s, 40s, etc., Rees, he didn't look like a man who was going to get 100 today. Libby over the wicket. That one's dragged down a bit, and Dahl pulls it up to long on for a single. And that's to his credit, because he's just, as I say, he's just battled through, and I think if he does make 100, which it looks like he will now, be reward for tenacity and professionalism as much as anything else. He's on 95. Dahl's kept the strike, because that was the last ball of the over. He's on 11 to 194 for 3, and Libby, as I say, doing a tidy job. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 30 so far.
Bill Faulk was obviously most famous for his football. He sat on a crossbar once and broke it. He was sold by Sheffield United to Chelsea for 50 quid.
50 quid, really?
Probably a lot of money back in 1905, 50 quid. It's a lot of money now. Here is Leach. Here balls to Dahl, pushes this out into the offside. There's no run. The story that I like the best, well, there were 2 actually. One that Who Ate All the Pies was first chanted at him back in the day. And the other one that he was unhappy with an equaliser that he conceded in the 1902 FA Cup final. Left his dressing room completely naked and pursued the referee, who took refuge in a broom cupboard. He was quite a fearsome individual, was Bill Faulk. As Leach goes in and bowls, that one is edged down towards third man by Anuj Dahl for a single. 195 for 3. So he went on to act in a film called Mitch. He appeared in the Mitchell and Kenyon films in the early 1900s, but he died at the age of 42. So
it sounds like he lived
he crammed a lot in. Yeah, but he owned a beer house in Sheffield at one point, which I don't think was necessarily good for his health. Here is Leach. It wouldn't be good for mine. Bowling to Lewis Rees, who goes back into his stumps and turns that into the leg side for a single. Moves to 96 now, so just a boundary away from what would only be his second List A century.
So Sheffield United got 50 quid when he moved to Chelsea, which is more than you get when you lose one of your best players to Nottinghamshire or to Surrey or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
In these days. I've long said I think we need a proper transfer system in cricket.
There needs to be some compensation, doesn't there? And goes Leach again and bowls to Dahl, who pushes this out into the offside. They scamper through for a quick single. Rees was running to the danger end and gets there comfortably enough. Dahl moves on to 13, 197 for 3. They're going to have to go at 9 and over, 8.5 and over to get to 300.
Yeah, David and I were having this debate when there were only 1 down, and he said 330, 340. I thought 300 was still something that Worcestershire would be hoping to keep them under, and then that was before those 2 wickets.
I think they'll do well to get to that. And goes Leach again and bowls, and Rees slaps this out into the offside for a single. Ed Barnard does the fielding, and he picks up another single.
It's not been a pitch on which anybody. Sean Masood made it look different almost from everybody else. Anuj Dar is always busy and pushes it round and so on, but Rees hasn't really found his best form.
He's never looked fluent, has he?
Not sure it's a perfect surface.
Leach is in. Dahl turns this into the leg side. Oh, he's halfway down the track now. He might be in trouble here, and he gets back in time just about as the ball was thrown in from mid-wicket. There was never there might have been a single for two Anuj Dahls, but certainly not for an Anuj Dahl and a Lewis Rees. And all's well that ends well. Rees will remain on strike on 97, and Derbyshire with Dahl on 13 after 38 overs of 198 for 3. Wow, that was a bit too close, really.
He got back, but he's. That's the thing, isn't it? You say two Anuj Dahls might have got in, and one Anuj Dahl could come halfway down and still get back.
Yes,
I suppose that's the same logic. Libby will carry on round the wicket from the Diglis end to the left-handed Rees, 97. Do you want to talk on it or do this one, Dave, in case he gets 100?
I can if you like. Libby bowls, Rees drives, Libby fields, no run.
And then you can throw in the stat.
Well, it's just I just think it might not be massively interesting to everybody, but I just thought it was quite interesting. I will reveal all in a moment. This next delivery from Libby. He's going to get 6, I fancy. He's going to get a 1 bounce 4, and there is his century. Lewis Rees gets to 3 figures for only the second time in his List A career. It was a little fortuitous because he got a top edge on that one. The 200 comes up for Derbyshire at the same time. 127 balls with his 9th 4. He also hit a couple of 6s, as you can hear Brad say in the background. And Lewis Rees enables me to unveil the statistic in a moment. Here is Libby. He bowls to Rees, who cuts it away out towards backward point, and there's no run. Derbyshire, it was only 2019, they made 351 for 9. It was Lewis Rees's only other List A century. It was against Worcestershire at Derby. This next one is clipped into the leg side by. It's not that fascinating at all.
I was there.
I think you probably were. I certainly was, and I don't necessarily remember it. Rees moves to 102, 203 for 3. Worcestershire won the game by 4 wickets, getting the winning run in the 49th over. Wayne Madsen also got a century for Derbyshire as Libby bowls, and Dahl ramps in, and he might get 4 runs for this. There is nobody at fine leg. He won't get 4 runs for it because there's a fielder running around. Then he slips and they come back for 3. Good running. The fielder is Cullen, and Dahl moves on to 16, 206 for 3. Ricky Vessels and Callum Ferguson got centuries for Worcestershire. Only Ed Barnard and Ben Cox survive in the Worcestershire side. Lewis Rees, Alex Hughes and Anuj Dahl survive in the Derbyshire side. As Libby is in and bowls to Rees, who pushes this one out into the offside.
That's 4 years?
2019, 3 years.
3 years.
And there are 5 players from that match playing in this match.
That's amazing.
It's not that fascinating, but it's
very interesting, very indicative of what's gone on, I think.
But 351 for 9 in that match for Derbyshire was their second highest score in List A cricket against another county side, a first-class county side. And they have not made that many. They've only scored 300 plus 17 times in List A cricket. One of those was this season down at Essex when they got 318 for 6 and won at a canter.
Joe Leach to continue from the New Road end, 206 for 3 bowls, and Dahl cuts, beaten outside the off stump, taken by Cox.
I'm all out of interesting stats now.
If the 26-stone ball foul was here now, he wouldn't have got his lunch any quicker than David Townsend.
Unbelievable,
stuck into that.
But my main concern is that our lunch is there next to him as well.
It's the main reason that he's come, because his sister in Moulton and Marsh doesn't feed him properly. 206 for 3. Leach.
He looks like he needs a good feed though, doesn't he?
Leach coming from the new road end to bowl to Dahl, who's on the back foot, plays this down on the offside, and Cullen comes in sharply from the gully to field. So Reese's 100 is up, and he'll want the strike now as much as he can possibly get it. 102 off 130 balls, figures on that 100, 127 balls, 9 fours and 2 sixes. And Dahl, 16 off 19, will want to give him the strike as much as he possibly can in the next few overs. Leach bowls Dahl on the back foot and does exactly that, punching this one out on the offside for a single. David Townsend's finished his lunch and he's rejoined me. Just on a serious note, David, going back to the discussion about targets and everything. 10 overs left after this, 207 for 3. If they get 300, do you think Worcestershire going to be reasonably satisfied with that?
I think where they were, the pitch isn't, perhaps it's not as conducive to run making as you think.
As we thought, yeah. Although Rees does his best here, charging down the pitch to Leach and playing a cross-batted swat away on the leg side. Only gets a single because it's a diving stop at mid-wicket by Cornell.
Interesting to see whether the bowlers wilt a little bit in the last 10 overs as well on the fielding side. On that occasion, not being critical, but you can see fielder picked it up. Ben Cox hadn't made his way up to the stumps. Is he just getting that little bit of energy saving?
Leach again over the wicket, ball and edges this down onto Cox's foot. It then pops up in the air. Dahl didn't know where it had gone, sets off for a run. Cox realised that there was a catch opportunity there, but the ball actually evaded his right glove, dropped down behind him. He's limping around now with a sore foot, and the end result of all of that is no addition to the score, 208 for 3. But just for a minute, I think Cox realised that he might get the most unlikely of catches off a bottom edge there, which hit him on the foot and popped up in the air. Here's Leach over the wicket, bowls to Dahl, drives off the back foot, single again as Azhar Ali comes off the boundary to do the fielding. So tidy-ish from Worcestershire in that over. 10 overs left. Derbyshire put into bat. They've only lost 3 wickets, but they might be a bit disappointed not to be a bit further on than they are. 209 for 3.
10 overs left. They'll want to go surely 10 runs and over for those remaining 10 overs with the 7 wickets in hand, you would think. I think I heard you, strange enough, Frank, I was actually listening to you before I came out to the came down the car. I know you think I might pay no attention at all. You mentioned it's a hybrid wicket out there, so they're usually pretty consistent and good for batting.
Yeah, they are. If they do anything, they do it early on, is the thinking. And this didn't do anything early on either, really.
But it hasn't seemed quite as true as it could.
I would agree.
Libby tosses up and that's smacked through extra cover. This is going to be 4 runs out there into the distance under the covers out by the old oak tree in the corner, offering a bit of shade over there to patrons in the
can't get away with calling that an oak tree.
So
it's a horse chestnut.
It's a horse chestnut.
They're famous because there used to be 3 and that gap there is where 2 were lost to disease and were very sad. Really genuinely lots of very, very disappointed men. There's not quite along Canterbury lines, but they are much missed, those 2 trees.
You learn something every day. Next delivery,
that's
he's scooped behind him by Dahl. It's racing down to the pavilion. He just pulled up inside. They're going to come back for a comfortable 3 runs there. So into the final 10 overs now. Bit of foot to the floor. Acceleration, horse chestnut tree. I do apologise to Worcestershire listeners. I really should have known that.
Much loved, those horse chestnuts.
Indeed.
And much missed, the 2 that went, sadly, and that gap hasn't really been filled. It's a bit ugly, isn't it?
Next, there's nothing ugly on this ground. Next delivery down the pitch, smash straight for 4 runs. A despairing dive there in the distance, can't quite get a hand on it. It was going far too hard anyway from Reese, and he gets another boundary. Try to see who that is. That to Pennington back there in the distance, or no,
It's Finch.
Finch.
You say nothing ugly on this ground. Quite a few people disagree with you when to talk about the hotel. Right.
I can't see that. So Libby Bales again, and another scoop, and this one's going much straighter, and that one will reach the boundary with little trouble at all. This one from...
When you see players take on a bowler like this, so what has he gone for in this over? 3 4s and a 3.
15.
And they've just decided, haven't they?
Yeah.
And then you thought, well, why did they let him bowl 7 overs for 30 before? I didn't understand it really. They've obviously said, this is the guy we can score freely off. Just extraordinary.
Obviously looking to reach a platform about 40 overs, wasn't it? Just next ball down the pitch and smashed away over again towards the horse chestnut tree in the corner, and that ball bounces across the rope. I really should have known that. But splendid beast it is. Are they going to put another couple up there? Are they going to replace
it's been talked about. I'm not sure what the plans are, and it obviously will take a long time to replace them. It's been there for a long time, but it was a very, very popular part of the ground on a summer's afternoon, as you can imagine, to sit in the shade there. It's a difficult one, isn't it?
Final ball from there for Libby, and that's paddled around the corner. This time he doesn't really get enough on it. Leach comes round inside the circle to do the fielding, and that will be Libby's final over, I would suggest. Whether it's his 10th over or not, I can't see him coming.
Well, they've got to get 2 from somewhere else. 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 58, his figures. The other possibilities are Cornell and Azhar Ali, with Barnard unable to bowl. Leach is coming out of the attack. He's finished 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 52.
You'd settle for that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
On a day like this.
He was very tired to start with. Ben Gibbon coming back into the attack at the New Road end. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 44. His figures.
So you would suspect he'll bowl out. This will be his 2 overs.
Yeah, and then you've got Pennington and Finch, and they've got to find a couple from somewhere. It's been nobody's been
from Libby, one more from. Libby's bowled well up to that point.
Cole's done a decent job on occasions in this competition. It's nobody's been disastrous, have they? Nobody's gone all over the place. Nobody's been especially economical. So Leach has gone at 5.2, Gibbon at 5.5, Pennington just under 5, Finch just over 5. Here is Gibbon, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Reese, just I don't quite know how to describe that. I came down on the charge, threw everything at it, swivelling round, lost his shape, lost his balance, missed it, through to the keeper. It wasn't pretty.
No.
He's 116 not out though. I suggest he'd be much better off just standing still, but he knows his own game, I suppose. And he is on 116. He has played very well, not particularly fluently, but he's stuck at it, played some really good shots here. Gibbon in again over the wicket to the left-hander, and that's better. It does stand still, and he slaps it for 6 over square, over deep mid-wicket, and the difference was that he just stood still. He might have made a little bit of movement down the pitch, but he then just stood still, picked up the length, and he just whacked it, cross-batted over deep mid-wicket to the boundary. The acceleration coming just as Derbyshire would have wanted, and Jake Libby, Worcestershire's somewhat experienced captain's got a bit of a problem out there now, and he stands with his hands behind his back having a chat with the bowler. Dylan Pennington has had a little observation to make, and Reese threatened to cut loose. 122, and Ben Gibbon in again to bowl to him, bowls, and he got him away to the boundary again this time. An extraordinary ramp, straight back over the bowler's head, perfectly executed, and they are just beginning to run riot a little bit here, Derbyshire. 19 off the previous over, is it, or 16 off the previous
20.
over? 20 off the previous over, and 10 off these last 2 balls. And Gibbon scratching his head as well he might at the end of his run, and in need, I would say, of a little bit of advice from a senior bowler. None is forthcoming at the moment, and he's in again and bowls to Rees, who smashes him away again on the leg side. That's 4 more. It's all getting a little bit ugly out there. Gibbon kicks the ground in frustration, walking back to his mark. 243 for 3.
Needs to mix it up a little bit, I think.
Need some Yorkers. I think we've said for a long time that what Worcestershire's bowlers are lacking towards the end of these innings is consistent ability to bowl Yorkers, and Gibbon bowling a length at the moment has been hittable. Comes in again now, bowls, and Rees is down the pitch again and slapping this one away on the leg side. Not really timed this one. Picks up 2 as Cornwall fields on the boundary. 245 for 3. And Lewis Rees on the charge, 132 not out of 140 balls now. Anuj Dar lending solid support, 25 of 24, but very much in Derbyshire's interests to Rees, for Rees to face as much of the bowling as possible in the remainder of the innings. Gibbon into him, and he's down the pitch and smashes that straight down the ground for 4 more. Gibbon stands at the end of his follow through. Head down, end of a very expensive over from the left arm seamer. His figures now 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 64, and Derbyshire with 8 overs left in the innings, 249 for 3, and Rees has raced on to 136 off 141 balls.
Almost, you do wonder, you made the point, why they haven't targeted these bowlers a little bit earlier. It was almost like we're going to wait for the last 10, but how many runs have you perhaps given up by that approach? It's a balance, of course. It's runs against wickets, wickets down. The last 2 overs, 20 runs have come off each of them. We are now going to see Cornwall on to bowling. I think he turned his arm over last week up at Scarborough.
Yeah, occasional left arm spinner. Bowled in the league yesterday, in the Birmingham League, and he's not the worst, but it's not an easy time for an occasional spinner to come on, is it?
No, especially these first couple of deliveries. Then again, the batsman's got to have a little look at him as well.
Yeah, I can see why Livy's done it. Well, he's got to find a couple of overs for one thing.
Yeah, the batsman knew where the ball was coming from Libby, and it'll take them maybe a couple of deliveries just to suss this out. That first ball from Cornwall just steered quietly to, and they're coming back for a second run, going to have to hurry, and got back.
Well, Derbyshire are pressing the accelerator very much in the last few overs of their innings. We've got just 8 overs left. Lewis Rees is still there. He's been there since the start, reached his 100 off 127 balls, and since then has really cut loose. He's currently on 136. Anuj Dar lending him excellent support is on 27, and Derbyshire threatening something really big here in the 43rd over at 251 for 3. And there we go, an update that I was told wasn't going to happen.
Cornwall bowls, and that's driven very nicely, but straight to extra cover. Put old Ed Barnard out on the cover boundary, taken off, sprinting away towards the horse chestnut, and it wasn't needed because the ball didn't beat the close field.
News updates will end at 1 o'clock.
Oh, there you go. So, Cornwall bowls, and that's driven this time past the extra cover, and Barnard has to come into action this time. Keeps them down to 1 run.
What are you going to bring Fletch back in, right?
You can go and have your. You can possibly go and have your.
If that's all right with you.
Your curry. It's a very nice curry, and exactly what you want on a hot day like today, Frank. So you go and enjoy that, and Is Fletcher going to come into your seat? I don't know how we're going to manage this, because he's a bit of an old stick in the mud. He doesn't like changing seats. Down the pitch goes Reese, and he's going to be caught at long off, and he is held in the distance. That's the end of his innings. Cornell has taken the wicket, caught in the distance, I think, by Finch. We'll wait and get a confirmation on that when the left arm given, catching it at a long off, and departing for splendid innings, 252 for 4 as Reese makes his way up for 128. That's an absolutely superb effort from the Derbyshire. It nearly just got stuck in, but I say slight change, in fact 136 off 142 balls as he makes his way off. And I should look at the scoreboard and not listen to Dave Fletcher, not listen to Dave Bradley.
Steady. Absolutely. It's his highest score in List A cricket, and his previous, it's only his second century. His previous time was against Worcestershire in 2019 at Derby. So they put 91 on for the 4th wicket. Reese and Emmonsdale, they just started to accelerate, haven't they? They scored 20 off each of the previous 2 overs.
Yep.
But they've still got a chance. Matty McKinnon's been batting nicely this season now, so there should be no slowing up in the trying to smash the ball out of the park stakes. Aitchison, Potts, Harrison, I've no idea what order they're coming at. Almost like we've got, I've never seen Archie Harrison back because it's his debut, and he's supposed to be able to bat, but it looks almost as if Derbyshire have got 4 number 11s today. With the greatest of respect, and no insult intended to Archie Harrison, who I haven't seen.
So 3 number 11s and a potential.
Yes, yeah, not much between Aitchison, Potts and Connors.
Well, we'll see how they go in these. We're making this point just a minute ago with Frank, that with these Royal London games, with the teams depleted, you'll often get a couple at the top of the order scoring big, getting their centuries or whatever, and then normally with the regulars you would expect that momentum to carry on and increase, even if they're just scoring 40 off 25 balls. So you get the acceleration at the end of the innings, so they're used to it. When you've got the second 11 players coming in, or the youngsters or whatever, and debut guys making their debut, they're not going to score at that same pace, and I've seen that quite
just to have that experience, don't they?
Yeah, indeed. So left arm round the wicket, and that's cracked away immediately through the offside for a single with Matty McKiernan, who's off the mark, and a much better over this after those 2 previous expensive ones. Bowls again, and that's struck again out to Barnard, who's certainly getting through his work. A man who damaged his hand up at Scarborough last week. It looked really, really nasty. He was fielding at 1 run at the end of the over 254 for 4 with 7 overs remaining. He was fielding, I think, at short extra, and it might even have been a chance. It was one of those that was just hammered, and he immediately went off the field for treatment, and we thought, well, that's the last we're going to see of him for this game and probably a month. It looked as though something had broken, and bless him, he came back on 4 or 5 overs later. Didn't bowl. He still had a couple of overs left to bowl, I think, at that stage, but so we surmised that the finger was damaged, but that he was a very hard man.
Yes, well, he's playing today as a batsman. It's a good effort. When you get a chance, listen to how hard Matty McKiernan smashes his bat into the ground on his way to the face. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. And Pennington comes in and bowls to Dalu, lifts him straight back over his head for 6. Terrific blow out towards the long off boundary. It was in the slot, in fairness, but it was quite a good hit, and that's Emmonsdale's first 6 of the competition.
he hasn't looked as though he's no disrespect. He's been scoring his runs quickly, playing nice cricket shots, and that was just as you said in the slot. Oh, ping! It's gone.
He isn't a big hitter. He is. I mean, Frank described him earlier as busy, and that's exactly what he is. He's a terrific cricketer, but that was some shot. Pennington's in again and balls to him, and this time he just pushes it out up towards mid-off where Leach does the fielding and the scamper through for another single. 261 for 4.
That's his game, isn't it? Nudge it into the gaps, get a few deflections, maybe a couple of scoops.
That's why it's called nudge.
Oh.
Well, it isn't, obviously, because it's just taken the A off his first name, but that's what he does. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what Anuj Dal does, and he's had a magnificent season. I heard you mention Bill Storer before in relation to a book guest who rather sadly didn't add to his tally of runs for the season. Earlier this campaign, Guest became the first Derbyshire wicketkeeper to score a century in each innings since Bill Storer in 1896. Pennington is in and bowls. That one's, edgishly played down to third man by Matty McKinnon. They're going to come back for a second. There was a bit of a fumble, and they're going to get back comfortably as well, and that's slightly disappointing from the fielder down in the far distance. McKinnon picks up a second run there, and there really wasn't one there. He moves to 263 for 4.
Yeah, Ben Gibbon down there in the distance. So you're too nice a man to name his name the.
I didn't know who it was. I'd have named and shamed him if I'd known. Pennington is in, and there's a short delivery. Is that going to be a no ball? No, just one for the over. I'm happy with that. I must admit, the bowlers have got absolutely nothing, have they? So, I haven't asked you yet. What do you make of the Derbyshire kit?
It's all right, isn't it? It's a bit sort of too sky blue.
Too sky blue.
Almost ice blue, isn't it? It's
I've not heard it called ice blue before. Duck egg.
Duck egg, yeah, probably.
Pennington is in and bowls. That one is turned by McKinnon down towards fine leg, and this time there's no fumble, so they'll only take a single. Different fielder, of course. 264 for 4. McKinnon moves on to 4.
Yeah, Adam Finch down there.
It's the kind of kit that looks whiter, but by the end of the Worcestershire innings it will look like they're playing in whites, because it just, to me, in the bright sunshine, it just seems to get whiter and whiter. Very pale blue with the blue, chocolate and amber flashes across the front. Pennington to Dahl, who gets a short delivery and hooks it away, and hooks it away for 4. Just the one bounce, I think, before it went over the covers in the far distance towards the car park, and poor old Finch has to go beyond the covers to retrieve the ball, and Dahl moves on to 40, and Derbyshire to 268 for 4 with 6 overs to go, and if they don't get beyond 300 now, it will be a travesty.
Don't get beyond 300.
That's good, because on my computer, which is in front of you, I'll have to retrieve it if they do get beyond 100. I've got a list of scores above 300, because they don't do it very often. 17 times in their history they've got to 300.
So it's the left armour corner around the wicket. Oh no, doesn't let go this time.
I think the keeper got something in his eye then. Ben Cox is just struggling with something, just poking his fingers through his visor and up through the grill.
Batted nicely last week at Scarborough. Ben Cox, top scored for Worcestershire. Had a spell out of the game with a few well publicised problems, but he's back and scoring and keeping wicket very tidily as well. Short delivery and McKinnon across his stumps. Marty McKinnon, he gets a single there, moves on to 5 from as many balls. Anuj Dal is going along nicely in the 40. He's exactly 40. Corner bowls to him and drives beautifully at sort of targeting the going to come back for 2 runs, a diving half stop at extra cover. Long off has to come in off the boundary to complete the fielding, but Jake Libby there almost certainly saved 2 runs, because that was very well struck.
Saved 2, but gave an additional 1 away in a bizarre way, because if he hadn't got his hand to it, if it had stopped it cleanly, they'd have only run 1.
Indeed. Corner balls again, lovely little late cut by Anuj Dal. comes down just below us, pops up over the rope, and 4 more added to the total. Pennington jogging back, no point chasing that in this sort of heat. It was always destined for the boundary, so runs flowing again. You'd have to wonder, wouldn't you, it's with Darl's parents, if you name your lad Alec, you wouldn't expect him to be a big hitter, would you?
No. What they needed to call him what?
Oh, I don't know.
Our big hitter, not our nudge.
Blaster Darl.
A smash.
And he lifts this one in the air, and there's a fielder out there, and a juggle by Barnard. He holds on to it though, picked out the deep cover off corner, so another wicket to the left arm. Very good fill-in. So he's gone for 46. When he struck that, I thought that might even carry the boundary because he hit it very cleanly. 46 off 33 balls for Darl. Struck that 1-6. And Barnard, who's fielding with a damaged hand, it can't be. It's one of those where you go ball coming at you with a bit of pace. You instinctively, no matter how tough you are, the brain's thinking to itself, hold on, we're carrying an injury here. But it popped out, and fortunately it popped just up in front of his face, and he was able to hold on at the second attempt.
I'd forgotten about Alex Hughes.
Well, there you go.
Alex can bat.
There you go.
Yeah, very experienced List A cricketer as well, Alex Hughes. Denise Aitchison, Ben's mum's here, made it to Worcester, and yes, the hotel is ugly.
Oh, I can't see the hotel, Denise. So.
I'm not that wide.
Yes, it's a modern structure, isn't it?
Yeah.
From our position, fortunately, we can only see a little bit.
Yes, we're looking onto the much more pleasant side of the trees and the cathedral. During the first class match here, I said, that's amazing how the concrete in the cathedral changes colour. Concrete, like they had concrete in the 8th century.
Yes.
Not concrete, clearly.
Brickwork or whatever.
Beautiful, absolutely stunning.
Lovely old structure. Corner then, left arm round the wicket, looking for his third wicket, but he's not going to get it there. He just nudged into the onside, and Hughes off the mark straight away with a single.
Lovely old structure. You're referring to the cathedral, not me, I imagine.
Well, you're a lovely old structure as well, but you're possibly quite not as old as the.
Not as old as the cathedral.
Not
no.
as old as the cathedral. No.
I'm almost finished though.
Corner, Piles, and off the back foot. Hit square of the wicket, but didn't get all that one, Marty McKinnon, and just gets one run. Yes, it's...
My only source of information has now been removed.
Frank has taken his...
taken his iPad. Thanks, Frank. Cheers, man. If you want to plug that, that'll do.
It's saying it's 18 minutes past 2 on the 14th of August.
That's all we need to know.
Well, you also need to know that at the end of that over, Derbyshire.
277 for 5. Nice save. I haven't seen you move that quick, I don't think, since I first met you.
No.
Wow.
No, do a little something in the throat there.
Yeah. It'll be exceptionally unpleasant. Here's Finch. From the new road end, bowls to Alex Hughes, who just clips to Matty McKinnon rather, who clips that into the leg side for a single. It's fielded just down below us to our right by Gareth Roderick, who's on the field as a 12th man. No, it's not Gareth Roderick at all, it's Ed Pollock. Absolutely nonsense. McKinnon moves on to 7, and Derbyshire up to 278 for 5. I thought I saw a 9, but it was a 7. Adam Finch, who's bowled his first 8 overs for 41 runs, but took a couple of wickets. Importantly, he's in now and bowls to Alex Hughes, who guides this down to a wide third man. They've run the first one quickly, he'll come back for the second. He gets a bit of a move on, but he didn't really have to. It was a comfortable 2 for Alex Hughes, who moves on to 3, 280 for 5. Wickets falling in clumps, 260, and then 2 more in the 250s to 275 bracket.
Clumps.
Something to cling on to for the Derbyshire bowlers if they're not picking up wickets. One can often bring a second. Well, not necessarily as Finch runs in. Third ball of his 9th over, that's guided very nicely by Alex Hughes down to a very fine third man this time, and they come back. No, they don't. They stick to a single, they don't come back anywhere. Hughes moves on to 4, 281 for 5.
Yes, it was much straighter to Ben Gibbon there that time, and I don't think they were going to risk that trusty left arm. He's going to have to bowl another over as well. Well, he might not have to if they keep Cornwall on, I suppose. But
I don't think I saw Cornwall bowl in the championship match. Finch is in, and that one's a short delivery. He tries to pull it, comes off the toe end of his bat, McKinnon, and instead of going out towards the square leg boundary, ends up at point. He looks at the end of his bat.
Yeah, if he hadn't have played that, I think that would have been 1 for the over. But,
McKinnon's batted nicely in the Royal London this season. Waits now. As Finch bowls to him, and he clips this into the leg side past the umpire Cook and out towards Ed Barnard for another single, and move on to 8 the Derbyshire to 282 for 5. In fact, 72 not out down at Chelmsford in that winning cause, the only win that Derbyshire, well, the only win that either of these two sides have managed in the competition so far this season. That has to change today, of course, unless it's a tie. That would be just about right, wouldn't it, really? 2 of the bottom 3 as Finch is in and bowls to Hughes down the leg side, signal wide. 283 for 5, no leeway at all.
well, okay, the batsman did move across his stumps, but the ball missed leg stump, so it was always going to be signalled a wide.
6 runs off the over so far. 283 for 5. 4 to go after this one, after this delivery, presumably. Cakes have arrived. In goes Finch, and that one is cut away, but straight to the man at backward point, so nothing doing for Alex Hughes from the final ball of the over. 283 for 5 with 4 to go.
A bit disappointed with that because he got a bit of width and he hit it hard, but straight to the fielder. Batters do try and target the close fielders, of course, at this stage, because if you get it just a couple of yards either side, there's nobody behind by definition. And we saw a couple of times once in that over, and that fierce shot that Libby stopped in the previous over. You've got to hold on to them. Now they've still got, interesting, they've got 5, no they haven't. Started a new over from corner. I'm counting the umpire because his kit's a bit dark. Are they going to come back for 2? That's worked into the onside. And there's just the 1 run accruing there to McKinnon.
You'd think that Jack Chantry was doing all he could not to field for Worcestershire.
Some would say that's what he did during his career. Next delivery is swung away to deep backward square for swept away for 1 run. Very, very popular character here, wasn't he, Jack Chantry?
Oh yeah. Saying before, I had a good chat with him. He umpired Derbyshire's game at Shropshire at Shifnal. That warm-up game.
Next delivery, corner bowls, and that's a swung royal out to extra cover and beats the man on the long off boundary as well into the covers, bounces back off the covers, and that is 4 runs. He's worked with me, Jack Chantry.
Has he?
Oh.
Yeah. Bit of joinery.
We did I think we did a 40 over, 45 over game down here or something, the 2 of us. Lovely, lovely man as well.
No, he was great.
Not the worst on commentary either. His next delivery is An attempted stumping from Cox as a better flighted ball there from Cornwall.
So who is? No, I can't ask that question, Dave. I can't. When you say he's not the worst, I can't ask you who is. I can't. We'll talk off air later.
I don't know. There's so many candidates, aren't there?
Yes, I've got quite a lengthy list.
And you're a kind man. Stump's been repaired. Cox made a bit of a mess of them. 289 for 5. Cornwall bowls, tosses that one right up in. The fact that he is a full toss, and that's hit out into the distance to Gibbon, who sends his throw in and has to be backed up because he's a little bit wide of the stumps at the bowler's end. But no alarms, 2 more runs, and the score ticking along nicely. 291 for 5. 3 overs to be bowled after this one. They'll be looking for something well in excess, and in a moment Dave will tell us what their big scores are. That one's a shorter delivery which has worked around the corner, and Joe Leach off in pursuit of it. Scurrying, I think, would be a good description of how Joe Leach runs. In the end he leaves it to deep backwards where they get a single. That's the end of the over then. Hughes on 5 from his many balls. McKinnon on 16 from 14 balls, 292 for 5. 3 overs remaining.
What I expect Derbyshire's biggest scores in this day cricketer against either minor counties or students, the combined universities in 91, Cornwall in 86, the Derbyshire Cricket Board and the big Derby in 2000. Derbyshire were the away team at the county ground, I think, in that game, as I remember.
Where the term Derby came from?
Yes, I think so. That particular game in 2000. Yeah.
It caught on after that.
Yeah. Yes, it did. That was a very local derby. 357 against Warwickshire Edgbaston in 2018, which I'll have seen but can't remember. As a new over begins, and that's a thick over, a big top edge, and has been taken nicely down at third man. That is a terrific catch.
Yeah, it's
and the third man from Ben Gibbon. Yeah, it will be him. And Finch has got his third wicket. Finch and Matthew McKinnon. He goes for 16 or 15 deliveries with his 1-4. And Derbyshire are 292 for 6 now.
Yeah, that dismissal might actually stop them going past one or two of those scores that you were about to mention, Fletch, because without that acceleration at the end, who knows?
Yeah.
Still got Alex Hughes out there, of course. But, well, here comes a young man with no name on his back.
Archie Harrison for his debut. Can you come here? No, you'll have to, because I've got a 2:30. Thanks very much. Carry on, Dave.
Bit of jiggery pokery going along in the box. Frank Burt coming back in. I wonder whether he's had his curry. Very nice curry today. Thank you to the Worcestershire club for that. They know they put on a bit of lunch. They may well see me having a drive down from Wharton in Marsh.
Archie Housen, I think, has been captain of the first 11 at Repton School this year, David. And
this year?
Yeah, this year scored 5 centuries, I think, and then got 100 for the second team, for Derbyshire's second team recently. I think so anyway, I'm pretty sure it is. It's him. Not a great time to come in, but I suppose
he's going to get one up around his nose first ball, isn't he?
I would have thought so.
Pennington in bowls to him and attempts it, but the ball didn't bounce. He's turned that into the onside. He's got one. He's thinking about 2. He's not going to come back for the second. Leave it to the experienced man. Archie, just feel your way in there. You've only got 3 overs or so in which to, in fact, less than 3 overs now, of course, because we've started the 48th. Can't really build an innings at this stage, Frank, as I'm sure his teachers at Wharton would have told him to in the past.
Yeah, probably.
16 balls left. Is Pennington bowls, and that's just nudged down to Ben Gibbon, who comes charging in, picks up, sends a good throw in, and 1 more to the total. So it's been a while since you left
Yeah.
Repton, you wouldn't have seen him in his younger days there?
No, I think he's a fairly recent recruit. I'm not sure. I just knew his name, and it is him. You think he made 500s for Repton this year. Chris Reed, the former Nottinghamshire England wicketkeeper, is the coach there now.
So Archie Harrison on strike. Pennington bowls to him, short delivery, and again just up on his toes, turns nicely around the corner, doesn't find the gap there, only another single. It's tail of Derbyshire will possibly prevent them getting to that 330 that we all thought they would get, but they're certainly going to go past 300 at this stage. To be fair, you didn't think they'd get 330, did you?
No, I said tomorrow 300, but it won't be far off, will it?
Well, 2 overs after this one, we'll see. We've got to do better than just pushing it into the onside and scampering through for a single. Otherwise, Frank, with 14 balls left, they'll get another 14 runs. And that'll take them up to, about 210, 310 exactly, one at ball.
I think we keep saying, don't we, in all seriousness, that it's, like you said, the hybrid pitches usually stay the same throughout the game. I don't think this one's offered much to the bowlers, but at the same time nobody has really come in and smashed it to all parts. Sean Masood probably the most fluent.
Pennington bowls a shorter delivery, pushed back past him, and he did a sort of little scramble and a crawl along to try and get to the ball. Didn't, but no run accruing. That's the end of the over. Then 2 overs left, and 296 for 6. No, it's I think it's been, what should we say, they've been hard to pick the pace up of it a little bit. Some one or two have sort of stuck a little bit, haven't they? I don't know whether you saw when you had your nose in your curry a couple of overs back that there was a pull shot that actually came right off the end, the end of the bat, and instead of going down to deep backward square, it sort of ended up, I don't know, backward points or something. So again, an indication that it's not quite there. The timing's not quite there.
Adam Finch back into the attack at the Digless end to bowl what will be his last over, the 49th of the inning, and comes in now and bowls to Hughes, who cuts beautifully down to third man for 4, Alex Hughes. Very capable all-rounder, and he kind of read that one. It was one of those where it almost looked as though he knew what was coming before Finch bowled the ball, gave himself a bit of room, and cut it away down to third man for 4. Lovely shot. He goes to 11, and the 300 is up in the 49th over. 300 for 6. Finch, can he do better this time? From the Digless end, he's in. Hughes again goes on the walk and pulls this time, but he'll only get a single as he's hit the ball straight out to the fielder Henry Cullen, who is on the square leg boundary, and they just take that 1 run. So Hughes goes on to 12. It's 301 for 6 with 10 balls left, and Archie Harrison on debut on strike.
Hughes has just said something to Harrison. I wonder what. Very experienced player.
Get me on strike. Finch comes in and bowls a bouncer, which Harrison saw all the way. He wasn't beaten by the pace. Attempted to uppercut it down to third man, but wasn't able to get hold of it, and through it went to wicketkeeper Ben Cox. So a dot ball. 9 balls left. 301 for 6, and Finch in again now to Harrison. Bowls. Harrison gives himself room. Good delivery from Finch though. Yorker dug out for a single. Up to mid on. In in the 49th over, so just 8 balls left in the innings, and Derbyshire have just brought up the 300. They're 302 for 6 now. Taylor Cornell nipped in with a couple of useful wickets with his left arm spin, including dismissing the top scorer Lewis Rees, who made 136. Nonetheless, it's a formidable total that Derbyshire are putting together. As I speak, Finch picks up the 7th wicket, so we've got 7 deliveries left, and Derbyshire, having lost Alex Hughes for 12, are now 302 for 7. That wasn't too bad. I was expecting the ones on the half hour. It's just the ones on the hour I was told not to expect, so it wasn't too bad. Finch picking up that wicket. Useful time to get a wicket, partly because it gets rid of a new batsman, but partly because it's another dot ball, isn't it?
Yes, and expecting an acceleration from these final 2 overs. In fact, they got just the 6 runs so far off the 5 deliveries of this 49th over. So, and with the experienced Alex Hughes gone, and in Fletcher's words, 3 number 11s to come, maybe not too many more, but we'll have to see Ben Aitchison on his way to the crease, number 9. Now Archie Harrison's probably, although he's on debut, he's saying, get me on strike as much as you can.
Yes, probably.
Last ball of the 49th, 3 hits, swing. Yeah.
Well, he might be told, I'll get you on strike as much as I can. Yeah.
Well, if he's in form, I mean, batting number 8, but as you say, if he
bowls a bit too.
Huge difference between obviously the level he's been playing at this level, but
he's played a good bit of second team cricket and league cricket as well.
But you can see he sees the ball early, but he's not on strike at the moment.
Finch is in and bowls, and Aitchison gives himself room and steers that out behind square on the offside for a single. Pollock the fielder. End of the over, 303 for 7. So Aitchison's kept the strike. 1 over left, and a decent score being posted. Years ago you would have got quite excited by 300. Now it's fairly run of the mill. The men out. I'll just run through the scorecard if you're just joining us. Came, Court, Coxwell given 18, 24 for 1 in the 8th over. Partnership of 137 for the 2nd wicket. Then 2 in 3 balls for Finch. Masood, Court, Coxwell, Finch 63. Guest, Court, Gibbon at fine leg of a top edge pull. 2nd ball without scoring, also off Finch.
Pennington bowls and makes room for himself, and is caught behind it. He's Aitchison, so another dot ball. It's also a wicket ball, so the end of this innings is rather fizzling out, as we were discussing. 3rd catch, I think, for
3rd catch for Fox. I'll carry on running through the scorecard, I suppose. So that was 161 for 3 when Brooke Guest was out in the 31st over, and a good partnership then in rapid time between Lewis Rees, who really opened his shoulders, particularly after he passed 100, and Anuj Dal. They took the score to 252 in the 43rd over before the 4th wicket went down, but since then a little bit of a collapse, but runs have come along at fairly good pace until these last couple of overs. So Rees was caught by Gibbon off Cornell, the occasional left arm spinner, for 136, and he faced 142 balls at 15 fours and 3 sixes. That was 252 for 4, 275 for 5 when Anuj Dal was caught by Barnard again off Cornell for 46. And then since then McKiernan caught Gibbon bowled Pennington 16, Hughes bowled Finch 12, and just a moment ago Aitchison caught behind by Ben Cox off Dylan Pennington for 1. And it's 303 for 8 with 5 balls left.
And we're seeing a similar pattern in this innings as we've seen in many of these Royal London Cups. The experienced batters getting in, going big, and the lesser lights not really pushing on as you would expect from perhaps a full strength side. Pennington looking for another wicket, digs that one in, and that's played away very nicely down to Gibbon at 3rd man. Only going to get a single, but eased away down there by Cummins. He's off the mark, 304 now. for, what are we, 8 now, are we down? 304 for 8, with Archie Harrison on 3. He's on strike. The board hasn't ticked over yet, so should that be 3?
Yeah, that's right. Harrison's right. Yeah.
Here's Pennington bowls, and an attempted scoop by the youngster. Doesn't make contact. He's trying. Goes through to the keeper. No run. The Derbyshire batters have got them past 300, got better than a run a ball. Certainly given themselves something to bowl at, but Worcestershire won't think that they're out of this game by any means as Pennington bowls again, and that's hooked around between fine leg and deep backward square. They're going to come back for a second, and gets there comfortably enough, does Archie Harrison, who's playing like someone who's making his debut as well. He's got that sort of slightly what can I say, ungainly sort of, without being unkind, he
looks like a young colt, doesn't he?
Yes, he's not got that sort of rounded, polished
an ingenue, shall we say.
Well, I don't speak Spanish myself. Here's Pennington, and he's out. So again, just too quick on the pull shot there. And again, perhaps an indication of the pace or lack of it in this pitch, because he's gone for the pull shot and toe-ended it to extra cover. So they could be all bowled out here.
Yeah, which is unlikely, wasn't it, a few minutes ago? Good catch by Cornell. Just slapped it straight to him, didn't it? I think, to be fair to the young man, he made decent contact with it, didn't he? Just
did he? I don't think he was trying to hit it on the
I don't think he was. No, I think it was a kind of flat batted sort of slap in front of square that he was trying, and he hit it quite well, but just hit it straight to the fielder, so he'll consider himself a bit disappointed. But it's an absolute hide into nothing coming in on your debut in that situation, and nobody will be saying anything other than well done and well tried to him, I'm sure, as he goes off. Nick Potts is the new batsman. 306 for 9 is the total, and 1 ball left, and Dylan Pennington just in with a chance of tidying up his figures, isn't he? I'll just run through the figures for you as the Potts comes in, so that we can have a break at the end of the innings. Joe Leach, 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 52. Ben Gibbon, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 64. Adam Finch, 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 54. Jake Libby, 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 58. Taylor Cornell, 3 overs, no maidens, 2 big wickets for 23. And Dylan Pennington, so far 3 for 53 with 1 ball left in this innings.
Yes, Cornell doing himself no harm at all with those 3 overs after not being called on before. Last ball of the innings, and that swung high and handsome for 6. Well, would you believe it? Number 11 comes out, strike rate of 600. Short delivery, moved inside it, so thank you very much. And there was almost a sort of look across there to the skipper as if to say, yeah, don't put me in number 11 again in this batting lineup, Skip, I'm a bit better than that. So, yeah, superb pulled by Potts. He's 6 not out, Connors 1 not out. Derbyshire finishing on 312 for 9.
So Pennington finishes with figures of 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 59, and with 2 leg byes, 4 wides, 2 no balls. There were 8 extras, and the total 312 for 9. Worcestershire will need 313 to win, and they will begin their attempt to score those runs at around about 12 minutes past 3 o'clock. We'll be back then. Do join us. Yes, I am, yep. I was told you weren't having updates after 1 o'clock, but it doesn't matter, it's fine. No problem. He's the best, that kid in the grey t-shirt. He's got really good action. Coach cuts a dashing figure, I think. Yeah. Well, it's the innings break here at the moment, with Derbyshire having totalled 312 for 9 after being put in. Good fight back by Worcestershire at the end. Looked as though they might be chasing a lot more than that at one stage. Cornerstone of the innings, 136 from Lewis Rees. Shah Massoud made 63, Anuj Dal 46. For Worcestershire, 3 wickets for Dylan Pennington and 3 for Adam Finch. So Derbyshire 312 for 9. Worcestershire need 313 to win, and they begin that attempt in around 10 minutes' time.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. looking at mine. What was the third? What's the ninth? I can't believe that. Oh, I've got to tell Joe. That is classic. Is he still there? He had to stay. Buckle in. Here comes Pollock. Put your best catcher in deep pocket square leg. So when are you here till? Because we've got to do another lunch, haven't we? Could do Thursday probably. We'll have a chat later.
Welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume in the Royal London Cup game between Worcestershire and Derbyshire. Derbyshire having batted first, having lost the toss, they made 312 for 9, and Worcestershire's response to that figure is about to get underway. Ed Pollock, the opening batsman, on strike. Sam Connors, the bowler, and his first ball is down the leg side, and Pollock swivels round, looks to try and play it down to the leg side boundary, but doesn't get a bat on it. It's taken on the thigh pad and it runs away down to the fine leg boundary for 4 leg byes. So a good start for Worcestershire, albeit via extras. 4 without loss. The target 313. Derbyshire's score built mainly around a partnership of 137 for the second wicket. Here's Connors again in bowls, and Pollock is forward, pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. Top scorer for Derbyshire, Lewis Rees, 136, and well supported by Sean Masood, 63, and Anuj Dal, 46. So senior players, the linchpins of that innings. And Worcestershire requiring 313 to win. Sam Connors, right arm over the wicket, medium pace. Nice easy approach from the new row end. Bowls just short of a length to Pollock, who pushes out on the onside. And there's no run. Alongside me is David Townsend. Well, could be game on, David, I suppose, but we thought at one stage they might get more.
Yes.
But it's chaseable, isn't it?
Yeah, there are those two very expensive back-to-back overs, weren't they? 20 off each over. Last, I think one of them was Gibbon, and the other one was the spinner, Libby. 20 off each over. That looked like a big score coming in.
Connors in, bowls to Pollock, tucked up as he tries to swing this away on the leg side, taken on the pad. They go through for another single. Leg by not signalled this time, so he must have got a bit of glove or bat on that one. And he's off the mark. 5 without loss. Yeah, we thought at one stage they might get 330 or so, and then we were discussing at the break the fact that 300 is still a big score, but these days it isn't a sort of bat you out of the game score that it might have been 10 years ago or so. And Worcestershire will feel if they get off to a decent start that they're in with a chance. Taylor Cornell is opening the batting with Ed Pollock today. another combination that Worcestershire haven't yet tried. Azhar Ali's been opening in this competition. Cornell is in, bowls, and I beg your pardon, Connors is in and bowls, and Cornell pushes up to mid-on. And again, there is no run. 5 without loss then. So 2 left-handers opening for Worcestershire. Azhar Ali almost certainly due in next, and then it will be Jake Libby, Ed Barnard, Ben Cox, Henry Cullen probably, and then Joe Leach and the other bowlers. Slightly unusual looking Worcestershire lineup today as Connors comes in again from the new road end and bowls to Cornell, who plays at this down the leg side and is out, caught, strangled down the leg side, not for the first time. That's happened to Taylor Cornell this season, happened to him in his first championship game as well. Very unfortunate. Big nick down the leg side, big appeal, no hesitation from umpire Jack Shantry, and a very, very disappointing start for Worcestershire, losing a wicket in the first over. But on this occasion it's really difficult to attach much blame to the batsman. Could easily have just got a thicker edge and picked up 4, but as it is, he goes. It's a classic leg side strangle, and Worcestershire are 5 for 1.
And it's one of those as well as if he hadn't got a tickle on it and probably been signalled a wide. So unfortunate for Taylor Cornell, but his day's work is over. He'll have a shower and watch the rest of this run chase. Need to get 2 players in to build this chase, build the platform for the chase. You don't get to 300 in the power play, but you can often lose your chase in the power play. If you lose too many wickets, you go at it too quickly, or you foot to the floor too early. And perfect man coming in, Azhar Ali too, who will know exactly how to time this chase.
Yeah, it was against Glamorgan back in June. I was just checking that Cornell was out in similar fashion to that, caught down the leg side when he was putting together a promising innings. Maybe he just gets a bit too far across, or maybe it's just a coincidence, maybe it's just a bit of bad luck. But anyway, he's gone. As David says, his day's work is finished. He did pick up a couple of important wickets with his left arm spin, just to sort of a kind of substitute option really. He was one of the spinners that was used to fiddle some overs through Worcestershire not having a frontline spinner, and he picked up 2 big wickets.
Start of the second over then, that was the last ball, and a run straight away for Ed Pollock. And Ben Aitchison is bowling from the Diglis end. Yeah, it's 3 very good overs really. I think it was 2 for 23 off 3 overs, but those overs were all bowled in the final power play, in the happy hour if you like. And
yeah, he did well, didn't he?
Yes, he had to take over from Jake Libby, who'd just been disappeared for 20 runs in his previous overs. Excellent performance. 2 slips go down. Azhar Ali's first ball, he just allows that one to go through to the keeper. Have a look at the pitch, get an idea of the pace of it. Couple of slips, third man down in front of us. Backward point, extra cover mid-off, and the absolutely standard leg side field that you always see when there were, well, not always, but usually see when there were 3 fielders on the onside. Bowling from the Diglas end with the D'Oliveira stand behind him. Bowls his next delivery, and Azarali allows that one to go through keeper, and Brookguest takes again no run. So I, being a sort of not a Worcestershire fan by any means, not even a supporter, but a Worcestershire appreciator, Frank, I'm beginning to wonder whether the Basil D'Oliveira stand shouldn't be renamed. His next delivery pushed into the offside no run. I think it should be just the D'Oliveira stand.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Sort of
The dynasty. Yeah.
And perhaps when Brett retires, that might be a nice touch, because obviously Basil, far and away the most famous of the 3, the granddad, but Damon and Brett following him, maybe another one yet. Next delivery through to the keeper, no runner. They're only 4th generation D'Oliveira.
Well, Brett's got a young son who's I think it's 4 or 5 now. Yeah, I'm sure will be introduced fairly promptly to
cricket.
The game. Well, I'm sure he already has. And a bit of golf, I think.
So in comes Aitchison, that goes through to the keeper, and that's the end of a tidy over. That's really no hurry at all. He's just happy to let those deliveries through, and well, a steady enough start. 2 overs have gone, 6 for 1, and if they don't get the platform, well, they're going to fall a long way short. They need to. What would they be looking at in the dressing room, Frank? 150 perhaps after 28, 30, something like that.
Yeah, well, get the first 10 out of the way first, isn't it? I suppose get through the power play and not be more than a couple down would be big, I think. As Connor starts a new over bowling to Pollock, takes him on the pad, runs away on the leg side. Just looking at the Twitter feed from Repton School, who have shown a video of Archie Harrison making his debut here. Proud moment for him and his family and Repton School, and it very kindly says, in a way, there's a slight, nice, appropriate nature that somebody who'd worked there was doing the commentary as well. There's Connors bowls to Pollock, who plays across this one, taken on the pad. It runs out on the offside, strangled appeal, but I think probably pitched outside leg. Pollock as yet hasn't produced any of his trademark big shots. He's 2 not out off 7. It's 6 for 1. The man out Cornell strangled down the leg side off the bowling of Connors without scoring. 313 the target, and Connors in again, bowls to Pollock, and he gets a run this time off the bat. He'll probably get 2, in fact. He's tucked it down to deep backward square leg. Indeed he does. Come back for a second, takes him on to 4, and the total to 8 for 1.
Whenever he makes runs, Ed Pollock, his wagon wheel has got one very distinctive spoke, hasn't it?
It has indeed. Yeah. It looks like a wheel that's got it's lost most of its spokes and kept the others in one area, doesn't it? This Connors again is in and bowls, and Pollock is going to be caught at mid-off. He's gone for a big hit, he's skied it, and Sean Masood runs round and takes the catch at mid-off. Wide outside the off stump, kind of thrown it away really there at Pollock. He's gone for 4, and well, you're talking about what Worcestershire's target might have been, and I was suggesting they just need to get through the power play without losing more than a couple of wickets. Well, they've already lost 2 and we're only in the 3rd over, and it's a second one for Sam Connors, and Ed Pollock just unable to resist the temptation to throw the hands at that one outside the off stump, got underneath it, skied a catch, and Sean Masood running around from mid-off completed the job. Worcestershire in big trouble, 8 for 2 as Jake Libby comes out to join Azhar Ali.
Yeah, so this will be a key partnership. Ben Cox still to come, of course, who batted very nicely up at Scarborough last Sunday, but they do need the platform going a little bit early. Could we accuse him of that? It's only the third over of the innings. The wicket's already fallen, but that's the way Ed Pollock plays, and you know with Pollock that if he stays for an hour, then you're going to put a big dent in any target you're chasing, and he hasn't stayed an hour. He's probably stayed about, well, less than 10 minutes here for this innings of Worcestershire as they're chasing that 312 runs that Derbyshire made, and this game could be, well, another couple of wickets now, and it's going to be a very, very long way back, particularly with Ed Barnard being an all-rounder due in next, I believe, Frank. So
Yeah, not an all-rounder at the moment, just a batsman, of course, but yeah, I think he probably will come in next. 8 for 2 as Jake Libby faces Sam Connors, who's in, and Libby is driving off the back foot. Thought he was going to get off the mark, but a good diving half stop at short extra cover means that he doesn't get off the mark. Kane, the fielder there, making the save. 8 for 2 it remains. So yeah, any target they might have had, David, that you're talking about, any mini target, 50 off the first 10 or whatever, will have to be revised now, and they just need to rebuild. As Connors is in and bowls to Libby, who pulls this. It was on him a little bit quicker than he thought, but he kept control of it, and he gets 4 down to the backward square leg boundary. So Jake Libby is off the mark, and at the end of the third over of the innings, Worcestershire are 12 for 2, needing another 301 runs for victory. Libby has 4, Azhar Ali yet to get off the mark. The 2 men out are the 2 openers. Taylor Cornell out without scoring, Ed Pollock out for 4.
Yeah, so excellent start for Derbyshire. They needed early wickets, they've got early wickets. The sun just disappearing behind a fluffy cloud at the moment. It's not quite as hot here as it was earlier in the day, obviously. But still pretty warm out there in the crowd.
Did you say the cloud word, the C word? We've got a cloud.
There's a fluffy bit of something up there, isn't there? So started with new over from HSE bowls there, and that's turned to mid-on, and there's a no run.
I think I'll have an update any minute now, David, so carry on, but be prepared. That's what I was going to say.
Prepared, as
you always are.
Well,
Boy Scouts.
For my Cub Scout.
Yeah, absolutely.
We were prepared. What we were prepared for.
Yeah, well, let's not go into that.
It's just embarrassing. That's driven through the offside. No run. Dib. So did a lot of dibbing and dobbing in those days.
Yeah, I was a scout too.
You were a scout or card?
I was a scout. I was a scout.
I was a scout.
I got my cloud badge actually, just to relate to our previous conversation.
Did you?
Mm.
What did you have to do to get that?
I had to learn to recognise types of cloud.
Nature's and bowls, and there's as a off the, in fact that's a Libby, isn't it, off the mark with a what am I talking about? Libby's got a couple of runs there, turned around the corner. Azhar Ali's on one, and the score's 15 for 2.
Cumulonimbus, I think, but I'm not sure now. Forgotten a bit.
Well, you have to give your badge
do
back.
Some revision. Yeah, I would, but I don't know where it is now.
Return your badge. That's outrageous. H's and Vowels, and pitched up, driven nicely by Libby backward off square. I think he's going to get 4 runs for that. Is he going to reach the boundary? Oh, excellent run, slide, and knocked it back being managed well. And well, hopefully they took 3 runs. I wasn't
they did.
That's when I think, but they should have taken 3 runs for that. He knocked it, slid and knocked it back in Dull. A couple of feet inside the road. To exaggerate, you'd say inches, but it was a couple of feet. So that brings Azhar back on strike. and that's pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run. What other badges did you get?
I can't remember, honestly. I just remember there was I'm not sure if it was a weather badge or a clouds badge, but I know how to identify all the different types of clouds. Because in the winter when you had meetings and you weren't going out doing exciting things, you did badges. Knots, I think I did.
Next delivery is pushed back to Aitchison. That's the end of the over. I can't remember what we used to have sort of silly things like you had to throw the ball up in the air and clap as many times as you could before it came down.
Life skills.
Life skills. And then if the cub master was bored, he'd send you off around the village to pack as many different things you could into a matchbox. That was one. Come back in an hour and a half.
Life skills.
Yes.
No, we didn't do any of that. I don't know if that update's going to come now. Sometimes they miss the one at certain times, I don't know. Connors is in anyway from the new road end, and he bowls outside the off stump to Libby, who lifts his bat well clear of that and allows it through to the keeper. Good start from Connors, picked up 2 wickets. He'll be fairly buoyed by that, and he's bowled a good line generally, although to be fair he did pick up his first wicket with a little leg side strangle of the left-handed Taylor Cornell, but he's in good shape at the moment, Connors. Nice easy approach, right arm over, slingy sort of action. Gets it wrong with this one, slightly over pitched outside off stump, and Libby, who started very fluently, hits his 3rd boundary in just 6 deliveries. He goes to 13, and Worcestershire go to 22 for 2. The other man out after Cornell is Pollock, who made 4 before he skied an attempted drive on the offside, got right underneath it, and Sean Masood running away to his right at mid-off took a straightforward catch.
You were doing poor old Alej Dole a disservice there, but having dived and knocked that 3rd boundary of Libby's back into.
I beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry, I am, aren't I? Yeah, you're right. I beg your pardon. Connors in, bowls, Libby drives, and a great stop diving to his left at backward point.
Never mind begging my pardon. You've got to
should beg Alej Dole's pardon. Yeah, indeed, it was a really good sliding save, wasn't it? And just looking who that was, McKiernan, I think, making that stop at backward point, getting the congratulations of a couple of his teammates. It was good team fielding as well, wasn't it? Because Harrison had gone with him to make the return. Here comes Connors. Libby turns this one on the other side. Thinks about a run, but turns it down as Lewis Rees comes in from mid-on to do the fielding. Still 22 for 2. He looks busy, Libby, at the moment. He's struggled for form this season, and he sometimes gets criticised in white ball cricket for not being able to score quickly enough, not being able to hit boundaries and just only ticking things over. But he seems to have come in today in this power play with a bit more purpose, and he's on the back foot, forcing this one out on the offside. Takes a single, throw from McKiernan, comes in and whacks Libby. Oh, here comes that update after all. They take a single. Worcestershire have lost 2 early wickets, I'm afraid, in their attempt to score 313 to win. Taylor Cornell, the first man to go, unfortunate to get a nick down the leg side off the bowling of Sam Connors, to be caught by wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. That was 5 for 1 and 8 for 2 when Ed Pollock was out in the 3rd over, skying a drive on the offside to Sean Masood at mid-off. Pollock going for 4, so a bit of a rebuilding job underway as early as the 5th over, which has just been completed. Jake Libby is on 14, Azhar Ali is on 1, and Worcestershire, requiring a further 290 runs to win, are 23 for 2. And Dave Fletcher's back alongside me. Great start for Derbyshire, Dave.
Well, Sam Connors, I heard you talking about the good start he's made. He's sort of continuing on what he did for the England Lions against South Africa. He picked up 4 for 25 and picked up most of the wickets towards the end of that game as the Lions went on to win it. They spelt the name on his back wrong, of course, but that's the ECB for you. ERS, if anybody's listening. So he's got an England Lions shirt with the wrong name on the back. He can't have his own number and he's got the wrong name. Ben Aitchison from the Diglis end. That one is turned into the leg side by Jake Libby for a single. 5 overs gone, 23 at the end of the 5th overs. I start off with the good intention of filling these little boxes.
Yeah, no, I never do. I keep it going in the T20s usually, but yeah, it's hard, isn't it?
No, it's impossible. I can't do it. I'll give it a go.
If you go on the ball by ball thing, you sometimes get it.
Yes, yeah, this one's turned into the leg side by Azhar Ali. Half stopped by Nick Potts. Good stop right in the previous over from Matty McKiernan, wasn't it?
Yeah, great stop, wasn't it? Brilliant.
Terrific work from McKiernan.
They've been sharp in the field, I think, so far. I mean, it's early days. The heat hasn't got to them yet, and you've picked up a couple of early wickets. Always good for the concentration. But yeah.
25 for 2. Libby back on strike. Aitchison in and bowls. Jim turns that into the leg side for a single. I think there was bat involved.
No,
there
leg
wasn't.
by.
Leg by is signalled by Nick Cook. Just struggle to get that leg up these days.
Yeah, it's, the younger umpires give the indication very early that they lift the leg high. You can see it.
Yeah.
Nick Cook, minimal.
He was involved in one of the 100 games that was on last week. This next delivery from Aitchison, that's a better line and well fielded by Anuj Dal. And something happened in this game, and he just stood there and shrugged his shoulders. He had absolutely no idea what was happening. Absolutely no idea. So, and neither did I. I was watching it in a pub we went into this pub in Chelmsford the night before the game at Essex, and there must have been 1,000 television screens in there. Might be exaggerating.
No, I know what you mean.
Everyone was showing the 100 as Aitchison bowls again. Not quite got his line right, but too straight, and that one is turned down to long leg, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees for another single.
And we were with Griff.
I may have been.
And I'm surprised you stayed. That's all I was going to say. If all the screens were showing the 100, I'm surprised you stayed.
The beer was nice.
Another readable 100.
And we didn't have to watch it, so... but yeah, bless him. Nick Cook was umpiring, had no idea what was happening. Libby on strike rather, and that one is let go outside the off stump. So the 6th over comes to an end. 27 for 2. Bit of a rebuilding job to be done here by Azhar Ali, who has 3, and Jake Libby, who's raced on to 15. Partnership just slightly less than a run a ball 19 after they were 8 for 2. And unsurprisingly, Sam Connors is going to continue. The same flash on the front of the shirts on the back of the trousers.
I can see it.
Interesting.
Not great that.
Well, it looks like they've got the trouser leg rolled up to me. Just glance at it.
But otherwise, I'm a big fan of the kit. I'm interested that some of the other members of the press box weren't. But there you go. Connors in from the New Road end. Bowls to Azhar, who plays a very characteristic shot, turning the ball off his pads square on the leg side. Picks up 2 as Archie Harrison runs back from square leg to do the fielding. So Azhar moves on to 5, and it's 29 for 2. Key partnership, I think, this one. You can't help feeling that as a Worcestershire follower. A fairly depleted batting lineup. Kashif Ali, the latest to fall victim to injury. Connors in, bowls, and Azhar slightly sort of taken by surprise by this one, by a little bit of extra nip off a length, which he indicates to Jake Libby, as batsmen sometimes do these days, with a little sharp movement of his wrist, saying it just bounced a bit more than he thought, and he was less than confident as he pushed it up to mid-off. Stores that away in the memory bank, takes guard again, the Pakistani international, and waits as Connors comes in, past umpire Jack Chantry and bowls, and Azhar just steers this one down behind square on the offside. Good stop by Anuj Dal at gully, deep gully, and no addition to the score. Key partnership, as I was saying, with Ed Barnard, I think, due in next. Ben Cox at 6. Henry Cullen will probably bat 7, Joe Leach at 8, and then the bowlers. It's not the longest Worcestershire batting lineup that they've ever fielded. Here's Connors again in bowls, and as our drives on the offside. Nicely timed, only a single, and a well-judged run, as we saw in fact throughout the Derbyshire innings. Lewis Rees in particular was very sharp between the wickets, especially in that partnership with Anuj Dal. But the key thing there, as Azhar played that, was that as soon as he hit it, he saw that it was wide enough of Harry Kane at short extra cover for them to get through for the run. A very early call, and they took the single. 30 for 2. Connors again is in and bowls to Libby short, and Libby goes for the pull, but he doesn't time it, and Harrison fields at mid-wicket.
Scoreboard suffers in the same way that the old
Yeah.
scoreboard at Derby suffers.
The
As soon
light.
as the sun shines on it,
Yeah.
you can't see it.
Yeah, it's very, very dim, isn't it? And the one on the other side is out of your view, I think.
It is,
isn't it? Yeah.
because well, John Curtis is
I
worried
just
about
wonder
getting the
whether,
sun in his eyes.
wonder whether they can turn up the brightness, but I'm sure they would have tried if they could. It's still just about
It is
legible,
just about, yeah.
Connors in to Libby, and outside the off stump, left alone by Libby, taken by wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. End of the 7th over of the innings. Worcestershire need a further 283 to win. They're 30 for 2.
Yeah, really good start by Derbyshire. These two are just looking slightly more comfortable now. The interesting thing for me about Ben Aitchison, who got career best figures of, well, he picked up 4 wickets against Hampshire, his first 4-wicket haul in List A cricket, and very, very early in his List A career, is that it took him a couple of overs to get it right, but once he got it right he was almost unplayable for about 2 overs, and it was about this time that he became unplayable. He bowls now, and that one is pushed out by Azhar Ali to Harry Kane, who's fielding at extra cover. There's no run. I know his mum's on the ground today, his dad's watching the stream, so they'll be hoping, I'm sure, that he can get it right in the same way that he is and the Derbyshire supporters are, because when he gets it right, he is some bowler. He's on his way in now, and bowls to Azhar Ali, who chops this away nicely for 4 runs to backward point. Didn't get that one right, short and wide outside the off stump, and Azhar Ali punishing him with another boundary. That's in fact that's Azhar Ali's first boundary. He was into double figures. He's on to 10 now, and Worcestershire to 34 for 2 here in the 8th over. Still warm. I think it's getting warmer. 32 degrees my computer suggests that it might be, as this next one is all mistimed up towards mid-on. No is the cry, and no is the right call, as it's fielded there by Alex Hughes, possibly. It is Alex Hughes at mid-on. See him bowl later on, I'm sure. Lewis Rees as well. Anuj Dal possibly. Matty McKiernan. In comes Aitchison. That's a shortish delivery that's turned into the leg side nicely by Azhar Ali for a single. Fielded by Nick Potts, who will also see bowl at some point. Picked up his first List A wicket in only his second match against Hampshire. Might even see a little bit from Archie Harrison as well, who knows. So plenty of options for Shan Masood. Kieran is currently at first slip, as this one is driven but straight to Harry Kane by Jake Libby. Catch that Brooke Guest took to dismiss Taylor Cornell, David Griffin informs me, is his 100th all-format catch for Derbyshire.
His career is very much on an upward trajectory at the moment, isn't it?
It is. We're trying to keep it quiet,
Yeah.
because we've got some wealthy neighbours.
Yeah. Don't know what you mean.
This next delivery is defended by Jake Libby up towards Alex Hughes at mid-on. It's the end of the over, 35 for 2. The one good thing about the wealthiest of the local neighbours is that the son of the coach is the wicket-keeper at the moment, so
That's true.
half a chance that he might not go there,
Yeah.
unless his dad, Brooke Guest's dad, takes over. I'm
Yeah.
not sure he's even a cricket coach. 35 for 2, but does that matter these days? 35 for 2, we had Dave Houghton. Oh, Mate, last season was the worst cricket I think I've ever seen in my life, and I'm including a lot of village cricket that was exceptionally appalling.
Sam Connors is to continue from the New Road end, 35 for 2 as he comes in to bowl to Azhar Ali, who is out, caught behind, but gets his 101st catch. Good delivery from Connors, just making Azhar play, and a little nibble outside the off stump, might just have nipped away, and Brooke Guest completes a pretty straightforward catch. That's a big wicket, I would suggest, in the context of this game. It's a cracking little spell from Sam Connors, 3 for 15 now, and Azhar Ali is going for 11, and Worcestershire are in dire straits, 35 for 3 in the 9th over.
Yep, terrific effort from Sam Connors. This career best figures now, first time he's taken 3 in an innings for Derbyshire in the List A game, 2 for 15, his previous best. Again, very early in his List A career. It's only his 7th game. It's Aitchison's 11th match, and these two, well, if they stay at Derbyshire, could be the opening bowlers for a number of years to come. That's if they stay at Derbyshire. Ben Aitchison released by Lancashire. Sam Connors coming through the pathway.
And they complement each other quite nicely, I think, as well, because Aitchison that bit taller, hits deck a bit harder, gets a little bit more lift, and Connors has just got that lovely, easy approach. A bit like the man coming into bat, actually, when he approaches the crease. Connors, I think, for me, Ed Barnard, he sort of glides in, doesn't take a lot out of himself, doesn't whack his delivery stride, just doesn't jar his body. Looks like he's stretching his back as I speak, but it looks like a fairly comfortable, fluid, biomechanically sound action is what I'm trying to say, I suppose. And he's certainly hit the spot today. He looks in really good shape, and as I say, his figures make good reading. 4.1 overs, no maidens, 3 for 15.
Ben Aitchison has halved the length of his run-up since the start of the season. He got injured in the warm-ups at the start of the season. When he was coming back, he was telling me, when he was sort of doing the half-pace bowling, that just to get him back into it, he felt that this new run-up, the shorter run-up, was just right for him. It's almost like an old Sunday League run-up.
It's an interesting one, that, because I was going to say, if it's halved his run-up and he's bowling well, that's probably, a piece of good observation by a coach, but obviously it's come about almost by accident, really. Just the way things go sometimes. Here's Connors to Barnard. He's in, he bowls, and that's very full, and Barnard slices a drive down to third man for a single, completes the run, and then just jars his ankle a little bit as he stands at the non-striker's end now, stamping that left foot down as though he's in some discomfort, but he's off the mark, and it's 36 for 3.
The other thing about the two bowlers as well, so the other day Aitchison goes and gets his first 4 for in List A cricket. Now Sam Connors has come back and got a 3 for. They'll push each other on, won't they?
And Connors, well, Libby's all over the place with this one. He's actually got a shortish ball, got it on the splice, it's gone to third man, but as it went to third man, Libby was looking around towards square leg. He had no idea where that ball had gone whatsoever. And Connors he's not express pace, but hits the deck quite hard and just skids on. And these white balls, if they're going to do anything, it's early on. There's one at each end, of course, so this particular ball is only 4 or 5 overs old, so a little bit of hardness still. They don't stay hard for that long. Connors is in and bowls, and well, that's dismissed by Barnard. Incredibly, well, I was going to say arrogant, not arrogant, but dismissive shot for your second ball. It was wide, short of a length, and he just slapped it through the covers. It looked like a man who'd got 100 already. Incredibly,
no real effort.
Dismissive shot.
No real effort. Beautiful shot.
He has been in fantastic form with the bat this season. A cracking shot. Barnard goes to 5 off 2. Certainly knew where that one had gone. A slight rearrangement of the offside ring. He came going a bit deeper at short extra. 41 for 3. Connors in, bowls, and Barnard drives again nicely straight into the ground, and Kane this time is in exactly the right place and does the fielding.
And next season, Suranga Lakmal will return. He's had a 2-year contract because his elbow fell apart and he's had to have an operation, so he'll be back next season, hopefully. And Zach Chappell will join Derbyshire next season as well, so they'll have a pretty decent bowling attack to go along with the very fine batting that they've discovered this season.
Sam Connors from the New Road end is in a bowl short to Barnard, drops this down on the onside, there's no run, end of the over. 41 for 3, Libby 16, Barnard 5 for 2, 3 men out, Cornell without scoring, Pollock for 4 and Hazard for 11. You probably know, Dave, that Worcestershire have currently got an advert out for a director of cricket, and I think they're, well, who knows who's going to apply and what the process is going to be, but I think, you know, when you look at the impact that that appointment has had at Derbyshire with
the remarkable thing about Mickey Arthur was that he actually applied for the job.
Yeah, what I was going to say is when you look at that you realise what an important position it is.
No question. Aitchison bowls and it's pulled into the leg side. That looks like it'll be 4 off the bat of Jake Libby. There are 2 fielders chasing it down. One of them's Alex Hughes, and he just loses the race to the boundary. Nick Potts was running alongside him. They showed a lot of willing, but always looked like it was going to be a forlorn chase, and that's exactly how it proved. And Libby moves on to 20, 45 for 3 now. Nothing wrong with the rate that the runs are coming. The problem is the wickets that have fallen. We're only in the 10th over, 45 for 3. So that is... they're getting on with it. This next one is defended by Libby out into the offside. Connors raises his hands just in front of us and applauds the effort of his fellow opener. Spoke to Sam very briefly, as I said, in the car park earlier today, and asked him how he was. Stiff, he replied. Did quite a lot of bowling. Didn't get a wicket in the first innings down at Canterbury for the Lions, but as I say, picked up 4 in the second. So he will have felt like he belonged, which is always a nice feeling. Aitchison bowls turning to the leg side by Libby straight to Nick Potts.
It's how you felt when you walked into the commentary box this morning. In fact, I could tell straight away.
Get out of bed, get out of the car, walk up some stairs, everything stiff all the time.
Didn't mean that. I meant felt like you belonged when you walked into the commentary box.
I've never felt like I belonged. Just feel stiff all the time. It's a terrible thing, advancing years. And comes Aitchison again and bowls to Libby, who pushes it straight back to the bowler. I've always felt like I belonged. It's a calling.
In the Worcester commentary box.
It's a calling. Well, I'm here more often than not, it seems. There appears to be a very large dinosaur walking. Is it a dragon? It's a dragon, isn't it, I think?
It's a crocodile. It's Nile the crocodile.
Oh, it's a crocodile.
Yeah.
What on earth is a crocodile doing? This next one is driven very pleasantly by Jake Libby. There'll be 4 more. Archie Harrison's chasing, but he can stop if he wants, because that has gone all the way just to the left of the ladies' pavilion, away to our right, which is now more populated than ever because it's in the shade. And that was a nice shot from Libby. Moves to 24, 49 for 3.
Yeah, Niall the crocodile, who was sat behind you earlier in the press box, but he didn't have his kit on. You wouldn't recognise him, you see.
Dave Townsend's in there.
It wasn't him.
That'd be great, wouldn't it?
It would be fantastic.
I think we should start a petition.
I think he'd earn his lunch then.
Here comes Aitchison, bowls to Libby, who just taps it into what is now a vacant mid-wicket area, because there was a mid-wicket there and he'd been pushed out to the boundary, so he picks up a single and keeps the strike. 9 runs off that Ben Aitchison over 5 overs for 24 he's bowled, and the 50's up for Worcestershire. 50 for 3 at the end of the power play, if indeed it is a power play.
Yeah. And
why a crocodile then, Frank? Come on.
Well, Niall the crocodile, rivers, rapids, I think it's all together.
Why the rapids then?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Or why any of them.
Well, when you say that, is Nick Potts incidentally coming on to bowl for Derbyshire. Derbyshire, the Falcons now.
But there used to be the Scorpions.
That was a brewery. The Phantoms was to do with Rolls-Royce, and then they became the Falcons because there were falcons nesting in Derbyshire, in Derby Cathedral. So there's the
Falcons nested in Worcester Cathedral.
Well, they nested in all the cathedrals.
Yeah, they do.
Worcestershire Falcons.
The Peregrines.
Yes.
I think it's the river and the crocodile, and I don't know whether it was a competition or whatever. I really don't know, but it is Nile the crocodile.
What you need is a mascot that can win a mascot race. So I
Well,
don't think that crocodile's got any chance.
No,
Derbyshire's mascot's won it twice in the last 3 years.
Really?
Finished third this year.
Yeah.
I think
Who won it this year? Was it Lanky the giraffe won it this year?
No, he took an early lead.
He's too lanky, isn't
It's
he?
the gorilla from Gloucestershire.
No. Can't. Anyway, in comes the new bowler, who is Potts, and his first ball is driven off the back foot by Libby out on the offside.
I want to see one in football. I want to see that Boiler from West Brom doing the mascot race. That's the best mascot.
I tell you, I've said
ever
this
seen.
before. You get into these discussions, don't you, in the Blast games, but the best one I've seen is the one at Burnley Football Club, and he's a bee or a wasp.
Okay.
And I think, well, he used to be. Somebody will probably get in touch and say they don't do it anymore or it's changed. But I went to Tufnell a few times. I just break off as Potts bowls this one and repeated by Libby, forced off the back foot but no one. And he's a very, very strong, athletic, almost a gymnast, I suppose. And apparently he also, at the time when I went, this was probably 8 to 10 years ago, I went 3 or 4 years running. He did a rugby league club as well, one of the top rugby league clubs, and his sort of party piece was, I don't quite know what the move is called.
But he's stuck.
Yeah, that sort of wavy thing, you know.
Which rugby league club then?
In comes Potts, and this one's slightly fuller, and Libby drives on the offside just for a single. Goes to 26. It's 51 for 3.
It must be Ronnie the Rhino.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just so strong and really quite entertaining. So whenever Burnley scored or had a good attack or something, he'd go into this routine at the side of the ground. It's really very, very impressive. Not at all sure that it had anything to do with football.
No.
But yeah.
No, I'm not a big fan of mascots.
No, Niall just plods around, as you can see over there. He's a good young lad who plays at club that I'm involved with. As Barnard reaches for this one outside the off stump, and he's lucky not to get a touch, and he indicates that it might just have nipped away a little bit. That one.
There's a relative of Ben Aitchison suggested that he's too lazy to take a full run up, which I think is a bit harsh.
I think it is a bit harsh.
It's a bit harsh.
Yeah. But maybe a bit of inside knowledge. Yeah. Sort of thing you don't find in the in-depth interviews. And what would you say your characteristics are? Well, I'm very
lazy.
Here's Potts again. 26 on his back. He strides in, right arm over the wicket, and Bard cuts again. Really quite disdainfully for 4. A bit of width, and he just throws the hands at it and smashes it down behind square on the offside. Second impressive boundary from Barnard. He's moves to 9, and it's 55 for 3.
Shame after the
one ball
previous
left in the
delivery.
11th. Yeah,
It was a really good delivery.
It was,
The previous one.
as good as anybody's bowl, I would say. Yeah. Yeah.
Comes up with that.
But there you go. That's the.
He's only a child.
Yeah, exactly. Learning his trade. Got to get out of the over now. Comes in and bowls, and Barnard is forward to a very good straight delivery on off stump, and he just pushes it out on the offside at the end of the over from Potts. So 11 gone. Worcestershire need a further 258 to win. 55 for 3.
You know what's happening now.
And I know what's happening. It's update time, and then maybe when you come back we'll get DT in for a bit as well. Dave goes off to update BBC Radio Derby listeners. I'll be doing the same very shortly for listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester. And the news is that Derbyshire are on top. But something of a partnership being built at the moment by these two. Have added 20 so far for the 4th wicket in fairly good time. Jake Libby waits as in comes Aitchison from the Diglis end, and his first ball is pushed out on the offside for a single. Takes Libby on to 27, off 27. He's been quite fluent. Barnard on strike against Ben Aitchison for first time, having looked in pretty good touch so far for his 9. Those 2 excellent boundaries, as I said. And waits now as Aitchison comes in, he bowls, and that's a loose shot from Barnard. Throws the bat at one that's a little bit wide of off stump, misses it, taken by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Barnard's in the kind of form, I think, that can be dangerous for a batsman. He can come in and play the sort of shots that he's played to a couple of deliveries so far, dismissing them. Can be tempted into something reckless, as he nearly was there as Aitchison bowls again, and this time he just steers it down off the face of the bat, down with soft hands on the offside towards slip, and Guest runs across from behind the stumps to do the fielding, and it's 56 for 3. So Worcestershire in need of some stability, in need of a big partnership, truth be told, if they're going to have any chance. Aitchison again bowls, and Barnard drives again sweetly through the offside. He'll get 2 as the fielding is done out on the cover boundary by Sam Connors. Running round to his right, here comes that update. Another wicket has gone down since you were last with me, as are Ali, the man out, caught behind by Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper, off the bowling of Sam Connors. A 3rd wicket for Connors as he went for 11. That was 35 for 3. The other 2 men out are Taylor Coyle without scoring and Ed Pollock for 4. Something of a recovery being put together at the moment by the captain Jake Libby, who is on 27, and Ed Barnard, who's on 12. Worcestershire in the 12th over of 59 for 3. As Libby waits once more for Aitchison. Last ball of the 12th over, he bowls, and Libby is forward, plays back to the bowler. Now run end of the over. And there we are, 59 for 3, 254 more needed, and 39 overs remaining.
Thank you, Frank. Turn my microphone on. Just that, I mean, Frank's going to go off for a little while. I still haven't got out for an ice cream there. Every time I go down the end, I spot a packet of biscuits, and so I have them, and then decide I don't really want an ice cream. It's an ice cream sort of day. Some would say it's a pint of lager with a lemonade top sort of day, maybe. Start of a new over, and that one's crashed out to the fielder on the boundary at cover.
Pint of lager with a lemonade top? What kind of drink's that?
Well, it's a sort of hot day drink.
No.
You wouldn't have that?
No.
60 for 3. We just started the 13th over.
Sorry, go on.
Well, that's a good drink for a good drink, isn't it?
It's got a good drink, full stop. Lager.
Potts. Well, just a little drop of lemonade. Potts bowls again short, and again just ease through the offside for a single, so 61 now for 3. What would you drink on a day like today then?
Well, an Indian Pale Ale. That'd be nice on a day like today. I had a little pint down at the cricket club last night. That was beautiful. Couldn't tell you what it was called, but...
Are you a craft ale?
No, real ale, yeah. Proper beer.
Well, not the new sort of hoppy...
No,
American influenced...
I had a pint of a vegan beer the other week. That was interesting.
Did he object? Here comes Potts. That's run down to 3rd man, or she, for 62 for 3.
It was very cloudy. It looked like it was going to make me ill, actually, but it didn't. Yeah, vegan beer. I have no idea why you would. I suppose it wouldn't have any yeast, would it? Because yeast is a living thing, is it? I don't know.
Oh no, that will be okay. I think so. I think it's.
Somebody will tell me. Had no beef in it anyway.
Don't they normally have beef, do they?
No.
Potts bowls, and Libby just eases that through the offside for a single again, so a fairly regulation sort of over. Yes. He's on 28 from 29 balls. Barnard is on 14 from 13, 63 for 3. They have vegan wine as well, and I don't know, one of the one of the world's most famous vegans, I suppose, did explain that to me one time. Mr. Jason Gillespie of South Australia.
Yeah, of course.
Dizzy being a very prominent animal rights man, as well as that next delivery is pushed into the offside, and the onside rather. They scamper through as mid-on comes round to complete the fielding. It's a runner ball so far.
The last time I went out with him in Hove, he didn't seem to mind non-vegan beer or wine.
Well, the wine non-vegan, apparently they use something from fish to make it clearer.
Okay.
Fish finings, is it?
Finings, yeah, that's right.
They come from. Which, and that's probably the same, I would imagine, with beer, is it, just to
which is why mine was cloudy.
clean it. Yeah. Parks pitches up this time, lovely drive. That's going to be at least 2 runs. That's all it's going to be there. As, again, deep cover does the fielding. So 7 runs off that over 5 singles. And 2, both sides will be reasonably happy with that. And looks as though we're now going to have drinks. So drinks after 13 overs. Hot day. Poor old lumps are out there for the entire duration, of course.
Can't be good for them. Can't be good for them. Having drinks at Chelmsford as well, it says on my computer screen here, with Glamorgan 118 for 2. They need another 224 from 32 overs to beat Essex. Lancashire were bowled out for 183 by Hampshire at Southampton. And the home side 60 for 3, 124 more from 30 and a half overs. They've won, Hampshire, 20 of their last 22 matches in all formats.
In all formats?
Lunacy, isn't it, that?
Very impressive.
Absolute lunacy, yeah. I mean, they shouldn't have won the game on Friday, but they did.
Very, very good coach, of course. Mr. A.D. Burrell.
Yes. Knocks 134 for 4 against Durham at Grantham in the match that I would imagine most people on the BBC Sport website and app are probably listening to.
Why would that be?
They needed another 93 from 24 overs of 5 balls, so they'd be favourites there, although they have lost 4 wickets. And outside of this group, Middlesex 99 for 2, Somerset having made 335 for 6 at Taunton. Surrey 71 for 4 against Sussex at Hove, and Sussex made 378 for 6. So that rather suggests that the home side are on top. Leicestershire made 338 for 8, and Warwickshire 58 for 2. And the other game in this group, I don't think I mentioned it, at Canterbury, Kent 114 for 2. They need a further 97 from 28 overs and 4 balls to beat Northamptonshire at Canterbury.
To be fair to Surrey, which, as you know, I never am, they do have a very, very weak inside at the moment.
Yes, yeah, well, it's their own fault.
Well, yes, they say.
Although in fairness they did vote against it, so perhaps we ought to feel sorry for them.
So, and be interesting with Richard Thompson taking over. Do you know his connection to me?
He's not your dad, is he?
No,
okay.
He'd be a good, I don't know, probably 15 years younger than me or something.
I have no idea.
We used to play in the same second 11 team for Carshalton.
Right.
He used to be a tall, angular, sort of very slow medium bowler, and I kept wicket. So I'd done my shoulder in at the time. So
they stand up to him.
Oh,
embarrassing.
Well, you never had to, because he never got stroppy. He was a very, very what shall we say? Nice young man, shall I say, in those days, and reasonable bowler.
Lewis Rees into the attack for Derbyshire now. That one is edged down towards third man, just to the left of Anuj Dal at backward point. Nick Potts does the fielding, and Ed Barnard picks up another single to move on to 16. Mark Watt, who will be back in the Derbyshire squad fairly soon, I'm told, is currently playing for Scotland against the United Arab Emirates in Aberdeen. He made 29 as Scotland made 254 for 9 in that match, and the UAE already 64 for 3.
Not a bad side these days, the UAE.
Rees in again, and that one is driven very nicely by Jake Libby, half stopped by Archie Harrison. Shan Masood goes around to do the tidying up, keeps them down to a single, 68 for 3. that's part of that World League that I really don't understand, but I looked at the table before, it makes no sense. Some teams have played 30 matches and some people have played 15. And
Which one are you talking about? The World Cup Super League with the big teams in it, or the teams beneath them?
the teams beneath, yeah, I'm not 100% sure what it's all about. Ed Barnard sends this one into the leg side. Picks up a single. So if we look at the table, the UAE currently, well, it's Oman at the top. They've played 36 matches, and then second are Scotland, who played 26, but fifth place Namibia have only played 18.
That can't be played that many number of matches, surely.
That's what well, M for matches, I think. I don't know. That's why I don't understand it really. The Snakes are pushed out into the offside, Harrison Fields, and there's no run.
Because that's the 50 overs aside, is it?
Yes.
So they won't have played 36 50 over side matches.
It's the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2.
Yeah, because what happens is the top, I think is at the moment you've got 13 teams in the World Cup Super League, and the top 8 of those qualify.
Reese bowls and Libby pushes this one out towards the cover boundary. In off it comes Connors, single taken, 70 for 3.
And the other 5 who don't qualify, which will be the likes of the Netherlands, Ireland, Zimbabwe, possibly even South Africa, because South Africa have forfeited a series. Sri Lanka were in a bit of trouble in that league as well. West Indies could be as well. Yeah, those teams towards the bottom. They then go into another qualifier.
Next delivery from Reese is tucked into the leg side by Barnard. Single taken. 71 for 3 at the end of the over. Barnard has 18. Libby has 33. Well, M definitely
with the top 5 from that league. So
only 2 miss out. So that'll be Papua New Guinea and somebody else by the look of it.
Pretty sure it's top 5. Maybe it's only the top 3 then of that side.
M is definitely matches played, it says at the bottom. So they've played 36 matches, Omar.
Well, that's nonsense.
They've got 44 points.
That surely can't be right. If it's 36 50 over matches, nobody's playing them. That must be the number they've played in their entire life, I would have thought. I mean, Oman has not been a proper cricket team for more than 10 years, has it? Something like that. So, start of a new over. Potts, that's angled down to third man for a single. If there are how many teams? There are 8 teams in that league, aren't there? So if they were to play each other
37 times.
7. That's just complete nonsense. There must be something wrong with that. But I know it's either the top 5 go through, or is it the top? It might be the top 3 go through, and the 13th one in the World Cup Super League is out. That might be the answer. The next delivery is pushed into the onside, and no run to be had there. So there's only 10 teams going through, aren't there? So.
Well, you wouldn't want to anyway. Why would you want to expand?
10-team World Cup. I mean, some of the best games have been when you've had the smaller sides.
Couldn't agree more. It's a T20 World Cup this year, isn't it? Is that right?
Yeah.
At the end of the year.
Yeah.
Scotland already in that.
Oh, they will be. Yeah. They didn't have to qualify. Ireland did. Next delivery is through to the keeper. Beaten. Potts beats Libby outside the off stump there.
Have Ireland qualified?
They have.
They have already, yeah.
They qualified along with the UAE back in February, and they're getting better at T20 now. It was always but for the last 7 or 8 years, it's been their weaker suit, if you like. They're capable of beating teams over 50 overs, but hadn't really worked out how to play T20s, but getting quite good now. Potts bowls, and that probably should have gone further than it did, Mr. Libby. It was a short delivery, and he's got the bottom of the bat on it, played it to mid-wicket. no runs. So yes, I think the UAE and Ireland qualified from, and then you've got another. Well, don't ask me. It's complicated. The first round in the World Cup, and then teams
Yes.
like that qualified to go into
Yeah,
the
like the last one, when Scotland got through last time. I
they
think,
did,
didn't they?
and Ireland didn't, and that's why Scotland didn't have to go through qualifying for this one. Potts bowls to Libby, and again a short delivery, and again probably should have done better with that. He's just actually helped it round the corner for a single. So score ticking over, trying to build something of a platform, but Derbyshire very much in the ascendancy here. Of course, in this tournament, 73 for 3, we're in the 15th. But in this competition, the top 3 from each division go into, well, they're not quarter-finals really, are they? So it's a strange arrangement. Potts bowls, that's defended back with a point. No run.
Second and third will play a playoff.
Yeah,
The right to play the teams that finish top in the semi-finals, and then obviously the winners of those games.
I don't mind that too much. I think that's better than what they do sometimes when they got 3 groups and one team misses out or something on run rate, and it never quite works, that does it? So far better rather than have straightforward quarterfinals to have, the 2 and 3 play 2 and 3 from the other group, or whatever combination.
You don't want to finish third and go to Canterbury, though, do you? That's just my own personal preference.
So you're not a fan of Canterbury?
No, I like Canterbury. It's a long way away, though, isn't it? Here's Lewis Rees in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Libby. They want 2 here. Racing it off the boundaries, Matty McKeon, and they'll come back for the second. In fact, it's Harry Cohen. I keep getting those 2 mixed up. Well, I'm not entirely sure why, because they don't look anything like each other. McKinnon generally fields on the boundary, but he's actually at straight mid-wicket rather than mid-wicket on the boundary, which Harry Kane is. 2 more to the total. 75 for 3. We're in the 16th over. Rees conceded 7 runs from 7 deliveries so far. He's in around the wicket and bowls to Libby, who just pushes this out into the offside, and there's no run.
Just lost it a bit at the moment, isn't he?
I did hear the announcement that Mitch Wagstaff was on. I don't know if he's still on, or indeed who he's on for, if he is on, but I can't see him out there at the moment. Tom Wood is carrying drinks around the boundary's edge as Rees is in, and that one is played off the back foot, pushed out towards Sam Connors, who comes in off the cover boundary. Single taken. Libby to 37, 76 4-3. Crowd very quiet. Well, I think they're quiet. All I can hear is this fan.
Oh, doesn't that make a difference?
That's a blessing, isn't it?
Yeah, it sounds much better, that one. Frank will want it back on.
Well, he can put it back on, but I want to hear the cricket. Ooh, and it's edged through to the keeper, and Lewis Rees has his first wicket. Barnard goes. He's made 19, and it's 76 for 4 now. Worcestershire in pursuit of 313. Derbyshire, as DT said, are very much in the ascendancy here.
So making his way off, he looked in pretty good nick, didn't he? But that ball just leaving, maybe just bouncing a little. We've seen that from 1 or 2 deliveries.
It's also a 3rd wicket for Brooke Guest, who now has 102 all formats wickets for Derbyshire. 19 of 20 deliveries. Ed Barnard hit a couple of 4s as well. And the first wicket of the afternoon for Lewis Rees, who hasn't had the season with the ball that he might have liked. He couldn't bowl at all at the start of the season after his shoulder and knee operations in the winter, and is slowly finding his way back. So Ben Cox stands with his toes touching the boundary's edge and then races in to the middle to replace Ed Barnard.
Scored a very good 70 up at Scarborough last Sunday that I was lucky enough to see.
Now he's walking
Very
backwards.
good.
He did all sorts of things there. He raced onto the pitch, turned around, walked backwards for a bit, and then tried a couple of defensive shots.
Just getting himself in the, getting himself focused, isn't he? Getting the feet moving, trying to getting up to speed before the first delivery comes down to him.
In the zone.
Yes.
Whatever that is. You ever been in the zone?
I understand the concept of being in the zone.
Yeah, no, neither have I.
It's sometimes when you got that sort of complete focus on something, you don't necessarily always get it at cricket, of course.
That's better as well. When you switch the microphone on with the effects, you can hear them. That's better, isn't it? I thought the crowd had gone, but it's because we didn't have the microphone on. Does make a difference.
It does indeed. Sorry about that, listeners.
Yeah. We're not in charge. It's all Frank's doing.
Perhaps the fan doesn't work if the effects mic's up. Who knows? Like those cars you used to have when you were kids.
You can't have the radio and the fan on at the same time. That's a full delivery from Lewis Rees first up, that Ben Cox just pushes into the leg side. There's no run.
I did have in the old days you could actually wire those things up yourself, didn't you? A mate of mine actually had
The radios?
yeah. Andy Gatt, who's now in his 60s, he was a bit of a star man at that, and he managed to wire one radio up, so you turn the radio on, the windscreen wipers stop working, and vice versa.
Rees bowls, Cox pushes out to the offside this time, straight to Archie Harrison, and a successful over for Derbyshire, and for Lewis Rees comes to an end.
Drove around one of those old Triumphs, not the Stags, but the sort of
The Herald.
Probably a Herald or something. Yeah, and I know it had got power brakes on it, and he turned up late for cricket one afternoon. We both used to play for Grace and Little Chew, and he comes racing across the ground towards where the cars were parked. And he had the habit of turning the engine off before he stopped. And of course, with power brakes on, the power brakes don't work if the engine is switched off. Starting you over from Potts, driven to short extra cover, no run. And he came in and Gat's arrived, and he says, Gatling, not a Gatting, no, hasten to that. He's driven across the ground, and we've just watched him sail serenely into the hedge. Having turned, it was almost poetic.
No,
He just disappeared up to the windshield in a hedge, and then got out and carried on as if nothing had happened. So things you used to do with old car wouldn't allow you to do that. Health and safety would.
No, you can't drive into a hedge anymore.
Potts bowling, and that's driven by Libby through the gap on the offside for one run. But it was one of those moments where almost time sort of stopped, and you just saw the car sailing towards the edge and disappearing into it. Wonderful moment. So yes, messing about with old cars. I was never really into that, but sometimes you sort of found a couple of wires, didn't you, and stuck them in the back of the radio, and if it worked, it worked.
Yeah. They were all pretty much the same size, so they all fitted in that little slot. But of course, a lot of them used to get stolen, and people used to steal car radios, believe it or not.
Potts bowls, and Cox will tell you he just played the line on that, and the rest of us will tell you he played and missed it outside the off stump, and it's gone through to the keeper.
He's prompted a slip.
There used to be a sort of market, didn't there, a local market, where anyone got a radio. So, and then it would
just happened to have come across one.
And then it would get nicked, and then somebody else would buy it. It was just a whole sort of economy in second-hand car radios in those days. And the manufacturers started getting smart, and you could just take the front of them off as well. They sort of ruined it. And Potts bowls and pushed up to mid-on, no run. How does that work these days with radios? We can't
still. They're all sort of built in nowadays, aren't they? I think mine's built in. It must be built in to a degree, because you can control the volume and which station you want on the steering wheel nowadays. Remarkable. I remember when steering wheels were Well, just for steering the car, really. There's a lot of things on those steering wheels now.
Pots. Bowls and defended again. Another thing that Andy Cat did in that curve is we were going down the bypass outside Woodstock going towards Oxford. It was probably, relating to this very hot summer we've had, it was probably the summer of 76 or 77. And he hadn't washed the windscreen for a while, and the sun was a bit, you wanted to wash. So he's put the windscreen wiper on, and the washer on. The wipers have come across, and it's just a smear of white, and he's going about 60, 70 miles an hour. We can't see him, he's like going through a snowstorm. How that car didn't kill anyone, I've no idea. Potts bowls crashed into the ground down to the gully, and no run to be had there, so Cox hasn't picked up the pace of the pitch at all. As yet he's not off the mark. He's so far faced 6 deliveries. Libby's got 38 off at 43, 77 for 4. Tales of our youth. Oh, you haven't told me. You must have had a few fun, a few old cars in your day. What was your first car you had, Fletch?
One of those Citroens where the suspension went up and down.
Oh, yes.
Remember those?
Yes,
what was it called?
Something D, was it?
I know the number plate was DVY11S. Around the wicket comes Lewis Rees, and the ball is pushed into the onside. There's no run.
My cousin had one of those, swore by it.
Yeah, it was all right until the suspension went.
And then you had the Citroen Diane, that was the little one,
yes,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
And the 2CV, that was a little bouncy Citroen car as well.
2CV was the one where you could take the panels off and put them back on, wasn't it? That was, yeah, I think so. What was this called?
I can see it now.
Yeah.
You had to wait for it to go up, didn't you?
Yes, you did. This one is striking the pad of Jake Libby.
Has the ball just started to move around a little bit?
It's doing something for Lewis Rees, isn't it? Might be his pace.
Yeah, those Citroens were great. My sister had a Citroen Diane. She used to belt about everywhere. She called it Henry. Why she called it Henry, I've no idea.
No, people who name cars always worry me slightly. I'm going to have to call Frank in here. I'm due on the radio in about 30 seconds. So would you mind...
Reese Bowles driven nicely at that. That's probably the best shot of the innings. He's found the gap between extra cover, wide and mid-off, way to the covers on the far side of the ground. Not too far away from the horse chestnut tree. And a boundary for Libby. Certainly nothing moving or nothing not timed about that. Cracking shot from Jake Libby. Frank moves back into his seat. We've just been talking about old cars, Frank.
Old cars? Oh.
First car you had? And
Ford Escort Mark II.
Escort or Cortina?
Escort.
Oh, right, okay. Round the wicket.
I'm still driving old cars.
Pushed through the offside. Me too. I've never seen the point of having but I mean,
No.
I did buy one new car, but it was only a little Suzuki runaround thing.
No, I've never had a new car. I've got an 05 and an 08 at the moment. With 2 cars in my family.
Mine's an 08. Parked in the hotel car park over there. Reese Bowles pitched up, driven, and that's past. Manage Dahl there. Means a chase around the boundary. Deep cover. Good throw coming in. And 2 more to the Worcestershire total. We were trying to remember the name of those Citroen cars that you had to sort of rotate and they went up. The suspension went up.
Yeah, I had a 2CV as well at one stage. When I was doing cricket call, I bought the cheapest car in the paper just to get to the ground. Update coming for FM listeners. And then back to cars. Well, since you were last here, Worcestershire have lost another wicket, and it's a big one. Ed Barnard, probably their best batsman this season. He was caught behind by Brooke Guest, a 3rd catch for the Derbyshire keeper off the bowling of the left-armer Lewis Rees for 19. That was 76 for 4 in the 16th over. Jake Libby's still there, he's playing very fluently. He's on 43 off 47 balls. He's been joined by Ben Cox, who's 3 not out at the moment. Worcestershire need another 228 to win in the remaining 32 overs. It's a tall order. They're 85 for 4. Yes, I had a 2CV for a while. Well, it was a Citroen Diane, but it was exactly the same, stripy roof and everything. As Connors is in and bowls, and this one's turned away on the onside by Cox, and there's no run.
But in the past, I've made comparisons between you and my sister being the same age and both having an allotment.
And she had
used to have a Citroen, we were just talking about Citroen Diane. Which she called Henry.
We had
you named yours.
I lived up the road from the ground here. It was in the cricket school days. We had one car. I think we'd just got married, and I said, we need another car just for me to potter to and fro. I'm going to buy the cheapest car in the newspaper. So I bought the Citroen Diane for £350, and I sold it 3 years later for £350. Connors bowls, and this one is driven by Cox. Square, just behind square on the offside. Really good running. He was always coming back for 2. He decided as soon as he'd hit that, and got back comfortably, even though the fielding was done quite smartly on the cover boundary. Cox goes to 5, 87 for 4. But the ones that you were describing, I know exactly the car you mean. The one that rose up on airbags. It was
so there's a D involved with it.
Yeah,
D series.
A friend of mine had one in. It wasn't the BX was the smaller hatchback, wasn't it? I'll think of it in a minute. Here's Connors from the New Road end in, bowl short to Cox, who cuts again down to backward point, or wide third man, and again comes back for 2, and again it's very good running from Ben Cox. Very quick between the wickets, but tough to keep that going for as long on a day as warm as it is today. Cox goes to 7, Libby is 43, and it's 89 for 4. Yeah, a chap I worked with had one of those cars, I remember it clearly. Not AX, was it? AX?
Might have been something like that. I know my cousin.
Somebody tweet us if you had one of those big sort of, still had the very French lines in those days, the Citroens, didn't they? And the car, when it was turned on, the suspension inflated. Cox cuts down into the ground, and as Dar feels at backward point, and there's no run. It kind of went up onto the airbag, didn't it?
Owners always swore by them, and everybody else swore at them.
The best gadget in the 2CV was just to the right of the accelerator pedal. It was like a half, your sister will remember, like a sort of half tennis ball came out of the floor, and when you pumped it with your foot, you just pumped it like backwards and forwards. It squirted water up onto the windscreen. Little jets of water like a kid's water pistol came out. Connors in, bowls, that's banged in short and beautifully played by Cox. Swivels round and rolls his wrists over the top of that and hooks it down to backward square leg. Only gets a single as it's fielded down there.
You couldn't actually clean the windscreen whilst you were driving along. You had to take your foot off the accelerator.
Maybe it was on the other side, I can't remember, but yeah, there it was on the floor. I thought, what's that for? Push it and you'll find out, and there it was. Yeah, extraordinary. Anyway,
the old Citroen Dianes, cracking little car.
There's Potts again. I think I've been saying it's Connors, and it's Potts bowling from the New Road end, right arm over. He's in, he bowls short again, and this time slapped away in front of square for 4 by Libby. This time Cox swivelling on that one. Libby held his ground and punched it in front of square. So expensive end to the over from Potts, and Jake Libby goes on to 47 off 48 balls. It's certainly his most fluent innings in recent games for Worcestershire in this competition, and Potts at the end of that over. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 24. Worcestershire need a further 219 to win them 94 for 4.
So trying to build, if it was purely down to runs, they wouldn't be in a. They'd be happy with their situation. Those 4 wickets doesn't leave them much leeway, does it?
One suggestion that it's the Citroen DX series. I'm
not sure it was a D in. I thought it was a D in.
But I will. We'll have to check. But thanks for that suggestion to Dormston Cook. But anyway. Yeah. So that wasn't your first though. What was your first then, if you're talking about first cars?
Well, I didn't have a Citroen at all.
No.
My sister, she used to do crazy things in that. She'd ask you to follow her home if because she was short of petrol, and then she'd race along country lanes at about 70 miles an hour, and you'd be having a job to keep up with her. That's all I wanted to get home before I ran out of petrol. I was like, it doesn't work like that, Kate. How amount of petrol you got left in the tank? You know, and you go slower, then you conserve it. But that was our thinking on it. You're not missing any cricket with this nonsense talk about old Citroen carts. So, getting some running repairs going on there to one of the Derbyshire players. Is that? I think what's happened is he's sort of done a bit of sliding and throwing himself around.
DS, I think. DS.
Taken some.
DS. Thank you, Dawson. You nearly got us there. You said DX. It was DS, I think. I've just managed to find it. Citroen DS. Well, there you go. Very, very distinctive shape to those famous old cars.
So start of a new over. Left arm round the wicket, over pitches, and driven back to him, and gets a hand on that. Does Rees, or fancy his chances of picking up man of the match, won't he? Big century and a wicket already.
Yeah, big wicket.
So
useful all-rounder.
Yes, certainly is. My first car was a little old blue Mini, which was. Being quite a tall person was perhaps the best choice of car. The pitches again, and this time he's paid the penalty because that's just been clattered through the offside, past extra cover, away to the horse chestnut tree down that side of the ground next to the marquees, and out there enjoying themselves. The members allowed in there, or is it all corporates in there? Corporates on a Sunday,
I think might be members today. I'm not sure. They don't look particularly corporate, do they? But it's not a corporate kind of day, is it?
No. Rees bowls.
Bowls. No match now.
Ben Cox.
Inside edge, maybe.
Possibly. He was looking to hit it through the offside, and we noticed that Rees has been just getting a little bit of movement. And his off stump is pinged back there. I think unless that came back a long way, it would have had to have a bit of bat on it, Frank. Ball racing way down to fine leg as well, which is another indication that the ball has come back in. But Ben Cox has gone. So with him, is that Worcestershire's last chance perhaps? Obviously Jake Libby still out there, but 12 off 16, played a couple of nice shots. 98 for 5, an awful long way behind that 312.
Yeah, a bit of a mess for Worcestershire at the moment. When you look at 5 men out and none of them reaching 20, tells its own story. Derbyshire have been pretty dominant. If you lose 2 wickets in the first 3 over one chase when you're chasing over 300, I think you're in trouble. But a real rookie coming out now, Henry Cullen. I think it's just his second game, played at the Rose Bowl a couple of weeks ago. Wicket-keeper batsman, tidy job he did that day behind the stumps, and got 50 in Premier League cricket yesterday. So he won't be lacking in confidence completely, but it's a different kettle of fish today, and he comes out now to join his captain Jake Libby, who's getting a drink and a towel down from the 12th man as we speak, and Cullen will be facing the left arm seam of Lewis Rees, who, as David said a minute ago, is making a bid for another match. Excellent 136 Rees made in the Derbyshire innings, and currently he has taken 2 for 20, and 2 big wickets really, those of Barnard and Cox. So I would say that David's tip is a good one if you want to get down the bookies quickly and get some money on.
I don't think you would get any odds on a guy who scored 136 and taken 2 important wickets getting man of the match, but who knows? Never mind. We might see Jake Libby go on and score
double hundred
and snatch it away from him. There we go.
So it's Cullen on strike.
I think I'm going to go wander and see if I can find a pint of lager with
With an ice cream top.
But I'll carry on to the end of this over. Lily as Reese bowls, and that's into the pads. A sort of half appeal for LBW. It was never going to be out from that angle.
Can't see whether there's an ice cream. There must be an ice cream van.
You would think so.
There must be, mustn't there? There has to be.
If not, a pint of lager with a lemonade top, which Dave Fletcher was giving me all sorts about.
What, saying you shouldn't do it?
Yeah, that's no sort of drink.
Doesn't agree with putting lemonade
They
into
don't
beer.
like cocktails. It's still in as a Frankie Boyle joke, isn't it? Next delivery is pushed back to the bowler. You order a lager and lime in Glasgow and you'll be told we don't serve cocktails. But, I always find it just a little bit of lemonade in a pint of lager. He's making. He doesn't like lager.
I'm not a fan myself, I must say.
Next delivery played to backward point. No run. So that is the end of the over, end of my stunt, and we'll let Fletch back in.
Thank you to David Townsend for his assistance today. It's been a pleasure to see you as ever, David. And I think we might hear his dulcets again at some point during the season before he jets back off to migrates to his winter quarters. 98 for 5. Anuj Dar coming into the attack at the New Road end to replace Potts, who bowled 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 24. Nick Potts, Anuj Dar, who also distinguished himself with the bat in the first innings of the game, making 46, and of course had an excellent all-round game here in the county championship game recently. Likes playing against Worcestershire, likes playing on this ground. I think Anuj Dar just likes playing cricket.
I was just going to say this season he's just enjoyed
Yeah,
cricket.
here he is. He bowls to Libby, who tucks that away on the leg side for a single, which will take him to 48, and the total to 99 for 5, and bring young Henry Cullen on to strike. Cullen, as I say, I think it's his second game, played at Hampshire recently. Wicket-keeper batsman, didn't keep today, and big day for him. Very capable batter, made quite a few runs in the second team, and as I say, a 50 in league cricket yesterday, Premier League cricket. Waits now as Anuj Dar comes in to bowl to him, and he's very nicely forward and off the mark as he pushes this out on the offside. Has to hurry through for a single as the fielding is done in the covers by Ben Aitchison. His throw at the non-striker's end misses anyway, so Cullen is away, he's on 1, and Worcestershire 100 is up. The tiniest ripple of applause, maybe just discernible on our effects microphone, to greet Worcestershire reaching 3 figures. Dar bowls, attempted Yorker, just a tiny bit full. Libby with the toe of the bat squeezes it out on the onside up to mid-wicket, where fielded by Potts, and there's no run. 100 for 5 then Worcestershire. Distant target, 213 further runs required. Cullen waits, beg your pardon, Libby waits, tucks this one away on the onside for a single and goes to 49. Jake Libby, the only batsman to pass 20 so far in this innings, and therein lies the tale as far as Worcestershire are concerned. 2 wickets going down in the first 3 overs, never a good start to a run chase, and since then 3 more batsmen out. Nobody's really got in and established themselves with the exception of Libby, and that is why this, I'm afraid, is looking like a 5th consecutive defeat in this competition for Worcestershire, which, following on from their white ball woes in the Vitality Blast, is of mounting concern. Dahl in bowls, and forward comes Cullen and pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. And I'm sure you're with me on this, Fletcher. We've talked about the competition that shall not be named, which has robbed both sides in this game, and in most county games of various players. It's especially frustrating when players like Brett D'Oliveira, Worcestershire's captain, is basically not playing.
No, it's wrong.
Alexdal comes in again and bowls, and Cullen pushes up to mid-on, and there's no one. And it's, we'll basically go through August and not play a meaningful game of cricket, and then come back championship cricket.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Probably hasn't even had a proper net in that time.
Couldn't agree more.
Mad, isn't it?
Nick Webb down at Radio Wales was concerned about Hogan, although he is playing at the moment. But Hogan had said to him, "Look, I don't like bowling the nets, but I'm going to come back and I won't be fit."
Yeah.
He is playing, but he's not playing. They're not playing much, are they?
No.
Bowling 4 overs or whatever.
Well, it's interesting. I watched him bowl in that, and he's bowling against the Welsh Fire.
Yeah. Reset around the wicket. That's nicely guided by Libby for a half century as he comes back for the same. Good stop by Nick Potts down below us, but Libby moves on to 51 or 52 balls. He's hit 6 fours in that half century as well, and without him, Worcestershire would be in even more dire straits. 103 for 5. Guided very nicely. And a good lick as well, 52 deliveries. So
in the circumstances, incredible. Really.
Playing a different game. This one's pushed out to the offside. Archie Harrison does the fielding. Thank you to Steve Doggett, who did get in touch while I was off air to say that DS was the original.
DS.
He said his uncle had one of the first. Mine was quite new. It was a white DVY 11.
We got there in the end with that via Twitter as well.
And after the crocodile nonsense or alligator or whatever it is, Keith Wayne says, should Worcestershire change their name from Rapids to Saucers? And I thought, what is he talking about? And then I got it. Next, it took me a while. This one is pushed out towards the extra cover boundary, and they think about coming back from the skip, and Connors has got a really good arm, gets the ball away quickly and keeps them down to a single. Libby moves to 52, 104 for 5. Thank you, Keith. It took me about 10 minutes to work that out.
Well, we got to DS. I was saying I had at one stage, purely to drive to and from this ground from where I lived in Worcester in those days, a Citroen 2CV. I opened the paper, said I'd buy the cheapest car in the paper, and I did. I had a starting handle and everything.
Wow. Reese in again, and that one is played by Cullen out into the offside. Harrison does the fielding.
No ball. Was it?
Or is he asking if saying 2, or is he saying over? He could be saying anything, bless him.
It's not no ball, is it?
There's 2 left in the over.
Yeah.
I think that's what, it's gone down as a dot ball on my screen, so who can tell? There might be some new signals that we haven't been told about. 104 for 5. Reese around the wicket, bowls, and that one is driven very pleasantly but stopped by Harrison.
The old Citroen 2CV used to use so little fuel. It was just incredible. I remember, it was a long time ago, admittedly, and many listeners might feel that it was too long ago to merit talking about, but I remember going out football training, taking a fiver, putting a gallon of fuel in and still having in a full pint after the training session.
Yeah. I can one-up you on that. Reese, it's chopped into the ground and misses leg stump by a fraction. Cullen gets away with one there. He remains on 1. Libby has 52, 104 for 5 at the end of 22 overs. I am certain my mother had a Hillman Imp.
Right.
And we used to go to my grandma's on a Wednesday, and she used to put 4 gallons of petrol in with an old £1 note. I'm certain.
Yeah, no, I can believe
in the
it.
day. So when I was young, so that would have been in the sort of mid to late 60s. Remarkable.
Yeah.
Now if you've got a £1 coin in your pocket, it's barely worth.
Put it in the charity box.
Yeah, barely worth bothering about.
Alexdal from the New Road End. Busy approach, bowls and beats Libby outside the off stump. Might have nipped away, might have been a little bit wide to play at. Through to Guest. I say busy approach, and I use that word again, busy, without even thinking about it, but everything about Alexdal in the field, when he's batting, when he's bowling, as soon as that previous over was finished, he had his cap off, up to the umpire, ready, back, get in, get on with it. Clearly, just an enthusiast, and that's great for the captain to have in his side. He comes in again now and bowls, and in behind this one Libby pushes out on the offside, and there's no run.
And I think the captain on the field at the moment is Lewis Rees, because Shan Masood's not there.
Right.
And Lewis Rees appeared to be talking to a couple of the bowlers and fielders, and I'm not sure who the vice captain would be in this team, or who the vice captain would have been had Billy Godleman been the captain. Leicester Ploy's captained the side a couple of times this season. Obviously he's away.
As Dahl again bowls, a little bit short of a length. Libby inside it, pushes it away off his hip, takes one, comes back for two. Good running, but Guest whips off the bowls. But Libby home, and he goes on to 54, and just as well he does, because Worcestershire without his contribution would be in even more dire straits than they currently are, and they are dire enough. 106 for 5 at the moment. 23rd over in progress, a further 207 required, and Libby on strike as Dahl runs in and bowls, and he gets another run here for a thickish outside edge down to third man, where the fielding is done by Connors, I think.
No, it's and just
It's
before
the
that
sub.
ball, it is. It's Mitch Wagstaff,
Right, gosh.
substitute fielder.
I don't even know his name, so Mitch Wagstaff, number 22. I think I must make a note of that.
He's on the scorecard, but a 0-0, which is a bit harsh because he played last year in the London.
And he's in action again now. So he's fielding that one down at third man, throws back into the keeper Guest. Henry Cullen, having profited to the tune of 1 run on this occasion, takes him on to 2, and it's 108 for 5.
Wagstaff's an opening batsman who, on his debut for Derbyshire, got a first ball. So he's done well to bounce back from that.
Yeah, horrible.
That's an occupational hazard.
It reminds me of something that happened up at Durham as Dahl bowls, and this is pushed off the back foot by Libby. End of the over, 108 for 5. Taylor Cornwall opened the batting in his first game for Worcestershire up at Durham, his first class game. He played some list day stuff a bit for Lancashire last year, and on a pitch that was so flat that the first innings of the game, i.e. of either side, didn't finish until lunch on the 4th day. That's how flat the pitch was. Cornwall, opening the batting for Worcestershire, received second ball, a ball from Chris Rushworth that rolled along the ground and bowled him. It was the only ball in 4 days that misbehaved. The cricketing gods were clearly not welcoming Taylor Cornwall into the red ball game.
Lewis Rees to continue from the Diglis end. His 6th over. That one is dabbed into the ground by Cullen. This one bounces over the stumps through to the keeper, Brooke Guest.
Yeah, it was just one of those where you just thought, what on earth has he done to deserve that? It was extraordinary. Nobody could believe it. Nobody on either side could believe it.
No, it is. These things can happen, can't it? It is bizarre how cricket throws them up. Ben Aitchison, who had been off the field, is back on and windmilling his arms around as Rees comes in again and bowls. That one is driven very pleasantly by Cullen out to Connors on the cover boundary. And go through for a single. Cullen moves to 3, 109 for 5 now. Worcestershire, they need 204 more runs. Their target is 313. The required rate is over 7.5 now. And having lost the wickets they've lost, it looks like it's going to be tricky for them. And this one is in the air as it's driven out into the offside. Diving Archie Harrison can't get there, and there's a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end from Ben Aitchison as well. Both batsmen survive. It's one of those deliveries where dot ball barely does it justice, but that's what it'll go down in the score book as Rees is in again and bowls. That one's a short delivery, and an interesting looking pull shot attempted there by Jake Libby. Managed to bat it into the ground on the leg side, but can't get it beyond Matty McKiernan, who's fielding at A straightish mid-wicket. Curry came out on the mid-wicket boundary. Rees in again, and this time it's pushed out into the offside. Harrison chases, full of youthful enthusiasm. Does the field in, they get through for a single. Libby moves to 57 out of 56. I beg your pardon, misread the scoreboard that I can barely see. 109, or is it 110? It's 110 for 5. Absolute chaos. Now Henry Cullen waits. He's got 3 from 12, and he's edged that one on Dahl. Well, he sort of cut it away, and Dahl dove to his left and couldn't quite get there, despite getting both hands on it. Couldn't clutch it in. Cullen has a let off, and drinks will be brought onto the field. The batsmen have decided that it's a time for another drink. I can't say I blame them. End of the over, 111 for 5. Cullen has 4, and Libby has 56.
Yeah, it was a sharp chance to Dahl, but not impossible. In fact, you almost expect to see those catches taken these days, so high is the standard of fielding in white ball cricket particularly. New bat being taken out for somebody as well, a wide selection, 4 being taken out for Jake Libby to choose from.
Dahl's just been explaining to Lewis Rees how he didn't catch it. He's already removed his cap.
It didn't stay in my hands.
He'd already removed his cap because, like you said, he was ready to bowl.
Yeah.
Before the umpires decided that the bats were being changed, we might as well everybody might as well have a drink. And why not?
Should we have a little update on scores elsewhere? See
What's happening at Grantham?
see what's going on. Well, we'll start at Grantham then. Durham made 226 and Notts are 198 for 6, so they need 21 off 10 overs with 4 wickets left. We'll turn down the effects mic because Dave Bradley is telling the ground here exactly what I'm going to tell you, and it might get a bit confusing. At the Ageas Bowl, Lancashire made 183, Hampshire are 105 for 6 off 32, not a great position, 79 needed off 17.5. Sussex made a massive 378 for 6 against Surrey at Hove, and they're going to win. Surrey are 151 for 8. They require further 228 of 22 overs. Not going to get those, I would suggest. Somerset look like they're in an interesting game with Middlesex. They made 335 for 6 at Taunton, the home side. Middlesex 176 for 3, need 160 off 22.1 overs. Game on. Northants made 210 at Canterbury against Kent. Kent on course for victory, 186 for 5. They need 25 off 13. And Leicestershire Foxes made 338 for 8 against Warwickshire at Leicester, and in reply Warwickshire are 132 for 4. So game on there. They need 207 of 26.2 overs. And one I haven't given you, Essex against Glamorgan at the county ground at Chelmsford. Essex made 341 and they look in good shape at the moment as the visitors have subsided to 187 for 6. Glamorgan then requiring 155 off the remaining 16.4 overs. So that's what's happening elsewhere. Here at Worcester, drinks are being taken, and well, Derbyshire absolutely in control of this game. 312 for 9 earlier today, with Lewis Rees making 136, and Worcestershire at the moment in reply are 111 for 5 off 26 overs.
And it would be remiss of me from a Derbyshire perspective not to tell you that in Aberdeen, having made 254 for 9, Scotland now have the United Arab Emirates at 99 for 5, and Mark Watts bowled 5 overs, 3 for 7.
Yeah,
he will be back for Derbyshire later on in this competition, which is good news.
You would suggest that Mark Watt currently is a cut above that level of cricket, wouldn't you? I think, really.
Yeah, made a very good World Cup, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he's almost certain to get some franchise cricket somewhere or other. His 24-yard delivery is
I was going to say, it's great to see, isn't it? It is. It just reminds you of club cricketers of yore who would regularly do that.
Well, he bowled it in first class cricket for Derbyshire.
Yeah,
at
I
Chesterfield.
see him do it, I think. Anand Dahl starts this new over from the New Road end, and it starts with a half volley, which is driven very sweetly through the covers by Henry Cullen. Picks up a couple. Most assured shot he's played so far in the innings. And he goes to 6.
And I don't know if he's done it in this game, but Lewis Rees was doing it at Old Trafford last Sunday as well, varying where his front foot landed from the back line all the way to the front line, and bowled very effectively at Old Trafford.
It's going to be picked up and copied, one would imagine. Anand Dahl bowls, and Cullen turns this on the leg side and slips as he was thinking about setting off for a run, so he sends Libby back. I think Sol Budinger did it for Notts at here against Worcestershire in T20 game as well, bowled from various distances, sometimes letting the ball go a yard or two behind the stumps to catch the batsman out. Anand Dahl in again there to Cullen, bowls, and Cullen plays this nicely off his pads down to fine leg for a single, fielded down there by Ben Aitchison. Cullen goes to 6, 113 for 5, and 114 for 5 now. Anand Dahl halfway through the 25th over of the innings. He's in, he bowls short, and on the back foot Libby pushes out on the offside, and they take a comfortable single. Libby now needs to set his stall out where he's going to have to bat through the whole innings. Worcestershire take this all the way, even take it deep. Update for FM listeners coming now. No, Worcestershire are struggling, although as I speak, young Henry Cullen plays a lovely cover drive out to fielder on the offside boundary and picks up a single which takes him on to 8, and Jake Libby is still there. His 50 has come up. He faced 52 balls and hit 6 fours in that, and he's currently on 57. But Worcestershire have lost Cornell for 0, Pollock 4, Azhar Ali 11, Ed Barnard 19 and Ben Cox 12. They need a further 197 to win off 25 overs. They were 116 for 5. As this one is cut away by Libby for a single, end of the over from Anand Dahl, and Libby is on 58 now, Cullen on 8. Not a huge amount of batting to come. Joe Leach to come next, capable of putting bat to ball with good effect, as we all know, and then Dylan Pennington and Adam Finch and Ben Gibbon to follow. So 196 off 25 looks a pretty distant target. Ben Aitchison returning to the attack, and the Rapids are in real trouble at 117 for 5, and Fletch is back.
Nearly missed that update there. I've only missed 2 all season. I'm very proud of that record.
That's not bad. I've missed 1, and you've done every day. I haven't done every day. I missed 1, and they missed me on a couple of occasions. That's always very annoying. Because they miss you and they don't say anything, but you miss 1 and you get pelters.
I send a Naki message normally. That one is pushed out the first ball of the over. Jake Libby.
We're never happy, are we?
Picks out Archie Harris. Somebody gets through for a single, moves on to 59, 118 for 5. That run rate creeping up towards the required run rate, creeping up towards 8.
I sometimes wonder, Dave, whether people that are listening actually know what we're talking about when we talk about updates. Obviously,
well, there is that.
If they're listening and they hear the update, like the one I've just done,
Some balls turned into the leg side by Cullen.
But what they probably don't realise is that the visiting commentator, so that's Dave Fletcher alongside me today, and if Worcestershire are playing away and I'm doing the commentary, I'm the visiting commentator. We usually have to move into another box to do our updates. For Dave here, it's just a yard or 2 away next door, but it can be a bit further.
It's no good for my steps here. This one is edged. Is it through to the keeper? No, he misses it completely as he tries to cut it away. Cullen goes through to Guest.
So you have to leave the commentary, so you say, I'm off to do an update, and usually they're timed fairly sharply, and you have to go next door and dial in and make sure you're ready and listen into the programme and get your cue. And it can be a bit stressful if you're a bit pushed for time, or if a couple of wickets have fallen quickly, or whatever. So that's what we're rambling on about when we talk about updates.
Aitchison bowled.
Oh,
He
he's got
bowled him. He's chopped on. Well, he'd almost chopped on a couple of times, in truth, at Cullen, and Aitchison gets his first wicket of the afternoon. 6 down now, Worcestershire with 118 on the board, as Cullen goes for 8. Well, if Derbyshire don't win from here, they'll never win a game. I mean, they've already won one, but you know what I mean. They've been in winning positions before in this competition, but I don't think they've actually been in a winning position as strong as this one.
No, they are odds on, I think you would say. Aitchison reintroduced with immediate effect. Cullen, well, I think batsmen always count themselves a little bit unlucky if they play on, but as you said, it happened a couple of times.
Twice, hadn't it? You didn't really know where the ball was.
Just a little bit on him, a little bit quicker than he expected. And he chopped on, and the end is nigh, I'm afraid. Joe Leach will come in next, and we'll probably play in characteristic pugnacious style, I think. Yeah,
They need 8 to 0.
Yeah, might as well. And people.
Which isn't an insurmountable number of runs for over in the modern era. But when you've got 6 down.
Yeah, and you've got 6 down and all the bowlers to come. And Joe Leach is, people have heard me say it almost every time he bats. He's just as likely to hang around if he plays shots as he is if he doesn't, if you know what I mean. That's just the role that he plays. So he comes out now to join Jake Libby. It's a shame for Libby because easily the most fluent innings that he's played in white ball cricket, probably all season in any white ball cricket. I think he's looked very good, and we said, didn't we, when he came in, he looked very positive right from the start, and he's played very well for his 59, but he's in danger of running out of partners really at the moment, Libby. So the 6th wicket goes down, and all of the men out have failed to reach 20. Cornell 0, Pollock 4, Azhar Ali 11, Barnard 19, Cox 12, and Cullen 8.
Yeah, that's been the problem, hasn't it? Nobody's really hung around with Jake Libby in the way that, Derbyshire had a century standing there between Shan Masood and Lewis Rees, and then one worth 91 between Rees and Anuj Dal. So those two partnerships have been the crucial partnerships in this match, as Aitchison bowls to Leach. He pushes it back towards the bowler, and there's no run, just a little moment there as two of our travelling companions throughout the summer walked past. They're here today for the one-day game. They were both here at various points in the 4-day game. They'll almost certainly be in Swansea, in Cardiff when we go down to play Glamorgan in September as well. That'll be good fun. As Aitchison is in, and that one is pushed into the leg side by Leach, and he's off the mark. Fielded by Kevin the teenager. Alex Hughes out mid-on. Looks like he's had his orange juice today. Leaping about all over the place. Enjoying his time in the side. Hasn't played an awful lot of cricket this season, bless him, Alex Hughes. Played a fair bit of second team cricket. He's been playing in the Derbyshire Premier League as well, but I don't think that's where he wants to play.
Is he playing for Ticknam, was it? Not sure. I think he did for a while.
Yes, is that where Harvey has Snow? He's playing for Swarkston.
Swarkston,
where Harvey has his captain.
Swarkston, yeah.
We've got a few Derbyshire players. I think Harry Kane might be one of theirs as well.
Anuj Dal to carry on from the new row end, bowling to Joe Leach, and Leach gets his second run, turning this on the leg side for a single. 120 for 6. Then Worcestershire 194 more needed for the nominal target to be reached, but I have to say that is pretty unlikely as things stand, and mainly because, as Fletcher was just saying, nobody has hung around with Jake Libby, who's been admirable and plays a nice looking drive off the front foot here for another single, out to fielder out on the offside boundary, who is Harry Kane, right to 121 for 6 with that one. Worcestershire really never recovering from losing 2 wickets in the first 3 overs, both of them taken by Sam Connors. Taylor Cornell caught down the leg side without scoring, and then Ed Pollock skying a drive to mid-off. Leach beaten by Dale here with one that possibly nipped away a little bit off the seam. Leach prodding forward, missed it, and then did that little nod to the bowler that the batsman does. Especially if the batsman's a bowler as well, like Aitchison nodding and saying, yes, well done, mate. That's the sort of thing I was trying to do earlier today. A bit of mutual respect, really. Dahl turns again. Comes in past umpire Jack Shantry, an ex-seamer who would also have appreciated it probably, and Leach is again somewhat less than convincing as he squirts this one up to mid-off. And there's no addition. Bit of cloud forming at our end of the ground.
Rain soon.
We're getting ready for the rain tomorrow.
Rain soon.
David Townsend's back. Just wondering if he fancies another little stint behind the mic before he goes, but probably not. Dahl in, bowls, Leach drives nicely. Better shot up to mid-on, fielded by Lewis Rees. And there's no run.
I've been a bit remiss in the Twitter department.
Oh yeah.
Thank you to Jane for the 2 messages you've sent. I didn't think you were. And yes, I did do something at the cathedral in 2019. When I say I did something, I read a lesson. Is that what they're called? Something like
Sometimes.
that. Yeah, I think it was a lesson. I think that's what I read. I was terrified.
Here's Alex Dahl in, bowls, and Leach drives up to mid-off, thinks about a run, but sends Libby back.
Both Alan and Tim said Citroen DS. That was something.
DS,
I
yeah.
apologise.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. Both. Alan also says he remembers putting 3 gallons in his Wolseley Hornet
Which was very like your mum's imp, almost the same, weren't they?
in 1969-70. Says for £1 6 and 8 a gallon.
Goodness me.
Yeah. Remarkable.
Wolsey Hornet, very similar to a Hillman imp, as I remember.
Thank you to everybody who gets in touch. It's always nice to know that you're out there.
Yeah.
And you care. And
you know, there was one game earlier this year that we were doing, and I think it was a T20 here, and Worcestershire do their own commentary for the T20 feed, so I knew that people that were watching the stream weren't hearing us. H's and bowls, and it's pushed out on the offside, and so I just at one stage just tweeted, is anybody listening? And I did immediately get a couple of responses from people who said, I'm in the ground actually. But yeah, it is nice to know sometimes that you're not talking to thin air.
Always good to hear from people.
At Fletch Sport is Dave's Twitter handle, and I'm at FrankWatson58. And I think this is your over.
It was, but I completely forgot. So Aitchison is let's turn into the leg side by it's that time of day, and into the leg side by Jake Libby for a single. He moves on to 61. Worcestershire up to 122 for 6 now. Cricket back on Wednesday from Derby. Fingers crossed with the weather. And Kent are the visitors. Week today it's Chesterfield for Yorkshire. And then a week on Tuesday it's Wantage Road.
Yeah.
For the game against Northamptonshire for Derbyshire as Aitchison bowls a bouncer that doesn't really get up that much, in all honesty, and Leach ducks underneath it.
For Worcestershire it's Wantage Road on Wednesday, but that's I won't be doing that one, that's Dan Wheeler, and then we're back here on Friday, Essex, and then we're also here a week on Tuesday against Glamorgan to finish off the Royal London Cup campaign.
And if you don't qualify, there's a bit of a gap before the start of September. It's another short delivery from Aitchison that's been called no ball. Alex Hughes.
Interesting, isn't it? He's not done that, and it's Leach, so there's obviously something there, isn't there? There's a bit of history between these two.
Yeah, he's a nice bloke though, Joe Leach, isn't he?
Yeah, very. But, you know, maybe he's done it. Maybe he's done it to Aitchison in the past, and a little bit of.
Ben Aitchison is a nice bloke as well.
Yeah.
That's just in case his mum's still listening in the ground. He bowls now. It's a fuller delivery. It's driven by Leach up towards Shan Masood, who's back out on the field.
And there might be nothing in it. We might be reading something into it when it isn't there, but there was a bit of venom in that one, I thought.
Yeah, it was the second one in a row. The first one didn't get up at all. The second one did. It bounced a long way over Leach's head, which is why it was called no ball.
All that effort for a no ball.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem worth it, does it, on a day like today?
Really. 124 for 6. Leach waits and drives this off an outside edge to Anuj Dahl at backward point. Pots like a coiled spring ready to move into action, but always good to have Dahl fielding in front of you. He just signals to the change room. There's obviously a bit of byplay going on there. I'm not entirely sure what that was about. Martin tweeting furiously at Grantham, and this one is turned into the leg side by Leach for a single. He moves on to 325 for 6. It's like the world's longest tweet. It took me 5 minutes to read it. End of the over, 124 for 6, 28 overs gone. The game I'm referring to there is the big one, the one that everybody on the BBC Sport website will be listening to. Staggering. When he sent that, because at the moment, well, Durham, it can't have been that far ago, because Durham, Nottinghamshire are closing in on victory, but are 8 down.
Here's Anders Dahl from the New Road End, bowls to Leach, who goes for a big shot and is beaten, and it was a horrible looking shot, I'm afraid. He's played across it, big appeal, and Jack Chantry says yes, you are out. Joe Leach's LBW to Anders Dahl for 2, and Worcestershire's demise continues. Now 125 for 7, and we're only in the 29th over of the innings. Joe Leach goes for 2, just got that one wrong. It's almost caught between two months. Looks as though he was going to go for a big hit and he kind of checked it, ended up falling over it, played across it. LBW. I think it was an easy one for Jack Chantry to give. It's one of those, you look at some and you just think, yeah, that is out.
We looked out, I'd have given it from here, and we're in no position, no position at all.
But everything about his movement and everything just suggested that was on 125 for 7. Leach is gone for 2. Anders Dahl gets his first wicket. He played very well for his 46 earlier today. Lewis Rees scored 136 and he's picked up a couple of wickets. So those two are really getting their money's worth today, having paid their subs, and Worcestershire are 125 for 7.
Sam Connors, of course, with those 3 early wickets, really set the tone, didn't he? 2 in the first couple of overs that he bowled, and then to get rid of Azhar Ali as well a bit later on. 3 wickets down for 35. Worcestershire now 125 for 7, and very much on the brink. It won't trouble the largest margin of victory by runs. Even though they still need 188 Worcestershire, it'll be up there. But in fact 160 is the biggest against another first class county. That was when Derbyshire beat Glamorgan in Swansea in 1979.
For that kind of year for Worcestershire, there've been a few teams checking their record books, I'm afraid, for performances against Worcestershire.
Never beaten Worcestershire by more than 100 runs, because that's what this list is compiled of. So
that looks like it'll happen. 188
something to aim at.
More needed for Worcestershire at the moment. Anders Dahl to bowl to the new batsman, who is Dylan Pennington, and Pennington works his first ball to mid-wicket, and there's no run. One record that Worcestershire did briefly hold was for the heaviest defeat ever in the Vitality Blast.
There's absolutely no reason to bring that up, is there?
And I forgot. I genuinely forgot. Hands up! I genuinely forgot, because
it cost me an arm and a leg in counselling.
People will know now what I'm going to say, won't they? Anders Dahl comes in and bowls to Pennington again, and it's steered down on the offside, no run. And it was a record that they got at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, or the Bears, when they were hammered, and everybody said, heaviest defeat ever in Vitality Blast history, blah blah blah. And thank goodness it was only just a couple of weeks later when they lost that record, and I genuinely had forgotten. I genuinely had forgotten that it was Derbyshire.
Do you believe that?
I'd forgotten.
No, neither do I.
That it was Derbyshire that took the record.
Oh, good.
Dahl bowls again. Pennington off the mark, working this one obviously.
I'm working with that nice Frank Watson.
Down to long leg.
Sorry, mate.
A single, and he's off the mark. 126. Genuinely had forgotten, but it's not a record that you want to keep. But seriously, everywhere Worcester have played this year, the teams have been reaching for the record books.
Yeah.
Anders Dahl will continue.
We'll never be that bad. He said, "We'll never be that bad."
And Brooke Guest is going to come and stand up to the stumps now to Dahl, so he puts his helmet on. That's to keep Jake Libby at home.
We haven't even needed that record-breaking leg spinner in this match.
In comes Dahl and bowls to Libby, who pushes forward on the offside, and there's no run. Libby's not seen much of the strike, has he, in the last 2 or 3 overs since Cullen was out. He's on 61, faced 69 balls, and Worcestershire 126 for 7. It's a horrible situation now, seriously, isn't it, where you kind of know they can't possibly get 187 to win, and yet they're going to do what they can, hang around as Libby pushes out on the offside. And if they didn't, if Pennington went out and started playing big shots and got out, everybody would say, oh, irresponsible, crazy cricket. But it's dying before our eyes, this game. 126 for 7 at the end of that over. 21 left, 187 required to win. Libby 61, Pennington 1.
All as I would say is that at least at the start of the Worcestershire innings, and here is our record-breaking leg spinner coming on, Matty McKiernan, we knew who was going to win the game down at Taunton before the second innings started. They made 262 or thereabouts, and poor old Matty McKiernan had gone for 36 off and over to Riley Russo, but it wasn't 6 sixes, I'm delighted to say. It was 5 sixes, a 4 and a no ball. The no ball didn't actually land on the cut strip. He was under severe pressure. It was exhilarating. The first innings was exhilarating, the second innings was embarrassing.
Anyway,
the ground staff are getting the
happen.
hoses ready. Look, they're ready for the finish here.
Yeah, I think they might be going over to the net.
Matty McKiernan begins a new over from the centre, and that one doesn't bounce at all, and it's turned quite well by Pennington into the leg side for a single. How he got bat on that, I've no idea, because he's quite a tall man, and it just, I'm saying it was his flipper. I've no idea if he's got one. Apparently he's got a googly. I couldn't tell if he has or not. Blowing into his hand as he always does on his way in now, and bowls to Libby, who just drives that very pleasantly out into the extra cover region. Dahl gets there. They're going to come back for a second. This could be risky. Oh, and if that one had hit directly, I fancy he might have been in trouble. It might have hurt Matty McKiernan's hands, actually. But Dahl is the fastest thing on the cricket field. You don't be taking 2 runs to him unless you're absolutely certain you can get back, I would suggest. He didn't play in the T20, so he's entirely blameless. Dahl didn't play a single game, remarkably, in that competition, as McKiernan is in bowls, and that is pushed up to long on by Jake Libby. I felt really sorry for McKiernan. They move incidentally on to 130 for 7, as if it mattered. I felt really sorry for Matty McKiernan. He'd taken 17 wickets in the group stage, absolutely brilliant, key member of the side, but just got taken apart. He's in again now, and that one is driven by Pennington up towards, I think that's Lewis Rees, yes it is, long off for another single. So 5 off the first 4 deliveries of the over. Sam Connors warming up, looking to add to his 3 wickets, no doubt, before the end. 5 on for him if he comes back. Worcestershire 131 for 7. Still 182 behind, not even halfway yet. That one is turned into the leg side by Libby. The gloves are coming off now, and much like the wheels have for Worcestershire, as that one is fielded by Harry Kane, and Libby moves on to 65. 132 for 7. Spins himself a catch, McKiernan. In and bowls to Pennington. He goes back into his crease and pushes it straight back to the Derbyshire leg spinner, and it's the end of the over. 6 runs from it. 132 for 7. 181 runs required at 9 and over. It's not going to happen. And Sam Connors is going to come back on to mop up the Worcestershire tail.
No googlies in that over, from what I could see. I was put the binoculars on him. Can't always pick them, but be surprised if he doesn't have one. I think most leg spinners these days.
He's only had one since January.
Oh really? Okay.
That's what I'm told.
Almost as though somebody said you've got to find a variation.
He's obviously impressed Mickey Arthur enough, because he's got a new 1-year contract that was announced this week for next season, so that's good news. Exactly.
But they've been good, haven't they, the spinners in the one game in the last year or two, particularly.
He's quite a late developer though, because he's 27 now, and he's played an awful lot of first team cricket.
Here is Connors from the new road end. Starts with a full length delivery, which Libby drives square on the offside. for a single, which won't worry Derbyshire. They'd much rather bowl at the other end at the moment. Let Jake Libby get off strike and have a go at Pennington and the subsequent bowlers to come. 133 for 7 in the evening sunshine here at New Road. Just a hint that cloud beginning to build up down in the southwest as we look towards Malvern, and this one outside the off stump from Connors, cut at by Pennington, misses it and through to the keeper Brooke Guest. Just a hint that there might be a bit of rain tomorrow, certainly Tuesday and Wednesday in the Midlands. We're expecting the drought to break to some extent, and certainly more cloud visible, albeit high, than there has been for a while, as Connors bowls shorter length to Pennington, who cuts out on the offside, and they take a single. Fletch is off to do his updates. David Townsend will rejoin us very briefly, just to say goodbye to his adoring faithful before he heads back to the Cotswolds. Connors in again, bowls, and on the back foot Libby again punches off out on the offside for a single.
Not sure my adoring fans still listening.
Yeah. But you've enjoyed your little sojourn in the Cotswolds this summer, I shall.
I really enjoyed it. I'm kind of hopefully coming back next year. Living in spared, as they say in Ireland.
Morton and Marsh, very nice.
I saw.
Have you been to the cricket ground in Morton while you've been there?
I've scored runs on the cricket ground.
I meant, have you been there this year? There aren't many grounds you haven't scored runs on, I know that. Pennington punches this one out on the offside for a single.
Not too many grounds I have scored runs on, if the truth be known.
And the score goes on to 136 for 7. Pennington to 5.
Maybe cheeky 20-something not out at Morton.
They played Sunday league cricket there.
They did indeed.
Not many times, I think. A few times.
They had a game against Northampton, abandoned after one ball was bowled.
Did that true? Connors is in and bowls, and that one pulled nicely by Libby, but only for a single to backward square leg. And that takes him on to 58, and he keeps the strike. 68, and he keeps the strike. 137 for 7. Why was it abandoned?
Thunderstorm.
Right, so it was moving. When you say abandoned after one ball, it makes you think first ball was bowled, exploded, and thunderstorm.
It was the famous Jed Pittman lapse, that one. In the old days of cricket call, when cricket call finished, you and I both worked for it. We got into the office and just did updates from the teleprinter in those days. I don't know if you ever did any of those, but Jed Pittman was looking after the Gloucestershire against Northamptonshire Sunday League match.
Do you want McKiernan over?
Well, McKiernan bowls, and that struck backward point. It's quite a good story, actually. Some people will have heard me tell it before, but what we had to do was rip the score off and then make out a little bit of a report, you know. So Pittman, as you know, Jed Pittman, who used to work with us, gave this elaborate great story about the thunderclouds gathering and the umpires looking up to the skies, and next delivery is driven straight back to him. No run. And he said, who would have bowled it? It would have to have been Greg Thomas. Greg Thomas will open the bowling for Northampton. He said, Greg Thomas steamed in, bowled, and defensive shot, and the players and the umpires all ran for the pavilion. Next delivery from McKiernan, played down to long on for a single. And so he gave this report, and final figures came through about as they used to, about sort of 40-45 minutes later. G. Thomas 0.1000. Pittman says, there you go, if you know your cricket, look at that. And next delivery is played back. Sporting story. Sporting story.
Worcestershire are in big trouble. 139 for 7 now. They need a further 174 to win in the remaining 19 overs. It's not going to happen. Another bad day in white ball format for the pairs. Only Jake Libby has really made any impression. He's just reached 70 as I speak, and nobody else has managed to reach 20. Worcestershire in desperate straits, heading for a 5th consecutive defeat in this competition. 140 for 7 with 19 overs remaining, and they still need a further 173 to win. And that's the end of McKiernan's over, 140 for 7, and back to the story, David.
Greg Thomas, 1 ball bowled, 0 for 1. Pittman's swaggering around the office, you know your cricket, you don't need to know who bowled the over, blah blah blah. 3 hours later, correction to the bowling figures in March. Alan Walker, 0.1. Do you know what had happened? The press tent was that far away from the umpires, and in those days, and you start to, you do this for first ball, Frank.
There's Connors again from the Randy bowls, and Libby drives sweetly through the offside. Beautiful shot, goes to 71 off 80 balls. 141 for 7.
Of course, no internet in those days, and in the rush and everybody looking at the skies and the deluge that followed, nobody in the press tent had noticed who bowled the first ball. They couldn't get in touch with the umpires because it was belting down outside the rain. They said, perhaps
Greg Thomas.
They said perhaps cricket call will know. So they phoned up, listened to Pittman.
Right. Connors again bowls, and Pennington drives very nicely for a single out on the offside. Harry Kane fielding on the offside boundary. 1 more to the total.
And I think it was only later when they're talking to one of the Northampton, probably talking to Greg Thomas, and that's the only time we've ever only bowled 1 ball in a match. I didn't bowl, Walker bowled.
There you go.
Great stories. Yeah. That's Morning Marsh.
Yeah, there you go. You've been staying just up the road this summer. Here's Connors again. Bowl short to Libby, who swivels round on that, pulls it for a single out to deep backward square leg.
He's on 72.
He wants 100 tonight, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he really should be hitting those rather than just paddling.
I honestly think he's probably looked at it and thought, you know what, the best thing I can do here is get myself 100. It might not be the right way to play it, but it wouldn't surprise me. And I don't mean that nastily, but I mean he's,
why not?
Take something positive out of the game. Connors in, bowl short, banged in, and Pennington heaves it around the leg side, no control whatsoever, and he's very lucky to get away with that as the fielder at mid-wicket, Alex Hughes, ran away to his right, initially thinking he was going to get there, but it landed short of him and they went through for a single. So Pennington goes to 8, 144 for 7. And there we go. Morton and Marsh. Gloucestershire don't play there anymore. It's another one of the out grounds that's lost its status really, as Libby punches this one up to mid-on, and there's no run. So few out grounds these days. There's so little cricket to go round them, I suppose you could say. And
was it Grantham on Friday?
Yeah, they've had a couple there, haven't they? Which is nice. Yeah.
Nottinghamshire just got home to beat Durham there today. Yeah. 2 wickets, 2 overs to go.
That's very nice. Really enjoyed that. Cricket. Connors again in and bowls, and Libby drives, and there's no run.
I'm a big fan of smaller grounds. I think it's the future for county cricket. I mean, no disrespect to Warwickshire, but there's nothing worse than watching a county game at Edgbaston
when it's empty.
Well, county games is always empty. You got maybe 1,500 people spread around a capacity of 20 something. If there is any place worse, it's possibly Cardiff. But you've got that sort of echoey, nobody's here sort of atmosphere. Watching cricket here at New Road, fantastic. We've got a break here for a bit of
drink break.
A bit of drinks going on. Watch cricket here is fantastic. It's a beautiful little ground. Scarborough, love watching cricket at Scarborough. Grantham wasn't the most picturesque place. A nice club ground, good people there. They put on a very good match, Middlesex against Notts on Friday. Enjoyed that. But again, you look around the other small grounds. Northampton, I've been there for a few years, and I was hoping to go up there midweek, but I don't know whether World or Worcestershire are there, aren't they? But so I'm hoping to just pop in and see that one.
I love Northampton. Not a lot of people do though.
He's got a charm to it. You've got Derbyshire, you've got Grace Road.
Yeah. Chesterfield is beautiful.
Chesterfield,
Some of the outgrounds. Yeah, I agree. Sedbergh I haven't been, but it looks absolutely fantastic. Liverpool a lot.
Southport, Aigburth, and even slightly larger grounds like Taunton. Taunton's got a lot of charm to it. The Rose Bowl is just horrible.
Yeah,
horrible. You shouldn't be allowed to play cricket.
I like Canterbury. Canterbury, got a character.
Hove, definitely.
Yeah, love Hove, going there at the end of the season. Looking forward to that. Yeah.
Chelmsford, I've always been a bit sort of iffy about Chelmsford, but it's got character. It's got passionate fans as well. Yeah.
We're not missing any cricket here because it's a drinks break. Worcestershire 144 for 7, need 169 off 17 overs. Unlikely.
I think we've covered most of them. Durham from it's okay. Chesterfield Street. Yeah. It wouldn't be down the low.
The test grounds. I mean, I would discount. I agree with you a little bit about the Ageas Bowl. The test grounds are. They're fine when they're full, aren't they? But for county cricket, as you say, they're not great. I love the outgrounds. I mean, Scarborough's just fantastic, isn't it?
People just York as well. I did a couple of games at York last week.
And when Worcestershire used to play at Kidderminster, I always thought it was wonderful. Obviously, they don't play at some of the other outgrounds that they used to play at. Dudley, the ground is no more. Stourbridge, they used to play at back in the day. Hereford Racecourse even, they played at Hereford in the middle of the racecourse days gone by. But it's all to do with finances as well these days, isn't it? It costs so much money to take
if the members like it and they're getting over £1 million from the 100 each season, then that should be going towards paying for maybe grounds like that.
I think it's difficult.
You attract people. Let the kids play on the outfield.
It was great when there was a lot of cricket played on outgrounds. I would absolutely agree with that.
There's only one thing I don't like about this ground, Frank, and it's not the hotel.
Do you want to sign off with another McKeon over?
McKeon leg spinner bowls, and that ball's played back to him. No run.
I'm sure you're going to tell me what it is. I'm a little bit afraid.
Oh yeah? They don't take cash here.
Ah yeah.
I just went to go and have a quiet pint.
I agree. Yeah.
And they don't take cash. I thought, what on earth? Doing me. That has to change. McKeon bowls. That's played to mid-wicket. Now I'm coming here regularly. I'm going to have a word about the cash.
I know why you don't like them not taking cash, and I do think it's interesting because it's not just a pernickety preference, is it? It's to do with the fact that Big Brother knows exactly where you're spending all your money.
Exactly. And next delivery is pitched up, driven back to the bowler,
which I hadn't really considered before you said that to me. I hadn't really considered it, but the idea that someone somewhere knows exactly where David Townsend is spending his £4.50 or whatever on a Sunday afternoon is
to be fair, there's another thing I like. It was that ball was played backward a point. Was no run to be had there either. The other thing that I like here was happy hour, so the pint of cider was half price, but they will say Big Brother knows I drunk it. McKeon bowls a lovely shot. That is a cracking shot, driven down towards the horse chestnut tree, and Pennington. That's a really nice shot. Yeah. If a club cricketer played that shot, he'd probably be talking about it for the rest of the season, wouldn't he?
Well, years later he'd say, I once played at Moulton in Marsh.
Probably would do. Did you spend any money there? No, you'll never know because they take cash. Yeah. I like sometimes if I'm in a generous mood, Frank, I'll give a quid to some lad who's down on his luck, sort of sitting in a shop doorway somewhere, whether he wants the pound or not.
You don't get many of those in Moulton in Marsh.
You're not going to get people like that sort of putting out a cash and putting out a card reader, are you? There you go, putting some money on the bank account. Next delivery turn through mid-wicket. 10 quid in a kid's birthday card, that sort of thing. Oh dear. Got to look after cash, folks.
End of the over from McKinnon, 149 for 7. I'll give you the bowling figures, we haven't done that for a while. Sam Connors, 7 overs, no maidens, 3 for 30. Ben Aitchison, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 33. Nick Potts, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 24. Lewis Rees, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 26. Anuj Dal, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16. And Matty McKinnon, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 14. So Connor's probably the pick of the bowlers, and he's going to carry on now from the New Road end. And he's in past umpire Shantry. He's pushed out on the onside by Pennington.
And after that little
David Townsend leading us.
So leave you. Thanks very much, Frank, for putting up with me today. And Dave Fletcher as well. Always a pleasure to work with you two gentlemen.
Thanks, David Townsend. Back off to Morton and Marsh, and possibly to be heard a little bit later in the season here at New Road in the game against Essex. I think probably next week. Here's Connors. Bowls, and this one is cut by Pennington down to third man for 4 runs. Attempted dive down there by Harrison, unable to stop it. So 4 more to Pennington, takes him on to 17, and the total to 153 for 7. The men out, if you're just joining us: Cornell without scoring, Pollock 4, Azhar Ali 11, Barnard 19, Cox 12, Cullen 8, and Leach for 2. Here's Connors again, bowls to Pennington, who works this one away on the onside, and again there is no run as the fielding is done by Alex Hughes at mid-wicket. Dave Fletcher is back alongside me. It's not too gripping at the moment, Dave.
Not really,
just
no.
going through
I know where I'm going on the way home now.
Do you?
Yeah, Morton and Marsh to look under DT's bed, because I think there's a big box for
cash, yeah.
A big box for the
okay.
cash underneath his...
It's a little out of your way, Connors bowls, and this one is hanged in short.
Not bothered.
Pennington looks to flick it away off his shoulder, and it's taken by the keeper. There's no one. You did hear us say though that David's thinking behind this cash thing is that he doesn't like people to know possibly where he is at any given time, what he's spending his money on, and he feels that people are keeping track of him.
Or people are keeping track of him.
Connors again bowls, and Pennington gets another run, this time steering it down to third man, and he goes on to 18.
I don't know whether he realises, but his mobile phone is pretty much keeping a track of where he is at all times.
Does it know I bought a pint of cider, does it?
Well, no.
It would if you paid with your phone, I suppose. There's your point, isn't it? Yeah. They listen to you, don't they, phones? There's no doubt about that. People say it's a conspiracy theory. I am utterly convinced. I was a tale to back it up. As Connors bowled, banged in short, ducked underneath that levy, no ball called on height. Prior to my daughter's wedding a couple of weeks ago, we were discussing various things at various times, and at one point we discussed something about lights, outdoor lights to have in the trees and stuff like that around the wedding reception. Neither my wife nor myself was on the phone at the time. The phones were lying on the side, and within half an hour Connors comes in again now, bowls a nice disguised slow ball at the back of the hand, which Libby squeezes out of the block hole back to the bowler. No run, end of the over, 156 for 7. Within half an hour both our phones were bringing up adverts for outdoor lights. There you go. That happened before my very eyes.
Either of you googled it?
No, we were just talking about it, and I haven't googled it, and one came up, I think one advert came up on Instagram and one came up on Twitter or something like that, and we hadn't googled it or anything.
Are you on Instagram?
My wife is. Yeah, there you go. Goodbye to David Townsend, who leaves the box.
Cheers, DT.
But there you go, Big Brother is watching us and listening to us.
I hope somebody's listening.
Yep.
Keep listening.
If you've got any similar stories, let us know.
Is McKiernan in bowls to Pennington, who drives it very pleasantly up towards long off.
I think I might have seen one Google. I've been trying to watch carefully for the Google. I might have seen one. But he doesn't need to do anything different, does he?
No, not really. 10.5, nearly 11 and over. That's the required rate now. It goes up every time they take a single. Game is It's like death by 1,000 cuts.
It is.
McKinnon's in again. That one's pushed up to Dahl, who fields.
Goes up every time they take a single, and it goes up every time they don't take a single.
Even more, when they don't take a single. Libby, 72 not out. Bit of an anomaly in this Worcestershire innings. Pushes it back to McKinnon, the next delivery. Can't do anything about that. It's good stuff from McKinnon in his 4th over, 15 runs conceded. Halfway through his 4th over. Next one is
that was a googly, I think.
Turned into the leg side, and Dahl does the fielding. Blows into his hand, and again. And now he's in and bowls, and Libby pushes it straight back to him. 1 run off the over, 5 deliveries gone. A terrific over from Matty McKeon. Cut off 6:56. Good grief. We've been playing since 8:30 this morning. What are they doing?
It feels like it, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
these wickets. Come on. McKinnon bowls back into the leg side goes Libby, and there is no run as it's fielded by Nick Potts. Ending the over, just 1 run from it, and that required rate has now for the first time gone over 11. Worcestershire need 156 more runs from 14 overs. It would be remarkable, absolutely remarkable, if they were to get anywhere near that. You see a change of bowling.
We're going to see the young lad have a bowl, aren't we?
We are, and that's excellent. That's excellent captaincy actually by Sham Masood, because there's not an enormous amount of jeopardy. You'd hope that he's got the confidence to bowl with this number of the weight of runs behind him, and well, he's turned up. He's turned up every single game this season. So Archie Harrison almost deserves a number if anybody's listening back in Derby. You know, he's a permanent member of this Derbyshire team, so let's get him a number. Although get it right, unlike the one on the back of Mark Watt's shirt.
In he comes, gangling right arm over the wicket approach, and his first ball is sliced away uppishly on the offside by Pennington for a single. But a busy approach, bit of pace, tall lad. He's only going to get better, you'd think. He's only going to get stronger. And just gets a pat on the back from his captain Sean Masood as he walks back to his mark to bowl to Jake Libby. 158 for 7. In he comes and bowls, and Libby is in behind that, pushing out on the offside. There's no run.
Mark Watt in this competition for some reason has got 50 on his back. His number's 51, and his number's 51 because he's a Hearts fan, and they beat Hibs 5-1 in the Scottish Cup final. That's why he wears 51. So he was spoke to him at Chelmsford and said, "Why are you wearing 50?" He said, "I have no idea. People need the right number."
Harrison in, the man with no number, and this one is cut away on the offside by Libby for a single, and it was a no ball. I thought I saw Jack Shantry indicate that. He just confirms that to the scorers and indicates that the next ball will be a free hit for Dylan Pennington.
Well, fortunately, they went for a single, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to change his field, would he?
Yeah, there's a school of thought, isn't there, that if you bowl a no ball and it's a free hit, the free hit should go to the guy that was facing the ball in the first place.
Yeah, no, I like that.
Yeah,
I like that. Perhaps the 100 could introduce it.
Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense otherwise. But anyway, Harrison to bowl his free hit ball to Pennington, who gets done by a slow bouncer really from Harrison. A clever bit of bowling, I think. I think he meant it to be a slower bouncer. Pennington went for a massive wipe at it, played about 3 seconds too soon. He'd finished the shot the second time, I think, before the ball passed, and it died on the way through to Brookguest. It wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing moment of the day. As Harrison is in again and bowls, and oh well, that's a good one. Beats Pennington's forward push with that one, just back of a length, carried through quite nicely to the keeper. He's a tall lad, and taken by Brookguest, who's had a good day with the gloves. Didn't have a good day with the bat. He was out second ball, top edging a pull at Adam Finch, but he's picked up 3 catches and been generally as tidy as ever behind the stumps. Harrison is in again and bowls, and Penton is going to be out this time. He's gone for a wipe on the leg side. It's gone up miles away, and he's been dropped by Alex Hughes at mid-wicket. It went up the miles and miles. Hughes had ages to set himself underneath it. Look, for all the world he was going to take the catch, and then he took it, and then as he kind of sat down underneath the ball, it popped out of his hands, and he's left looking a little bit silly, I'm afraid.
Poor old Archie Harrison, this is out in his first wicket in this day.
First wicket, and Pennington goes to 21. It's 162 for 7. Harrison to Libby, he's in and bowls, and again a bit of bounce, and Libby has to ride it, pushes it down on the onside. Hughes falls and gets sarcastic applause for picking up a dribbling ball cleanly. End of the over from Harrison, unlucky from him. Hughes experienced enough to cope, but nonetheless will be wiping a little bit of egg off his face as he goes down to long leg. Long on, I should say, and that's the end of the over. 13 left, still 150 needed. Worcestershire 163 for 7.
Alex Hughes perpetrated the worst drop I've seen in my time covering Derbyshire. He was fielding at shortish leg, not really close in, because it was in the days when the only pictures you got were from the static cameras behind each end, and he was just out of shot, which was very fortunate for him, because the ball just looped to him and he put it down. And I didn't ask him about it that night. The next day, it was down at Swansea. The next day, he managed to get a century, or he got a century. Didn't manage to. He was a good cricketer. And I did ask him about it. Aitchison is back, and that one is pushed by Libby out towards Sam Connors on the cover boundary. So he said, it was a bit embarrassing, but fortunately, it wasn't captured on film.
Yeah.
But it was horrible. I mean, that one was tricky in the sense that it went a long way up, and he had so much time to think about it.
And white ball against this sort of sky as well, I don't think is that easy, to be honest.
He got both hands to it. He would have been expecting to have felt it.
He would. He was under it for ages, wasn't he?
Yeah, I was just about to write it in, actually.
Yeah. No, I don't knock him. Come out to anyone.
Pennington's back on strike as Aitchison comes in and bowls to him, and he mistimes a drive up towards mid-on.
Unlikely to be too expensive.
There is that. I feel a bit for Archie.
Yeah.
Archie Harrison would have had his first wicket in list day cricket. It was good to get the first one. Nick Potts got his first one on Friday. Anuj Dar got his first one on Friday. Remarkable. I had no idea he hadn't taken a list day wicket before Friday. Now he's got 2. Taken the wicket of Joe Leach today as Aitchison is in. That one is pushed out nicely.